Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 6GI 251. Excited C. Kagaya my goddess. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. While the invisible empire was silent. On the sea. Look at Kagaya's ability introduction. Countless people on the sea were even more shocked. They looked at the ability list one by one, trembling all over. Everyone blushed, and everyone wanted to say something. However, their words were stuck in their throats, and they couldn't open their mouths at all. This scene happened all over the sea. For a long time. These talents slowed down a little. Subsequently, countless people spoke, and the voices were very consistent. I don't know how much they were shocked. Miss Kagaya, Niu Ying. They really don't know what to say. Naval headquarters at the moment. It seems to be a microcosm of the sea. After a brief silence, countless marine soldiers and pirates uttered that sentence. Miss Kagaya Niuya. The entire naval headquarters seemed to boil. On the execution stand, look at Kagaya's ability introduction. Marine Marshal Sengoku remained silent for a long time, his eyes full of disbelief. He thought that Kagaya's abilities would be terrifying and pervert. After all, Husward and those people can stabilize the voltage and climb to 5th. This basically proves the pervert of Kagaya's abilities. But now, this is not pervert anymore. This is an amazing ability. Sengoku was shocked. Garp next to him was no better. Ace and Garp are the same, and the expressions of the grandfather and grandson are very consistent now. Advertisement. Even Sister Wa, who was sitting in front of the two of them, moved her eyes slightly. She didn't expect it. That Kagaya has so many abilities, it's almost indescribable when you look at it together. Sister Wa met Kagaya for the first time. Speaking of which, Kagaya should be about his age, right? Kagaya has been sealed for thousands of years. And she existed thousands of years ago. Looking at it this way, who is bigger, she or Kagaya? Thinking of this, Sister Wa smiled again. And this time, many people on the sea also calmed down slightly and were shocked. They just glanced at Kagaya's abilities just now, and they were shocked beyond words before they could see it. And now, everyone calmed down and began to take a closer look at Kagaya's ability. Seeing this, many people were shocked again. But with a precaution in their hearts, they didn't lose their composure like the first time. But the shocking discussion was unavoidable. F*K. Miss Kagaya has too much power, isn't she? And each one is so strong. As soon as I saw the first one, I was already shocked. 35. The ancestor of chakra, with true immortality. My god, remember that in the bottom 5 of the ability list, only Miracle and Ridgeball can be counted as undead. Right, I don't know if Hasward is the head of the regiment, but if there is, it should only be the same as Lyre Barrow. After careful analysis, only that Miracle can be called an immortal body. Miracle also relies on this undead body to be ranked 7th in the ability list, right? You make so much sense. If this Miracle has no immortality and just absorbs damage and becomes stronger, then he must have an upper limit. 9. For example, Sabo, Sister Wa, etc. can hack him to death with one knife, because the limit is exceeded. Yeah, having said that, the Miracle's immortality is his strongest ability. But now, countless people looked at Kagaya's ability and were silent for a few seconds. Then, even more alarming discussions broke out. Advertisement. What can I say? Miss Kagaya is simply too strong, the most important immortal body in the Miracle. When it comes to Miss Kagaya, it's just one of her pervert abilities. What else can I say? Countless people in the sea thought about this, and they all fell silent. Kagaya is also a little too shocking. After calming down for a while, all the talents on the sea continued to look down. Seeing this, they were shocked again. I finally understand why Miss Kagaya is the second most powerful in Xiaoji, second only to that lord. As soon as these words came out, many people on the sea were full of curiosity. Why didn't you find out? 35. Xiao's combat system is very different from Jingling Court. 35. Jingling Te is using Reiatsu and Zanpakuto. But among Akatsuki, very few people use knives. Madara, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Akin and the others do not use knives. 99. So, Jingling Court relies on Zanpakuto's ability, supplemented by its own Reiatsu, to exert powerful power. As for Akatsuki, he uses his own powers such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, and so on. That is to say, Kagaya is called the ancestor of chakra. We've also seen Kagaya's story. After all, Madara, Hashirama, Minato should all use Kagaya's heritage. As soon as this person said this, many people on the sea were thoughtful. Then, they continued to look down. The blood follows the net, the 3 major pupil techniques, etc. come into view. 0 flowers. At this time, many people already agreed with the opening of the man just now. The reason why Kagaya is called the ancestor of chakra, the power system that may be known, exists because of her. The powers used by Madara, Hashirama, Minato, etc. are derived from Kagaya. F*K. In this way, I finally know why Miss Kagaya is so strong. She has combined everyone's abilities into herself. Look at that, Kagaya can use the abilities of past users of the three major pupil techniques. That is to say, she can gain all abilities without training. This is too pervert. Yup. Although the perverts in the front are strong, they are only strong alone. Advertisement. Besides, the consumption of infinite Tsukuyomi must be extremely high. Do you think Miss Kagaya will do us any good by launching infinite Tsukuyomi? 35. After entering, whether we live or die, is it not a word from Miss Kagaya? Can you get into Kagaya's eyes? Everyone saw the heavenly imperial palace, the 9-tomo reincarnation Sharingan, and the body of 10 tails. I don't know when, they already have a sense of belonging to the three major forces and that adult. Moreover, Kagaya was rated as a god by the Golden List. And Invisible Empire. And the back. But many people let go of their worries instantly. Miss Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyomi can pull us all into the world of illusion. 5. Besides, that's not something you should worry about. What's the difference between that and dying? Just ants. Are you a fool? Of course, many people are afraid. Yes, everyone, I'm really scared. 95. Everyone's faces were shocked. Also their goddess. The sea is full of excitement. But after a while, the dark clouds dissipated. Although it is silent. This is a true god. Everyone was delighted that Wei Yoruichi was on the list, and that he had many abilities in the spike ability list. There's that old man on Kagaya. For the three major forces, they are full of admiration. What are they in Kagaya's eyes? In their eyes there is only disgust for Chuan. As soon as these words came out, the sea instantly shrouded in a haze. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but fall silent. Point 0. But Kagaya, he can directly pull all of us into the illusion world. It's activated, you can't run, just live your life honestly. 5. 252. Sengoku's summary. I can't be on the list these days without an immortal body. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sea is turbulent and turbulent. Inside naval headquarters at the moment. On the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at Kagaya's ability introduction. His expression gradually changed from disbelief to disappointment. On the Ming military treasure ship. The people around Koala and the others were all shocked. Longyun's eyes were low, looking at Kagaya's ability into contemplation. God, hopefully, you won't be like the celestial dragons. 99. Among the beast's pirates, Kaido didn't know what to say anymore. Jin, Quinn and the others were also full of silence. Such a Kagaya, what else can they think? Right now. Jack shook his head suddenly. He looked at Kaido's solemnity and glanced at the ability list again. Afterwards, Jack said foolishly. Boss Kaido. Don't be discouraged, you are also immortal. Fight against these people, even if 570s can't beat you, you won't die. 35. Don't worry, Boss Kaido, with your strong will, you will surely become that strong in the future. Jack said. Kaido sounded complicated. Yamato glanced at his father with a smile on his face. This Jack is really comforting. But, Kaido's immortality. Can it compare to Kagaya? Kaido's immortality might not be as reliable as Ridgebalo's. Thinking of this, Yamato shook his head. Then she looked at Kaido seriously. Don't worry, asshole father. With me here, the forces under your master will not do anything to you. And now that the Invisible Empire has appeared, all our eyes are on the Invisible Empire. 5. Don't worry, and I will protect you. Yamato said. Advertisement. Kaido was stunned for a moment. Then anger appeared on his face. Silly son, who needs your protection? I am Kaido of the beasts. Kaido said, his chest and muscles stretched out. A crackling sound resounded from Kaido's body. A stream of pure energy surrounds Kaido's body. No matter what he said, he was also Kaido of the beasts, one of the 4 emperors. Being stimulated by his own daughter's words, he naturally couldn't stand it. Yamato gave Kaido a surprised look. This bastard father. When stimulated by her, there is a faint meaning of breakthrough. A smile appeared on Yamato's face. It seems that I will stimulate you more, bastard father, in the future. Kaido looked gloomy after hearing this, and silently took out another pitch-black mace. Look at the two people who are filial to father and son. Jin and Quinn looked at each other. On the execution stand. Sengoku calmed down for a long time. Still, he looked at Kagaya's ability with a solemn expression on his face. Next moment, Sengoku, who was looking at the ability list, suddenly lit up. He seemed to have found something. Then, Sengoku looked at the bottom 5 of the ability list one by one. After reading it, Sengoku frowned, wondering what he was thinking about. Garp was a little curious. Watching Sengoku frown, Garp asked suspiciously. Sengoku, what are you thinking? Garp opened his mouth to ask, but Sengoku didn't respond for a long time. Garp didn't bother, just stood there quietly and waited. Shortly after, Sengoku's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. He looked at Garp, as if he had discovered the secret of the ability list. Garp pricked up his ears, listening suspiciously. Then, Sengoku's deep voice sounded. Garp, I have summed up the secret of this ability list. Garp became more and more interested. Advertisement. What secret? 99. Sengoku coughed lightly, then proceeded seriously. I found that this ability list seems to be standard with immortality. This year, every immortal body is not eligible to be on the list. Sengoku said. Garp looked at the ability list in surprise. Kagaya and the remaining 5 came into view. There are currently 6 people on the ability list. Among them, Kagaya, Miracle, and Ridgeball are immortal. And the head of the regiment, Hasward, doesn't know if there is. As the leader, Garp prefers that Hasward is also immortal. That is some difference in ability. There are true and false. But after looking at it, it's really what Sengoku said. There are currently 6 people on the ability list, nearly 4 of whom are immortal. This is so special. Is the ability list really standard with immortality? Garp is a little more square. Sister Wa on the execution platform was also lightly thoughtful. At the same time, within Hueco Mundo, next to the Xuye Palace. In the same pure white palace. Now the focus of the sea, Otsutsuki Kagaya is standing on the roof. It seems that it is because Chu Xia likes to go to the rooftop. Now everyone in Xiao, Jingling, and Xuye Palace like to go to the rooftop to see the scenery. Point 0. At this time, Kagaya was standing on the top of Akatsuki, looking at the white sand in front of her in a trance. The white light slowly enveloped her, and the reward given by the gold list was distributed to Kagaya. During the time when Kagaya accepts the reward, suddenly, a figure in white appeared behind her. Watching Kagaya's back, the brown-haired face of the white-robed figure was full of smiles. Without disturbing him, Chu Xia just stood there quietly. In the palace of virtual night, Espada's discussion suddenly stalled. Leading first, Ulquiorra looked up at the void throne. Advertisement. His eyes fluctuated slightly for a moment, thoughtful. Little Leopard Grimjow and others also turned to look. Kagaya's figure reappears. The two looked at each other, and Kagaya's eyes wavered slightly. Chu Xia didn't bother, still watching quietly. But they couldn't see the rooftop there. She nodded again, and gave a soft, Chu Xia looked at him with a slightly smiling gaze. The white light gradually dissipated. 9 of the tomos have completely disappeared. The two were speechless for a long time. Kagaya slowly turned her head and looked behind her. Kagaya quietly felt everything about himself, and did not find the person behind him for the first time. Suddenly, Kagaya fell into Chu Xia's arms. With her back to Chu Xia, Kagaya closed her eyes tightly. The reincarnation Sharingan between the eyebrows also opened. While everyone was thinking lightly. And the blood-red color that Sharingan should have turned into a bright white like starlight at this moment. My lord, are you looking for Kagaya? Chu Xia said lightly. Invisible Empire, which is undoubtedly the opposite of Chu Xia. Xiao Wu nodded silently. Even the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan between the eyebrows was tightly closed. Then everyone's eyes changed slightly. Running down Kagaya's long white hair, Chu Xia smiled. If you want to go out and see this sea, go out and see. But just as she was about to say something, a thought appeared on her face. The great Baragan's eyes flickered. But, 4.4. It didn't take long for Kagaya to open her eyes lightly. Kagaya thought, making a decision in her heart. The little leopard and others looked through the glass and looked at the Hall of Dawn beside him. On the Shaoshan terrace at this moment, Kagaya shook her head. Probably. I'm tired of being here. 253. The 4th in the ability list. The Shocking Sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Void Night Palace. When Chu Xia was away, the discussion of Xiao Leopard and others became more and more enthusiastic. This sea is seldom curious about the rest of the ability list. They are no exception. Speak the truth. Although Little Leopard and others, and even the third Espada Hannibal, they didn't think they could compete in this ability list. However, the great Emperor Baragan had quite an idea for this ability list. After all, he's also the former king of Hueco Mundo. To a certain extent, he is also a figure on the same level as Yhwach and Yamamoto Yuanyujai. And now, Baragan has gained all-round strength. This gave him confidence in his own abilities. After all, aging is also a semi-regular system ability. Watching the eagerness in Baragan's eyes, Xiao Wu ruthlessly dismantled it on the side. Are you also interested in this ability list? Xiao Wu said, his eyes were still so calm and empty. Baragan glanced at Xiao Wu angrily. This Ulquiorra really doesn't give him any face. This is not what he is talking about, he should not think about the ability list. Although Baragan also has self-knowledge in his heart. Kagaya is on the list, he basically has no chance. However, Baragan still has his own ideas in his heart. 20 after all, his current strength is also very good. Look at the thought in Baragan's eyes. Xiao Wu spoke calmly again. Don't think about the ability list, if this is the battle list, you may still have a chance. But the ability list, Xiao Wu shook his head. Baragan's eyes were full of anger. However, he also gradually thought of what Xiao Wu said. Don't you think that with your current ability, you can't compete on this ability list? Baragan said, and added something in his heart. Advertisement. Are you a little fighting spirit? However, in the face of the Emperor's words, Xiao Wu still shook his head lightly. No chance. If it's combat power, I have a chance. But the ability list, even if I am a master now, all of you don't have the third rank return blade of a master. I still have no chance. 35. Xiao Wu said calmly. No modesty at all. As soon as this word comes out. Baragan's eyes narrowed. 3-stage return blade. Grimjow, the little leopard who had been clamoring all the time, also fell silent. They came to this world and gained all-round powerful power. But they are just taking this to master the second stage and return to the blade. But Xiao Wu, he would have returned to the second rank. Under the power of Chu Xia, the 3-stage return blade was directly awakened. Then, Xiao Wu Espada's first combat power is almost established. But now, listening to Xiao Wu saying that he has a chance to compete in the power list. But the ability list has no chance. The great Emperor Baragan sat back with helplessness in his eyes. It's really boring, Baragan said. Xiao Wu's face was still calm, and he slowly raised his head to look at the sky. It's going to be released, Xiao Wu said lightly. Everyone also looked at the past. At this moment, the golden list began to tremble again. Countless people on the sea also looked up, and then their eyes were shocked. The fourth in the ability list is finally about to be released. The sea instantly sparked a shocking discussion. Hey, who do you think will be the fourth in the ability list? Let's not say who it is, everyone will guess whether the fourth in the ability list is the three major forces, or the Invisible Empire. Anyway, the results are limited to these two choices. Advertisement. Someone speaks in the sea. Then countless people began to think. It is now the fourth in the ability list. And from what they can think of now, there are only a few positions left in this ability list, and among the Invisible Empires, only Yhwach is eligible to compete. The rest are basically no longer eligible. So this time, it is the three major forces, or Yhwach. This is the view of almost everyone. So someone spoke up. I think, this time, it's either Yhwach or someone from the three major forces. In my opinion, Yhwach is the emperor of the Invisible Empire, and he should be able to advance to the top three. Such an Invisible Empire is qualified to form such hatred with Jingling Court. 99. Otherwise, how could the weak Invisible Empire have the right to make enemies with Jingling Court? So I think that this time on the list, it should be one of the three major forces. The words fell. Everyone started to think. Then they nodded involuntarily. Makes sense. Then tell me, which one of the three major forces is the fourth in this ability list? Let me state my opinion first. Akatsuki's combat power ranks second now, and Kagaya is already on the list. So Akatsuki can basically rule it out. Then the fourth one is also chosen from Jingling Court and II Palace. Let's not talk about the II Palace, it's too mysterious, and we don't know much about it. Everyone on the sea nodded. This also makes sense. The Void Knight Palace is too mysterious, and they now have very few masterminds. Even Uncle Wolf, the first Espada to play, has been paddling all the time. So they couldn't see how strong Uncle Wolf was. Although the infinite reload Sero is quite shocking, but based on this alone, Uncle Wolf is not qualified to be on the list. The crowd continued to discuss. Then we can only discuss Jingling Court. And how many strong people with special ability are there in Jingling Court? Many people pondered. Then everyone's eyes lit up. Advertisement. Does it even need to be said? Then it must be the Vice Captain Sabo. Otherwise, it's Sister Wa, Beasta, Yamato, that lunatic, and maybe a Buggy. After all, no one knows the level of Buggy's scientific research, and this ability is quite pervert. Exactly. My Buggy 570 is very strong. When others are working madly and relying on their own abilities to become stronger. 35. My god Buggy is devoted to scientific research, relying on his own brain to improve his strength. 35. This is so pervert. Ha 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 ha. It's so reasonable, I'm speechless. The sea is noisy. But at this time another person spoke. Everyone, have you forgotten Team Zero? As soon as these words came out, the sea was slightly silent. Yes, how could they forget the existence of Team Zero? Team Zero, but Jingling Court's combat power list is second. He was even evaluated by Uncle Wolf as one god with 4 pits. The 4 big pits are not discussed first. But that Ikebe Hyasube, the leader of Division Zero. This is a very mysterious existence. Did they ignore him? Then, the sea fell silent. Because they really can't see through. Can only wait for the ability list to be released. The same goes for Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and the others were all thinking in their minds who would be the fourth on this ability list. But they couldn't think of a reason at all. There are too many powerhouses of the three major forces. Their ability to see whichever one is actually quite pervert. Everyone stared at the gold list, just waiting for the release. The shaking golden list reached a limit, and then a line of text slowly appeared on it. The fourth ability list. Jingling, the leader of the Zero Division, Ikebe Hyasube. Closing square bracket dot. 254. The monk's terrifying rule-based ability. The sea. Still the three major forces pervert. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The fourth in the ability list, the captain of the Zero team, Ichibei Hyasube. Boom. The sea instantly churns and fries directly. Everyone looked at this name with excitement on their faces. Ha 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 ha. This time, it really is the three major forces. Captain of Division 0, Ichibei Hyasube. I remember someone talking about Team 0 earlier. This is simply God's prophecy. Ha 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 ha, it's so accurate. 35. I didn't expect this Ichibei Hyasube to actually be on the ability list. I'm a little curious, what exactly is this Ichibei Hyasube's ability? After all, he is what Uncle Wolf Stark calls a god. And those people behind the ability list, Husward's ability has already involved the rules. You said, is this Ichibei Hyasube's ability also a terrifying rule-based ability? Makes sense. Makes sense. The sea is full of discussion. Everyone was full of excitement and anticipation. At first, the bottom 5 of the ability list were occupied by the Invisible Empire one by one. To tell the truth, the people on the sea are a little suffocated. Although they have nothing to do with the three major forces. But everyone is preconceived, and naturally they have a greater sense of identification with the three major forces. And the people of the Invisible Empire who appeared later did not seem to be good people. And the previous suffocation has become the present raised eyebrows. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Ichibei Hyasube. Go directly to the 4th and 5th in the ability list. Everyone on the sea was very excited. It seems that the three major forces are on the list, just like they are on the list. And this time, inside the huge naval headquarters. The atmosphere is also boiling. Advertisement. Countless marine soldiers and pirates were all excited. Although this time on the list, it has nothing to do with them. But somehow, like the sea, they also have a strong sense of identity with the three major forces. It's like the three major forces belong to their side. And the Invisible Empire is the enemy. The first and last 5 have been occupied by the Invisible Empire, but the naval headquarters group have been suppressed for a long time. Now, the atmosphere is completely reversed. Everyone's faces were full of excitement. They looked at the golden list with anticipation in their eyes. What kind of terrifying ability will this Ichibei Hyasube have? On the execution stand, Sengoku could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was also a smile on his face. This is what he wants to see. Do not, or rather, this is what should be seen. Sengoku didn't think much of it. Then, like most of the people at naval headquarters today, he looked up to the gold list with anticipation. He was looking forward to the ability of this Ichibei Hyasube. The same goes for the 4 emperors such as Whitebeard and Red Hair. Naval headquarters boiled for a while, then gradually fell silent. Everyone looked at it with burning eyes, and couldn't help holding their breath. Don't make people wait long. The top of the golden list shook slowly, and everyone stared at it. Rows of golden characters are formed. Just looking at the length, it is the longest ability introduction in history. Open black lens bracket introduction to Ichibei Hyasube's abilities. The name of everything in the original Soul Society, who knows the real name of every Shinigami's Zanpakuto like the back of your hand. At the same time, countless people on the sea also stared at it. However, before they read all of them, they just saw the first paragraph, and everyone was already shocked. F*K. What did I see? Advertisement. That Ichibei Hyasube, who was the name of everything in the original Soul Society, is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Yes, looking at it this way, isn't this Ichibei Hyasube an existence like a god of creation? Damn it. 95. Doesn't this mean that Sabo, Sister Wa, that madman, etc., their Zanpakuto, are all named after Ichibei Hyasube? Although the god of creation is a bit exaggerated, this Ichibei Hyasube is a bit too pervert, right? 35. Yup. The sea was surging in an instant. Inside naval headquarters. Everyone who saw this ability introduction was completely stunned. On the execution stand, Sengoku's eyes narrowed fiercely, revealing a deep sense of incredulity. Every Shinigami's Zanpakuto is named after him. 39. Sengoku murmured, his tone full of surprise. He turned his head and glanced at Sister Wa in front of him, Sabo, the lunatic, Beasta and others not far away. These people all carry a Zanpakuto around their waists. And according to the information of the master of Sengoku, if Shinigami wants Shikai Zanpakuto, he must know his own Zanpakuto name. But, Zanpakuto was not born with this name. But it was named by that Ichibei Hyasube. F*K. Sengoku's face was full of shock, and he couldn't accept this information anymore. Sengoku put his shocking emotions aside for now. Because if he didn't do this, he couldn't watch it any longer. Putting aside the shock, Sengoku could continue to look down. And at this sight, Sengoku's heart is full of shit. Ichibei Hyasube is the leader of the Zero team guarding the Lingwang Palace. The Lingwang Palace and Lingfan Li Palace are immortal. Even if the body is destroyed, as long as someone calls out his name, Ichibei Hyasube can be resurrected. When Sengoku saw this sentence, he also saw the whole sea. Then the sea was full of silence. On the execution stand. Garp gave Sengoku a shocked look, and then said complicatedly. Old man, your analysis is really correct. Quote. Advertisement. The ability list, it seems that it is really standard to be immortal. Garp said in shock, and then he was the first to stay in place. Sengoku nodded with a complex face. Although he said so. But the bottom of my heart is not sure. This is just great. Jinbang is confirming for him. It was exactly what he expected. This ability list, what a standard undead body. F*K. Another groan sounded in Sengoku's heart. Again, this time Sengoku put the shock aside. He has to look down. Zanpakuto is a character that looks like a huge brush, and Li Zhao's simple strokes can cast spells similar to Kaido. Before liberation, the ability of the brush is cutting the name without cutting the meat, which can attack the opponent and reduce half of its strength, and cut the opponent's name in half. 2 lines of golden characters appeared in his eyes. Sengoku looked carefully, and then the whole person froze in place. All the shocks that had been shelved earlier came to mind at this moment. Sengoku's eyes were dull, and he kept mumbling in his mouth. F*K. F*K. 95. F*K. 99. It turns out that regardless of that world, in the most shocking circumstances of people, the words of civilization will appear in the mouth in unison. At the moment the sea is the same as Sengoku. Everyone has only these 2 words in their hearts. This ability will. It is simply a terrifying rule-based ability. And, this is not yet Shikai before. How strong would this be after Shikai? Everyone was shocked. There are still a few long paragraphs behind, but they don't dare to look down. 255. The top 3 of the ability list are about to come out, and Yhwach can't sit still. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For a long time. On the execution stand, Sengoku looked complicated, and he didn't know what to say anymore. Sengoku even had a mind full of disbelief. Is this really the ability of a human master? Is this Ikebe Hyasube too pervert? So disgusting, isn't it? Before the battle, I'll give it to you. Your name is cut in half. At the same time, your power has also been cut in half. Another civilized discourse sounded from the bottom of Sengoku's heart. How does this make others fight? Just thinking about it, Sengoku felt that if he faced such a person, he might immediately lose his will to fight. Haven't opened yet. Your power is directly cut in half by the opponent. This is something that no one can handle. Beasts Pirates. Kaido, the 3 disasters, everyone has been stunned. Jack was the first to recover from the shock. Jack pointed to the gold list. This. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say a word. Kaido calmed down slightly and looked at Jack with a complicated look. Don't do this, keep watching. Nyen. 570 Kaido sighed. He is now fully accepting the pervert of this group of people. And this kind of top pervert should not be his turn to deal with. Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly felt relieved and continued to look down. The one word Shikai came into view, and Kaido stared at it. After liberation, the tip of the brush will turn into a blade, so that the opponent will not notice anything similar to Reiatsu at all, and it is impossible to tell whether it is a blade or a brush. The ability is still cutting the name without cutting the meat, but it extends the black thing that can be touched by the blade to lose its name. If the opponent's weapon loses its name, it cannot exert its power. Advertisement. When Kaido saw this, his eyes suddenly froze. Then, the scene repeats itself. Kaido pointed his finger at the golden list. This. Kaido also seemed to want to say something. But the shocking words could not be uttered for a long time. The 3 disasters were also shocked by the side. At this time, they couldn't help thinking at the same time. After the word Shikai, the black matter that is touched can lose its name. Does this not mean, if their group were covered in armament hockey, they would be slashed? Not even his own name. The ability is gone. Kaido was speechless and didn't know what to think. He suddenly felt, for those who use ordinary power, for those who use the power of the rule system. The 2 sides are not in the same dimension. Facing them, the other party is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Countless people on the sea were as silent as Kaido. Then, everyone continued to look down. Next, is the last Bankai. Bankai, a white pen and a text. An evolutionary Zanpakuto born long before Bankai appeared in the world. It is possible to carve a new name on an object whose name was erased by a single word of Shikai, such as carving an ant on the cast object, and the object becomes as weak and powerless as an ant. The sea suddenly fell silent. The silence, like when you go to a haunted house, has come to an end. You have already seen all the staff who pretend to be ghosts, and together they will send you out. But this time, behind you, a real ghost suddenly appeared. That kind of atmosphere is very consistent with the atmosphere of the sea at the moment. Everyone didn't speak, everyone was looking at the golden list. Advertisement. This time, the silence on the sea was longer than ever. After a long time, someone gradually reacted. A shocking discussion erupted again on the sea. However, this discussion has gradually become a bit biased. Hey everyone, you said if my name was erased by this Bankai. I ask that Ikebe to give me a name again, will I become what he writes to me? Just looking at that ability, it should be right. But why do I feel that you are not serious? Yes, although there is no evidence, Kai, but I also think so. 55. Inside a corner on the sea, a muscular man opened his mouth with a complicated expression, not caring about those who said he was not serious. Then, do I want to be a lowly, so I will be a lowly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people instantly fell silent. Subsequently, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be such a person, it really made me laugh. The big man didn't care about the ridicule of the people around him, but instead looked serious and serious. At this time, someone said while covering his aching waist. I don't know if your idea will work. But, there are definitely risks. And the ability introduction says that after giving someone the name of an ant, that person will only be as powerless as an ant. So, more likely, after you were given the name of Lolita, you would have the voice and character of Lolita, but. Looking at his muscles, the speaker almost burst out laughing. The sea is buzzing. There is talk of Ikebe Hyasube's abilities everywhere. Everyone really realized it. How pervert is the captain of the Jingling Court Zero Division? Since Zanpakuto names can be given names. Everyone listened and nodded in their hearts. Everyone held their breath silently. Advertisement. Yhwach couldn't sit still. Sengoku stared at the ability of the monk on the golden list, and suddenly thought of more. In front of the palace. Sengoku thought about it, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the 5 members of the Zero Division on the Jingling Court battle power list. Yohaba Heben fell asleep and regained his strength. But when they saw the man on the list. But I think that the mysterious guy on the gold list is definitely not easy. For a time, the arrogance of everyone disappeared completely. Could it be that this is also the special feature of this Zero team? If the top 5 in this ability list are all those guys in the 4 positions. Inside Naval Headquarters, the 4th in the ability list is hereby rewarded. 1-word ability improvement. Close black lens bracket. Everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights was arrogant. There was silence in the Star-Crossed Knights. They all know how strong this god is in Uncle Wolf's mouth. Indeed, how do they fight against such 3 major forces? But at this time, the speaker frowned. What should we do then? In the palace behind everyone, the voice of Yhwach sounded. It will only take a short time before he can fully recover. Sengoku thought, could it be that Zanpakuto was also created by someone else? In the Invisible Empire, although I know your majesty, he must be number 1 on the ability list. For a long time, some ordinary members could not help complaining. But at this time, looking at the reward given to the monk on the golden list. At the same time, the sea was shocked. So, what exactly is this Zanpakuto? Hasward's face was even more solemn. Even the always arrogant Gremmy slightly restrained. 256. The world is boiling. All members of the Star Cross Regiment are coming to naval headquarters, and the war is about to break out. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Inside the palace. Yhwach is recovering from his own idiosyncratic coffin. It only takes a short time before he can fully regain his strength. And, that ability list, Yhwach is very confident about it. In his opinion, omniscient and omnipotent in his own circle. That must be the first in the ability list. That Chu Xia was nothing in the eyes of Yhwach. But now, watching Kagaya and the monk duo make the list one after the other. Looking at the abilities of the two, Yhwach was a little flustered to be honest. The abilities of these two people are indeed somewhat pervert. Not to mention that Kagaya, it is simply powerful in all directions. Yhwach wasn't sure if his abilities could completely overpower her. And Ikebe Hyasube, this monk friend Hibak had known each other before. And in the past, he didn't look down on this monk at all. Because the monk's ability though pervert, though involves rules. But it didn't work for him at all. He is omnipotent and omnipotent, a well-deserved first ability. Just now, Jinbang has distributed rewards to monks. Improve the ability of a word. Although only a short sentence. But this directly made Yuha uneasy. Because who knows how much your ability has improved. The monk's original ability is extremely pervert. Although Yhwach can rely on omniscience and omnipotence, he is not afraid at all. But the two were not too different. After all, a monk is a monk, the leader of the Zero Division. It's not a small role either. Advertisement. Therefore, Yhwach is not sure whether he can handle the monk's ability with his current self. And, the top 3, third and second in the remaining ability list are undoubtedly those of the 3 major forces. One of them would be the Chu Xia. For the rest, Yhwach is more inclined towards Sabo. That was the ability of old Yamamoto after all. Although Yhwach stayed at home. But he also watched the live broadcast with everyone. That's Sabo's power, he was actually a little shocked. Thousands of years ago, he was sealed by the Zanpakuto. All the friends did not dare to be careless. He is going to let all the members of the Star Cross mission dispatched to test the background of the 3 major forces for him. Even if he died, he didn't feel bad. After all, after that, he can still use sanctification to resurrect this group of people. In front of the magnificent palace. The entire Star Cross regiment was still immersed in the shock of the monk's abilities. At this time, the divine breath came again. Hasward and others changed their expressions. Slowly, a shadow appeared in front of them. When everyone saw it, they immediately knelt down on one knee. See your majesty. Hasward and the others all knelt down on one knee. At this time, even Rijbalo was no longer dealing with Hasward. He looked at Yhwach respectfully. The visionary Gremmy's expression turned pale. Although he didn't want to kneel. Now that he has mastered a brand new power, he doesn't actually feel like he is surrendering to Yhwach anymore in his heart. But he knew that his soul was still in the hands of Yhwach. Trying to obliterate him is just a holy thing. Therefore, Gremmy reluctantly knelt down on one knee. Yhwach in front of everyone nodded, and then a majestic voice resounded. The three major forces have deep roots. 99. Now the ability list is changing unpredictably, what do you think? Yhwach asked lightly. Advertisement. He is a superior. So when you open your mouth, you will never directly express your meaning. Glance. Yhwach saw the seriousness in the eyes of everyone. But when he asked that, the solemn expressions of everyone turned into arrogance. Miracle sneered. Your Majesty, no matter how unpredictable the ability list is, are you still the first? There are 5 of us listed above for you. This sea, as long as His Majesty regains his strength, will be swallowed by us. 99. Miracle spoke arrogantly. Rijbalo and the others also had the same look. Only Haswald's face froze. Looking at the solemnity of the crowd, Yhwach was a little relieved at first. But when they showed their arrogance again, Yhwach shook his head. These people are really used to being arrogant. But Yhwach didn't care. After all, as an emperor, he was very arrogant himself. It can be said that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. He shook his head, ready to release a wave of pressure on everyone. You underestimate that person too much. The first in the ability list is not necessarily mine. Yhwach said lightly, while looking at everyone's expressions. Listening to Yhwach's words, everyone's faces were instantly shocked. Even the visionary Gremmy looked surprised for a moment. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Zero seeking flowers. What did they hear? Yhwach actually took that person so seriously. Is that person that strong? How could Yhwach think that his omniscience and omnipotence would lose his first place? Not realistic, right? Everyone's faces were full of disbelief. Yhwach smiled in his heart, but his face pretended to be solemn. Don't underestimate that person. 35. Before I recover, all of you will be dispatched to explore the way, destroy as many people as you can from the 3 major forces. 99. Advertisement. Yhwach said, his eyes flashed cold. What he said before was half-truth. He is very confident in his omnipotence, and he must be the first in the ability list. However, Yhwach was also a little dignified towards that person. This is one of the few people he recognizes as standing on the same level as himself. When Hasward and others heard it, they were all a little shocked. But the belief in their hearts to fight for Yhwach excited them. Only Hasward. He frowned, looked at Yhwach and said, Your Majesty, we all go to naval headquarters, if that man appears. Hasward didn't finish his sentence. Yhwach raised his hand to interrupt. Won't. He asked the entire Star-Cross mission to go to naval headquarters this time, and it was not that he had not thought about the possibility of that person appearing. If he took the Star-Cross group in one pot, he would indeed be in some trouble. But in his opinion, the possibility of that person appearing is extremely small. After all, he is a person of the same level as him, and he will not be so self-confident. Even if that person appeared, he would take over all the members of the Star-Cross mission. But later, he can also resurrect this group of people. It just takes some effort. Even waiting for him to reach the top of the ability list. At that time, the power consumed is only a drizzle. Finally, Yhwach looked at the crowd and ordered. This trip to naval headquarters, everything listened to Hasward. Go and fight for me. 35. Yhwach's voice fell. Rijbalo wanted to say something. But Yhwach gave him a look. Rijbalo swallowed his words and nodded unwillingly. The light and shadow slowly disappeared. Naval headquarters. Immerse yourself in the top battlefield. This moment. The sky was torn apart by a large hole. A group of people in white robes walked out of the river. 257. Sengoku. What is the Star-Cross mission? F*K me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Watching a group of people in white robes walk out of the void. Everyone at naval headquarters narrowed their eyes. Everyone in the sea watching the live broadcast is also staring. Hey, who are these people? 99. Why now? Suddenly there are so many people. Is it from the Void Night Palace? Or from Jingling Court? When everyone was puzzled, many people's eyes lit up. They thought about it. The group is wearing white robes. Exactly the same as what Busby and Fear wore. Oh my god. This is the Star-Cross Knights of the Invisible Empire. Boom. The sea roared. What are the Star-Cross Knights doing at naval headquarters? Also, why did they have so many people here? Roughly, there are more than 20, right? 35. I'm going. Why are these people here? Nonsense. They come to naval headquarters, of course they are not good people. 35. It's obvious that we want to start a 5/8 war against the 3 major forces. 95. Boom. When everyone in the sea thought of this, they all held their breaths slightly. The news was so shocking. Why did this group of invisible empires come to naval headquarters all of a sudden, as if they were going to start a full-scale war? Everyone was shocked. Within naval headquarters, the eyes of the four emperors such as Whitebeard and Red Hair suddenly shrank. The dragon's face was solemn. He didn't know what these people were doing. But it must be bad. On the execution stand, Sengoku frowned into a Sichuan character. He looked at the group of people and glanced at them one by one. The one with his left eye closed is the 9th-ranked Rijbalo, right? Sengoku's heart sank suddenly. The captains of the God-forgiving guards came. What is this invisible empire doing? And, in front of all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights is a man with long golden hair. Advertisement. It wasn't Rijbalo, the captain of the God's Guard. So, the identity of this blonde man is easy to guess. The status is even higher than that of Rijbalo. At this time, it was definitely not Yhwach who was there. Therefore, this blonde long-haired man must be Hasward, the head of the Star-Crossed Knights. Sengoku pondered. The Star-Crossed Knights, under the leadership of their leader Hasward, descended on naval headquarters. What is this for? Sengoku's brain thought fast. Although the other party is likely to come to the three major forces, but act like this invisible empire. They certainly have no regard for the rest of naval headquarters. The Vice Admiral and their Marines in the war are included in the scope of the attack, and the massacre of Marines will definitely happen. That is to say, the Star Crusader Knights must be the enemy of all of them. Sengoku thought about this. Without hesitation, he looked straight at Sister Hwa in front of him. And this time, sitting in front of Sengoku, Sister Hwa who was smiling gently. The smile on his face has long since disappeared. Instead, there is only a thick icy color. Sister Hwa's eyes were full of frost, staring at the Star Crusader Knights in the sky. At this time, Sengoku's voice came. Sister Hwa, no matter what this time, first, Marine, stand with your three major forces. Sengoku made up his mind. Anyway, that invisible empire is not a good thing. And with the urine nature of this group of people, they will definitely not take into account their group of people when they fight. Instead of being affected by the battle between the invisible empire and the three major forces, he was forced to join the battlefield. Sengoku might as well take the initiative to bring Marine into the fight. As for which side to join, it doesn't matter at all. Naturally, there are three major forces. Sengoku's voice sounded. Garp was slightly taken aback. Sister Hwa also raised her eyebrows. But she quickly reacted with a smile on her face. Okay, Sengoku, after this battle, I recommend you to meet the adults. Sister Hwa's voice fell. Sengoku felt ecstatic in his heart. And Sister Hwa was actually a little unexpected. Advertisement. Sengoku was so decisive that he was on their side. Now in this sea, no one knows who is stronger between the three major forces and the invisible empire. But Sengoku, however, he was able to directly choose to stand on their side without any hesitation. She somewhat admired Sengoku's boldness. It's better not to stand in line at this time. After the fight, although the fighting will spread to the surrounding. But the Knights of the Star Cross probably won't target Marine. But now the team. Then the Star Cross Knights will definitely not let Marine go. If they lose, Marine is also finished. Sister Hwa retracted the strange color in her eyes and looked up at the Star Cross Knights again. And this time, Garp also responded. He wasn't stupid at all, so he immediately guessed what Sengoku meant. But this time, Garp also has some admiration for Sengoku. This old man, he usually makes a decision when is it not his mother-in-law. But this time, the decision was decisive. Garp couldn't help thinking. Could it be that without the five elders on top of his head, Sengoku was starting to really flex his muscles? Garp was somewhat relieved. Sengoku also traded for a chance to meet the grown-up. How rare. Sengoku looked at Garp's expression, how could he not understand? But he didn't care, but turned his head and stared at the sky. At this time, watching the naval headquarters rioted because of their appearance. Point 0. All the Star-Crossed Knights had arrogant smiles on their faces. And in their eyes. What four emperors, Marine? It's all rubbish. The only people who can put them in their eyes are the people from the three major forces. At this time, Lizzie Barrow looked at Miracle and the others beside him, and said coldly. Leave this group at naval headquarters today. Rijbalo said. The sniper rifle in his hand was aimed at the four emperors and the execution platform in naval headquarters. Right, Barrow, what are you doing? Stop me, Hasward said coldly. But this time the nominal head is still Hasward. But Rijbalo didn't want to listen to him at all. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. Gunshots rang out one after another. Several bullets were fired at the same time and flew together in all directions. The bullets with terrifying kinetic energy flew in front of the strong men. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and the cloud cut was covered with armament hockey. But, the moment the bullet hits, his voice just fell. And this time, Garp on the execution platform also clasped his fists and took a step back. 4.4. His eyes were on Marine and the four emperors. The shirtless Sengoku looked at the star-crossed group with fire in his eyes. But when his voice fell, subsequently, first, Marine, stand on the side of the three major forces today and face your star-crossed knights. Rijbalo looked at the crowd with contempt in his eyes. Today, no one wants to leave, Sengoku said, and the clothes on his upper body burst in an instant. But it's not necessary. You bastards, I won't kill you today, I'll be Martial Marine. What the Crusader Knights of the Horse Star? 99. It will definitely add a lot of variables to the battle. Hasward spoke coldly. But this time, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others were also really taken a step back. Today's Star-Crossed Knights may not be able to fight against the three major forces. Hasward said coldly. Everyone, we are here only to deal with the three major forces. The power of this bullet is a little too strong. Right, Barrow, if you don't obey the order, get out of here. 35. The other side, although they are not many strong. You are now provoking this group of 4 emperors and marines again. An angry voice sounded from the execution platform. Kong Yunchi was shaken away in Whitebeard's hands. What an invisible empire on a horse. Sengoku growled. The rest can leave on their own. Everyone's expressions were condensed, and they looked at Nalati Barrow. Hasward spoke quietly. 258. Is the person closest to God. The white-haired Lady Kagaya is coming to the station. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This moment. Boom. Sengoku's voice growled. Garp turned his head to look at Sengoku next to him, his eyes full of shock. My old buddy, do you really not think about it anymore? Although he told Sister Wa, there was basically no room for maneuver. However, Sengoku only needs to come down in the face of Kenra. If the Star Cross is too strong, he said that he would take Marine to retreat, and Sister Wa would not disagree, right? But now, Sengoku even yelled at him. Are you declaring war on the Invisible Empire? Is this the Sengoku he knew? When did you have such courage? But, Garp was in doubt, but his heart was more joyful. Looking at the shirtless Sengoku, Garp laughed too. The righteous cloak behind him was ripped off by him. The cloak flying in the air is like the belief of all Marines. Garp's fists coalesced into hockey, roaring as well. Old man, this is the you I know. Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed. The young Sengoku is like the old man who fought alongside him when he was young. How long has it been since such an exciting moment? Garp was excited. Rijbalo in the sky was slightly surprised. But he wasn't offended by Marine's decision. As the man closest to God, how could he be angry with a group of ants? Rijbalo looked at the execution stand. Since you stop God's footsteps. Then, lead to death. Rijbalo's faint voice sounded, as if he completely despised Sengoku and Garp. Boom, boom. 2 more shots were fired. Terrifying kinetic energy erupted, and the power of rules was entangled on it. These 2 shots are sure to hit. Advertisement. But. The 2 bullets turned into blood just before they came to the execution stand. Sister Wa smiled and looked up at Rijbalo. Everything is connected. Good ability. 99. Sister Wa said lightly, standing up slowly. With a smile on her face again, Sister Wa glanced at Sengoku and Garp behind her. I admire the courage of the 2 of you. However, what is the 13th division of my Gote? Can everyone threaten to kill the soft persimmon? Sister Hua's voice fell softly. Subsequently, just under the shocked expressions of Sengoku and Garp. The terrifying aura of Sister Wa rose again. A monster focused on fighting is coming to this world again. Seeing this in midair, Rijbalo's eyes became slightly solemn. But he still sneered. As the flower of the flower 8,000 streams. What an arrogant woman, Rijbalo said, and was about to continue firing. But this time, before he could speak, among the 4 emperors lineup not far away. 4 terrifying breaths rose. How can the 4 emperors of the sea allow others to ignore them like this? You said that you want to keep them all here. That Hasward also said, you can leave at will. Are they really that weak? The 3 major forces did not dare to look down on them that much. But the Star-Crossed Knights are too arrogant, right? Moment. The 4 sea emperors were all angry. And these 4 people are more or less related to the 3 major forces. Needless to say, Whitebeard, Beasta and Little Oz are his sons. The deputy captain Sabo is Ace's brother. His half-son. How could he be watching the arrogance of the Invisible Empire? And Kaido. Advertisement. His daughter Yamato is also in Jingling Court. The red-haired friend Buggy is also a captain of Jingling Court. As for Charlotte Linlin, although she is not directly related to the 3 major forces. But, Charlotte Linlin has been planning to marry her daughter to the 3 major powers. Even if Kirby and Pudding's marriage doesn't work out. But she has so many daughters, she always succeeds, right? And, the action of the 4 sea emperors is more important than this. Instead, 4 of them. At any rate, it is also a benchmark for strength with some Jinglingting ranking mid-ranking captains. As the Emperor of the Sea, he has been so provoked and ignored by people now. If they don't show any more, then in the future, his strong heart will be shaken. The 4 terrifying existences seem to be reviving. The dragon on the military treasure ship of the Ming dynasty also blinked. In the old Fritters trio, Beista and Stark have put away some of their slack. However, just as the two were ready to get serious, they saw Marine and the four emperors burst out and expressed their side. Then, Beista and Stark shook their heads. If they were serious, they would be boring. So, the two continued to play bad. Kizaru looked at him blankly. Unexpectedly, Marine and the four emperors joined forces for the first time. It turned out to be in this situation. Kizaru looked at Stark and Beista who were beside him. 2. The three of us suddenly became a camp. 39. Let's shoot later, we can be together, you two have to take care of me. 99. Kizaru said with a frightened expression on his face. Beista and Stark looked at each other, and they both smiled helplessly. In the air, being so provoked by this sea, Ridgebalo couldn't stand it. His left eye seemed to be on the verge of opening. He swore that when he opened his left eye today, he would definitely kill all these people. Martial Marine, four emperors. It's a fart in his eyes. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Ridgebaro's heart was full of anger. Dare to declare war on the Star-Crossed Knights, dare to block His Majesty's sword. It's really looking for death. 35. I, Ridgebalo, punish you today on behalf of your Majesty. With me, who is closest to God, unleash God's punishment. Lizzie Barrow said, the spirits around him suddenly condensed. But at this moment, a sudden voice sounded. 580. A madman with Zanpakuto on his shoulder moved. Its terrifying figure rushed directly into the lineup of the Star-Crossed Knights. Sengoku and the others were stunned for a while. Not a few seconds left. The madman was carrying one on his left shoulder and one on his right shoulder, and one in his hand. The three were covered in blood. Blood flowed down the face of the madman, making the madman more like an evil spirit. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was stunned. Kizaru's eyes widened, and he could not help spitting out a groan. F***K. Others are still talking harshly, why have you already done it? As soon as Kizaru said this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at him, their eyes flickering. This is it, is he serious? But fortunately, the three people on the madman were all men, and they didn't let people continue to fantasize about it. And these three people are completely cold now. Although these three people are only at the bottom level of the Star-Cross mission, they don't know their names at all. But, this lunatic solved three in an instant. This is also a bit of an exaggeration. The battlefield was a little dazed and silent. Ridgebalo watched this scene, and his heart was full of anger. Really, ignore me. As he was speaking, a terrifying spiritual child erupted around him. With his left eye slightly opened, Ridgebalo was about to use his abilities against the lunatic. But, also at this time, in the sky on the other side, a void crack formed. Next moment, a figure in white clothes and white hair walked out of it. 259. Keigaya's pervert. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He had long white hair and was wearing a white coat. Just like that, Keigaya walked straight out of the void. At first, everyone thought it was another person from the Invisible Empire. They are still a little dignified. But the next moment. Looking at such a beautiful white-haired lady, how could she be a person from an invisible empire? So, everyone stared at it. Haven't waited for them to see clearly. Naval headquarters is an exclamation. Beista looked a little stunned. The three Madara under the execution platform all looked condensed. Momosuge was also taken aback. Sister Keigaya, why are you here? Momosuge's words immediately pointed out Keigaya's identity. Moment. Sengoku and the others looked at them in shock. This, is that Akatsuki's second in combat power and fifth in ability, Otsutsuki Keigaya. F***K. The sea churns in an instant. F***K. 35. As this Miss Keigaya, we really guessed right, Keigaya is really a beautiful lady. And Momosuge actually called her sister. This sister, won't have any deep meaning. When everyone heard it, they suddenly recalled the words Momosuge and Chado said at the beginning. I'm an adult. In an instant, the whole sea was imagining. However, Sengoku and others on the scene did not have so many ideas. They were just a little shocked by Keigaya's presence. At this juncture when he was about to start a war with the Invisible Empire, what was Keigaya coming to naval headquarters for? You know they can't beat them, so you came to support them. It should be. The eyes of Sengoku and the others suddenly brightened, and they were all a little excited. But, on the other hand, the excitement on their side. On the other side of the Star-Crossed Knights, the atmosphere was a little awkward. After Keigaya came. Advertisement. Ridgebalo's opened left eye closed abruptly. He claims to be the person closest to God, and that no one under God can resist. And once in the heart of Ridgebalo, Yhwach alone is God. But now, in his left eye, Keigaya is like a golden sun. A god like Yhwach, he really couldn't make a move anymore. This is an existence that is different from the essence of his life. For a time, Ridgeball was misfiring. The people in the Star-Cross Regiment looked at him indifferently, and they all became solemn. This, but that Otsutsuki Keigaya. Ability list 5th. Husward, who is now leading the team, is also one position behind. Everyone's expressions were a little ugly, and they were a little arrogant. People Center. Hasward was silent. Seeing Kagaya appear now, his expression is even more difficult to see. This time to the top of the battlefield. In fact, not all members of their Star-Cross mission were dispatched. Both the twins and Busby were ordered by Yhwach to remain in the Invisible Empire. Of course he knew the intention of leaving the twin brothers behind. The ability of the two can make a big difference when necessary. For example, changing into Yhwach's appearance, going to defraud Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, etc. Or be a little more daring. As for keeping Busby, what Yhwach gave at the time was, Busby was injured now, so he didn't need to go to naval headquarters. But how could Hasward not know? Yhwach is threatening him with Busby. If he didn't do his best, or betrayed, then Yhwach must have done something to Busby. This may be the reason why Yhwach is indifferent to his soul being completed and completely out of control. Hasward sighed slightly. Look at Kagaya standing opposite. It's not just two white eyes. Between the eyebrows, there is a star-like eye. Those eyes are full of pure, without impurities. A time. Hasward looked a little lost. Advertisement. He gave a sudden jerk. How could he just immerse himself in it? Those eyes are weird. Hasward remembered the introduction to Kagaya's abilities on the gold list. However, this Kagaya is really beautiful. As this the woman an adult can have. 35. Hasward thought unconsciously. But what he didn't know was, between these short glances, quietly, he was hit by Kagaya's power. Not far away, a smile appeared on Kagaya's face. Worship, obey, serve, be loyal, desperate. This is what we should do for that lord. Kagaya didn't speak, but the star-like eyes between the eyebrows showed this meaning. Hasward woke up suddenly. He looked at Kagaya opposite with a shocked expression and couldn't help but speak. The audience was still surprised by Kagaya's arrival. But this time, Hasward's surprised voice resounded throughout the audience. He looked at Kagaya with disbelief in his eyes. You do not. Ma'am, how did you do it? As Hasward said, he didn't even know that his title had completely changed. Ridgebalo, Miracle and the others stared blankly. They couldn't help but look at Hasward. This guy is out of his mind. He called that Kagaya madam. At this time, a smile appeared on Kagaya's face, and she was alluring. However, this smile is not revealed to the world. Rather, it was revealed to the people in her heart. This is the ability of Sharingan, distinguished heavenly gods. It is my master's strongest illusion. The ability is to rewrite one's will without affecting one's own. But only once, Kagaya said lightly. Afterwards, Kagaya turned around and disappeared into the sea again. Until the fluttering back left. At the scene, everyone was still immersed in a deep daze. Advertisement. Ridgebalo and the others still didn't react. But after a while, people in the audience, Sengoku's eyes widened. Madara standing under the execution stand abruptly stood up. The expressions of Sabo, Sister Wa and others are also full of strange colors. Inside the Star-Cross Knights, the atmosphere was even more strange. Miracle and the others looked at Hasward, their eyes full of not-so-smart looks. They didn't understand a bit. But just a few breaths. Thinking about what Hasward called Kagaya just now, and Kagaya's introduction. Boom. The spear in Ridgeball's hand was instantly aimed at Hasward. This is so special. This is so special. Hasward, back on the water. Subsequently, just in the astonishment of countless people, Hasward's figure suddenly, Li Qian's, flashed. He left the lineup of the Star-Cross Knights and went to the side to calm down. Now, although he knew that he had won the distinguished heavenly gods of Kagaya, but there was no will to resist in his heart. Even his heart is now full of faith and loyalty to that adult. Hasward covered his head, constantly thinking about what he had just experienced. He just glanced at that eye. Just look at it. And why is Kagaya so decisive? He launched distinguished heavenly gods on him as soon as he came out. And after the success, there is no nostalgia for the battlefield at all. It seems that there is no one worthy of her actions here, like Shin. Even the opponent appears and launches distinguished heavenly gods on him. Hasward felt that this might be because the grown-up was curious about his abilities and ordered Kagaya to do so. Otherwise, such battlefields are not enough for Kagaya to dispatch himself. Kagaya is dispatched by himself, or at least Yhwach must be present. 260. Chu Xia appears, comes to the Invisible Empire. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hasward's pupils trembled. For a while, he couldn't react at all. Although he was threatened by Yhwach with Busby, he was not happy. But over the years, he knew the power of Yhwach. Want to rebel, but also powerless. He had long lost the courage to rebel. But now, although he still has rebellion in his heart, but haven't decided yet, someone directly helped him. It's so like, when a person wants to jump off a building, he is hesitating. Someone from behind said, "Don't hesitate," then pushes you straight off. No chance for you to think about it at all. That's how Hasward is at the moment. And, not only did he fall from a tall building. At this moment, in my heart, I didn't even complain about Kagaya. Instead, because of distinguished heavenly gods plus his own relationship. He was rather excited. Excited that I can finally be myself again. This complicated emotion made Husward very uncomfortable. Before leaving, Kagaya also left him a few messages. There are rules about being under Chu Xia. There are very few rules and regulations. In addition to being absolutely loyal to Chu Xia, the rest is not to kill each other. Basically nothing else. It seemed normal to Husward. It seems so. There are literally no restrictions under Chu Xia. 583. He Husward, now finally a real man. However, he was still a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't react at all for a while. I also don't quite understand why Kagaya wants to launch distinguished heavenly gods on himself. This ability can only be used once, shouldn't it be reserved for the Jedi comeback? Use him now. Advertisement. Husward's face was full of astonishment. But soon, he also reacted. Then I felt a deep shock and heart palpitations. He thought, Kagaya's use of distinguished heavenly gods on him is definitely not a whim. Rather, he was the perfect target for the distinguished heavenly gods. Although it may be seen by others. This distinguished heavenly gods waits for the friend Harbok to come out and give him a shot, isn't it done once and for all? But Kagaya is smart in this. She knew that her ability might be counteracted by Yhwach, or even directly ineffective. Therefore, he chose himself, the second figure of the Invisible Empire. What a terrifying decision. Husward was full of admiration. The other side, everyone in the Star-Cross group was stunned. Even Ridgeball, he put on a fighting stance early. But at this moment, his mind was still blank. The women's clothing boss Zombie Boy and others were even more panicked. Kai, this is not waiting for the war yet. The highest combat power on their side today, Huswald is so anti-water. That is the highest level of their Star-Cross regiment. Is it so outrageous? There was a sense of division in everyone's mind. They really don't know what's going on. How did things develop so quickly? Compared to their panic, the sea was even more surprised. F*K. Miss Kagaya played for 3 minutes and directly solved one of the opponent's great enemies. And still directly make the other party turn against the water. This is so special. I can now think of the consternation of the Invisible Empire group. Before the official start of the fight, the leader of my side has turned against the water. It was as shocking as Marshal Sengoku, who took Marine to the sea to catch pirates, and finally announced that he was the Pirate King. What a scumbag. I give full marks to this wave of backstabs. 99. Everyone in the sea was full of surprise. Among the Knights of the Star Cross. Advertisement. After a while, the astonishment has gradually subsided. They have come to accept the fact that Husward is against the water. Because this cannot be changed. Then they will put Husward among the targets of destruction. Ridgeball glanced coldly at the people around him. Husward betrayed his majesty, and I command the Knights of the Star Cross. Lizzie Barrow glanced at each other. Only Gremmy's face was a little ugly. However, the 4 members of the Shenshin Guards were powerful. In the past, except for Husward, no one dared to provoke him. Now he is not willing to provoke. Thinking in my heart, let this Ridgeballo be arrogant for a few more days. Grammy was silent. Seeing everyone's silence, Lizzie Barrow smiled. Then, his face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Husward sarcastically. If your soul has not been completed, perhaps your majesty can reverse your will. But now, you are a complete traitor. The fate of a traitor is to be crucified by the punishment of my god. Ridgeballo said with a mocking smile on his face again. But before that, I'm more curious, what will your majesty do with your friend, Busby? Miracle and others laughed. It must be directly swallowing the soul. Or, force control of Busby's soul, or. There may be a lot to say. But in each case, the consequences for Busby were severe. Listening to everyone's words, Husward's face sank. His eyes were full of solemnity. He is free now. But what about his friend Busby? What about the companion who affectionately calls him, Rainwrap? Huswald thought, his face completely unsteady. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he was about to pull away the space beside him. But he just moved. One shot by Litzer Barrow is to come. Husward's face sank. The 4 members of the Shenshin Guards had already secretly surrounded him. With a gloomy face, Husward thought about a solution quickly. Advertisement. It is almost impossible to rush back to the Invisible Empire to rescue Busby now. And he even went back. Can he succeed against Yhwach? Husward's eyes darkened. And this time, the crowd at Naval Headquarters has fully assumed the posture of watching the show. Buggy, Madara Lord, the Madman and others all showed interest in their eyes. Although Husward is now on their side. But it's not so easy for them to join. At the very least, it is necessary to test Husward's ability. The crowd stood as if watching a play, with no intention of helping. The atmosphere between Husward and Lyrebaro and others became more and more solemn. This battle is really unavoidable now. The strongest spear against the strongest shield of rules. Who will be stronger? A war between the two sides is imminent. But, the battle was over in a short time. Husward gave an arm in a short time. This shocked everyone. Is this Husward, so weak? But everyone didn't expect it. While Husward gave an arm, he also successfully entered the void crack and returned to the Invisible Empire. Miracles and others will chase after them. But this time, A faint voice sounded. It's all like this, and if you don't do it again, I'm a little sorry. The flames rose suddenly. Block the way of the four. Password disappeared from the eyes of the four. Sabo's figure stood on the ground of naval headquarters, looking at the four people with calm expressions. Ridgebalo scolded secretly, but did not chase after him. There's no point in chasing. Password is back, let him go. Anyway, it is impossible to rescue Busby from Yhwach. And at the moment, the Invisible Empire is on the island. A man in a white trench coat also set foot on the island. 261 The Fear of Yhwach. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In front of the White Palace. Password broke through a void crack and walked out of it embarrassedly. Glancing back at the opposite side of the void crack. Thinking of Sabo who had just helped him, Husward felt a touch of gratitude in his heart. Covering his left arm, Husward looked resolutely at the White Palace in front of him. Once upon a time, he is also a member of the Invisible Empire. But now, not to mention that because of distinguished heavenly gods, he has been completely changed. Even if his will was not changed, he still wanted to come back. I'm afraid that the suspicious person of Yhwach will never let him come back. Looking at the White Palace in front of him, Husward was stunned. And at this time in the palace, Yhwach, who silently recovered his strength, gradually turned back from his daze. What did he see? Husward was directly countered by the opponent. Yhwach's face was full of astonishment. As Husward's only boss, Yhwach is very aware of Husward's heart. It is also clear that although he has the intention of rebellion, he will never act. Because Husward was afraid of his own abilities. This has always made Yhwach complacent. As long as he is omnipotent, as long as he is so strong, then Husward will not be able to turn against the tide. Yhwach has always been proud. But now, what's going on here? Yhwach really wanted to say a damn. And the twin brothers who silently stood in front of him were also full of shock. They really didn't expect it. The Star Crusader Knights just went out for a moment, and now the result is like this. The two of them really didn't know how to feel. Outside the palace. Advertisement. Husward returned to his senses slightly. The top priority is to rescue his friend Busby. Although part of Bardsby's soul is still in Yhwach. But it didn't matter, he did his best, and he should still be able to save Busby's life. Thinking of this, Husward slowly walked towards the palace. He sensed that Busby was with him. Same. The Yhwach, who had once made him fearful and loyal, was also there. There are also twin brothers. The danger is unimaginable. But Husward did not hesitate. Now he is the real self. He was no longer afraid. At this moment, he was going to rush to the agreement between himself and Busby. To save the friend who affectionately calls himself Rainwrap. Husward stepped up and slowly walked towards the palace. But haven't waited for him to enter. The shadow in the palace slowly walked out of a person. Husward raised his eyes and walked away, his eyes shrank suddenly. Come. It was Yhwach wearing a black cloak. Husward was shocked for a moment. Then, his brows slowly stretched again and calmed down again. Lloyd, you know, you can't lie to me. Husward said lightly. On the opposite side, Yhwach smiled and his face was very indifferent. Husward, face me, won't you kneel down and plead guilty? 39. Without caring about Husward's words, the Yhwach at the moment seemed to be the real Yhwach. Husward's eyes looked directly into the eyes of Harbach. The ability list has really given you the most useful reward. Husward sighed. Yhwach didn't care about Husward's dismantling. But the Tao, it's really obsessive. 35. Today, I will personally execute you, Husward. Advertisement. And your friend Busby inside. I want him to see how you were killed by me, traitor. As Yhwach said, his temperament, demeanor, and expression when he was angry were exactly the same as Yhwach. And in the palace at the moment, Busby looked at Yhwach, who was sitting on the throne, with anger on his face. He raised his hands and was about to shoot at Yhwach. Finger of fire. But just as he was about to shoot, there was an invisible force that instantly knocked him flying. Busby spit out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground and looking at Yhwach unwillingly. At this moment, Yhwach didn't even move his hand. Busby was desperate. Could it be that he and Husward are going to die here today? No. He could die here. But Husward must escape. Busby looked outside the palace and shouted desperately. Rainwrap, run, he has already regained his strength. Busby shouted with the last of his strength. However, his voice seemed to be completely blocked. Busby cried silently. After shouting, he realized something. Busby turned to look at Yhwach on the throne, his face full of anger. You. 0 flowers. Yhwach smiled, not caring about Busby's anger at all. He watched the battle between the twin brothers outside and Husward with interest in his eyes. Busby. Yhwach spoke coldly. Do you know why Husward dared to rescue you? He thought I was still recovering my strength, and there were only 2 brothers Lloyd guarding here. That's why I dare to rescue you. But now, even if he can beat Lloyd, what do you think will happen when he comes in? Yhwach said coldly, the eyes under the thick eyebrows were full of killing intent. Busby froze in place, his eyes blank. Advertisement. In a quiet atmosphere, Yhwach on the throne kept shaking his head. It's really weak. Although Lloyd and the others have been rewarded, they can now completely imitate a person. But my ability, they can't imitate it. Despite my help, they can't do it. Yhwach shook his head lightly. And outside the palace, the battle has heated up. Hasward's combat power is truly extraordinary. Now the two Lloyd brothers who imitated Yhwach are not rivals at all. And also, as Yhwach said, his omnipotence is too pervert, which cannot be imitated by the Lloyd brothers. Although the two have been rewarded by the gold list, their abilities have been greatly improved. But now, he can only imitate 70% of his combat power. This is the limit. If they want to improve again, they need to be empowered by his friend Yhwach himself. However, the cautious Yhwach now does not dare to easily divide his strength. He knew that there was always someone watching him. That person, he is not sure if he can deal with it now. So he has to be sure to win the game. In case that person comes at any time. But such fearful days will not be long. When he is on the ability list, the ability of omniscience and omnipotence will be blessed. At that time, he will definitely take back this world in one fell swoop. Yhwach thought, looking at the battle outside and said. Stop and let him in. 99. Yhwach's voice sounded. The two who were fighting outside were stunned. The Lloyd brothers stopped, and then turned into their own appearance. Without a word, Hasward turned and walked into the Great Hall. Behind him, the Lloyd brothers followed vigilantly without releasing their union. As soon as he entered the main hall, Hasward's eyes narrowed. Yhwach. Chuan. 262 Ideographic, Chu Xia, specially to kill you. You look down on yourself too much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hasward looked at Yhwach on the throne. Yhwach was opening his eyes at this time and staring at him lightly. Haswald, who knew the strength of Yhwach, knew it very well. When Yhwach opened his eyes, that was when his abilities were activated. Pound pound. The ability to pervert to no solution. So that is to say. Yhwach, has he really regained his abilities? Hasward glanced at his friend Busby. The injury on the other party's body has just appeared. That is to say, when he was fighting Lloyd just now. Busby ventured to inform him, and was seriously wounded by Yhwach. Thinking of this, Hasward's heart sank. At this time, Yhwach on the throne spoke up. Looking at Hasward, Yhwach said lightly. When you see your king, don't you kneel down. Traitor. The voice fell, and the infinite power, 583, rose from Yhwach. But, listening to Yhwach's words, Hasward's face did not fluctuate at all. Sorry, Yhwach, I am now only loyal to adults. Hasward said lightly. Chu Xia has now become his only object of faith and loyalty. Yhwach on the throne smiled lightly. Oh, are those distinguished heavenly gods that powerful? Yhwach thought lightly. After that, will he be able to regain that Kaido's ability? Let that Chu Xia work for him. Yhwach thought lightly in his heart. Advertisement. Although he is afraid of Chu Xia. But no one can suppress his own arrogance. The stronger Chu Xia is, the more mysterious it is. The more he wanted Chu Xia to submit to his feet. Thinking of this, Yhwach was not so angry. He smiled lightly and looked at Hasward Road. You dare to come back, do you think I haven't recovered yet? 35. But now, I let you down. Yhwach's eyes stared at Hasward, and the terrifying power swept towards him alone. Busby, who was lying on the ground, narrowed his eyes. Hasward smiled, no surprise on his face. Although I came back with the idea that you haven't recovered yet. But if I know you've recovered, I'll still come. Saying that, Hasward turned his gaze to Busby. Busby lay on the ground, his eyes trembling. It's really touching brotherhood, Yhwach said with a smile. Then today, I will send the two of you to be reunited forever. Yhwach stretched out one hand and scratched slightly towards the void. Hasward was squeezed all over his body. When pain appeared on his face, Hasward looked at Busby, and with the last of his strength, opened a void passage. Busby looked at the void passage beside him, and then at Hasward. Come on. 39. Hasward said weakly. He could feel that his power was being taken away by Yhwach. This omnipotent and omnipotent power is really terrifying. Busby's eyes trembled. However, he knew that Hasward would not be able to turn any more waves today after being captured by Yhwach. Yhwach, that's really a desperate name. The power that it represents is too strong. But Busby did not choose to leave. Instead, he stood up slowly with his body propped up, his right hand supporting his left, and he was ready to shoot at Yhwach. But the next moment, Busby's figure was suddenly kicked away. Advertisement. It was Lloyd who was present, looking coldly at Busby who was flying upside down. Busby slammed into the palace and nearly fell apart. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth. Busby and Hasward looked at each other. Yhwach was full of anger, and he was about to obliterate the two. But just as he was about to do it, Yhwach suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly sees in the future. Next moment. A crisp footstep sounded. A figure in a white trench coat slowly walked in from outside the palace. At his waist was a long knife. There is a green band on the handle of the long knife. The brown hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a playful smile on his stern face. The figure walked into the palace without paying any attention to what was in front of him. But this time, everyone turned to look. Yhwach and Lloyd were slightly stunned. Because of this person, they don't know him at all. But Haswald, who was captured by Yhwach's power, was suddenly shocked. His eyes shrank suddenly, looking at the figure with a deep disbelief. Just when Yhwach didn't know who this person was and was about to ask. Hasward murmured, "Sir, why are you here?" As Hasward said, a deep shock rose in his heart. What is Chu Xia doing here? Found the location of Yhwach, come to kill Yhwach. Still. Point 0. Alone to save him and Busby. The second option is ruled out directly in Hasward's mind. He was so virtuous and capable, let this lord come to rescue himself. Then, the sole purpose of this adult coming here must be to kill Yhwach. And after Hasward's words spread to everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Yhwach on the throne stared at Chu Xia, and a deep sense of vigilance and fear rose in his heart. Advertisement. After all, he's a little out of place now. After all, this Chu Xia is unfathomable. Yhwach has used his strength to feel Chu Xia. Specially to kill you. But his power, even close to Chu Xia, couldn't do it. When he asked this sentence, Yhwach was very panicked in his heart. Thinking of this, Yhwach pretended to be calm and smiled. The masters of the three great powers are attacking me now. Chu Xia, who had never spoken, spoke up. As if wondering, why is this person so confident? Yhwach thought in his heart, his body tensed slightly. You take yourself too seriously. Are you here to kill me? 35. For this Chu Xia, Yhwach really has deep fear in his heart. Simply too mysterious. At the same time, the deep fear in my heart rose. And, Yhwach frowned and asked. Thinking of this, Yhwach's smile grew stronger and stronger, ready to threaten to let Chu Xia leave. Still prepared to wait for the ability list reward, and then tear up with Chu Xia. Yhwach said lightly, and his heart became more and more determined. This is also the reason why he has regained his strength, but is still hidden. Now, the only person who can be called an adult by Haswald is that Chu Xia, right? Then the calm and magnetic voice sounded. However, even now, you may not necessarily beat me. He looked at Yhwach and frowned slightly. That's why he came here at this time, ready to kill him before the ability list was released. Even if Yhwach used all his strength, he could not break through that position. But when he was about to speak, Chu Xia must be afraid that his omniscient and omnipotent ability will be greatly improved after he ranks first in the ability list, which will make pervert completely impossible to deal with. He is now. Its body is 100 meters around, as if being protected by an invisible position. Are you afraid that I will be ranked number 1 on the ability list, so that you will not be able to cope with my power? If he could not fight directly with Chu Xia, he was still unwilling to confront Chu Xia head-on. 263. The third in the ability list, the ability expected by tens of thousands of people. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chu Xia's voice fell. The palace suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. At the scene, only the heavy breathing of Yhwach and the others and the slight breeze outside the palace remained. Yhwach on the throne looked ugly. The anger in the bottom of my heart rose. His friend Yhwach, the king of the Quincy. This is the first time someone has been looked down upon like this. Even if he was defeated by the old Yamamoto 1,000 years ago, he would have lost with dignity. The old man Yamamoto has been suppressing him with force. And now, how dare this Chu Xia look down on himself so much? The anger in Yhwach's heart was like a wave, one wave higher than another. It's not so disrespectful. Before you could wait for your friend Yhwach to speak angrily. The other side, the reunited twin brothers suddenly took a step forward. His figure instantly changed to that of Yhwach. At the same time, they have also obtained 70% of Yhwach's power. Yhwach, who Lloyd and the two transformed into, looked at Chu Xia coldly. All of a sudden, Lloyd ran towards Chu Xia, the long sword in his hand carrying extremely terrifying power. This person actually looked down on their king so much, which was more uncomfortable than killing the two of them. Yhwach 20 Bach in their hearts is their belief. Lloyd just rushed within 100 meters of Chu Xia. But right now, Lloyd's complexion suddenly changed. Lloyd's originally upright figure was instantly crushed to the ground. At the same time, their abilities were also suppressed. Yhwach's appearance disappeared. The two of them became their own again. His eyes lightly looked at Yhwach on the throne. Chu Xia smiled contemptuously. This kind of garbage, dare to approach me. He he he. Magnetic laughter sounded. Advertisement. Yhwach's eyes on the throne were full of solemnity. The two brothers Lloyd imitated him now, but they could have 70% of his combat power. But that person didn't even draw the knife, and Lloyd couldn't stand up at all. Is this an exaggeration? Yhwach was full of shock. But since this Chu Xia is going to kill him, then he can't just sit still, he must die. Slowly getting up, Yhwach was ready to do it himself. If you can't beat it, let's talk about it when you're done. But Chu Xia didn't seem to have any intention of fighting him. Looking at him playfully, Chu Xia smiled. Now I have no interest in having fun. I'm waiting for you to be on the ability list. Yhwach's eyes shrank suddenly, and then slowly widened. He stared at Chu Xia, his eyes full of disbelief. This guy, to let him be on the ability list. He also said that his current self has no interest in letting him play. Madeline. Yhwach's heart was full of anger. Simply insane. However, Yhwach forcibly suppressed his inner anger. He still needs patience, since this Chu Xia let him be on the ability list. Then he will wait for himself to be on the ability list, and then press this guy to the ground and rub it. Yhwach thought through gritted teeth. And Chu Xia also turned his eyes and looked at Hasward. He waved his hand lightly. The terrifying power that enveloped Haswald completely dissipated. Hasward landed on both feet and looked at Chu Xia in disbelief. This lord did not come here for the purpose of destroying Yhwach. Actually, is it really the second situation that I thought? Specially to save him. Hasward's inner shock rose. At the same time, he also has a new understanding of Chu Xia. Advertisement. In a short period of time, he was completely convinced by the charm of Chu Xia. For a time, Hasward suddenly understood. Perhaps this adult is the source of the three major forces. To make so many strong people return to their hearts is definitely not something that can be achieved by strong people. Is Chu Xia strong? Strong. In Hasward's eyes, Chu Xia is many times stronger than Yhwach. But, what did Chu Xia do just now? No, he didn't do it himself at all. It's just an understatement, and then he and Busby can be rescued. Still in the Invisible Empire, the lair of Yhwach. This is too exaggerated. Chu Xia looked at Hasward with a smile in his eyes. Let's go. After speaking, Chu Xia turned around, raised her footsteps and left slowly. Behind him, Hasward was still stunned, unable to move. However, Chu Xia seemed to be completely unconcerned, and continued to walk forward on her own. Hasward was stunned for a while, and suddenly fell to one knee. Thank you, sir. Look at that back. It was only now that he fully understood. This adult is here, really just to save him. There is no other purpose. It seems that Yhwach is inconspicuous in his eyes. Chu Xia didn't respond, and still stepped forward lightly. Haswald got up slowly, and helped Busby to leave with the figure. Wait for the three to leave. Only then did Yhwach sit on the throne again. The two Lloyd brothers lay on the ground breathing heavily. As if just now, they were suffering from something extremely terrifying. Yhwach sat on the throne, and was completely relieved until he watched the three people leave the Invisible Empire completely. After a sigh of relief, Yhwach's face gradually darkened. Advertisement. This third position has always been confusing. That Kagaya has run out of tricks. The atmosphere in the Invisible Empire was oppressive. At this moment, the golden ranking in the sky is slowly shaking. This third one is also very interesting. However, the outside world is not aware of this. If Kagaya used it once on her, she thought about Kagaya's terrifying distinguished heavenly gods. I am really afraid to think about the consequences of that. Third, they really can't judge. The kind of illusion that directly changes a person's mind, it's a bit too pervert. After all, the Void Night Palace is so mysterious. This third position, although not the Chu Xia she is most looking forward to, also probably won't be Yhwach. World Official Mariajoy. The top 3 in the ability list. I just feel that if I am not careful, I may be directly attacked. Jin Bang slowly shook, and a line of text appeared. Everyone on the sea is also looking forward to it. I am frowned. Boom. Crazy discussions filled the sea, and everyone was wondering who would be the third in this ability list. I am watching intently, just under the expectations of tens of thousands of people. But, on the throne, seeing this result, everyone on the sea was shocked. Chu Xia. I am relieved at the same time. Fortunately. They're still immersed in the dread of Hasward's reversal and the terrifying distinguished heavenly gods of Kagaya. The third ability list. Jingling, the 13th division of the Guardian, the captain of the 2nd division, the deputy captain, Sabo. Close black lens bracket. Except for the first and second meeting, that adult and Yhwach. Thinking silently, Im's eyes were fixed on the ability list. IM turned his head to look, and raised his brows. 264. Bankai, the horror of the remnant fire sword. The world trembles. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Suddenly. Seeing the result, IM was slightly startled at first, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no pervert ability in that virtual night palace. I want to come in IM, and I want to come to this sea. First and second, it should be the two of you and Yuha. So now the remaining variables are only the third. Now the third bright, is Sabo who has already played. And not the people of the Void Night Palace. This made IM greatly relieved. After all, the Void Night Palace is so mysterious, and its members must be extremely powerful. But now it seems, the monsters in the virtual Night Palace. They may be simply strong, not relying on any pervert general ability. Strong, there is always an upper limit, and IM can still accept it. But if the ability is too pervert, there will be no limit to his strength. Immediately after heaving a sigh of relief, his gaze returned to Sabo in naval headquarters. At this time, she frowned slightly. Sabo's abilities are now well known to the sea. Just flame. Shikai is very strong, equivalent to more than 5,000 degrees on the surface of the sun. I am as cautious about it, and also thinks Sabo is strong. But, so be it. That kind of flame, she wanted to hide very easily. But now, why is such a Sabo still capable of overpowering monks, Kagaya, etc., and making a comeback on the list? What does that mean? Im's eyes narrowed for a moment. Sabo's Bankai. 39. Her mind gradually became more shocked. Is it Sabo's Bankai that never appeared? Is it really that pervert? Advertisement. I am thinking of this at the same time. The whole sea also reacted quickly. I go. It turned out to be Sabo on the list and not someone else. How can it be? From what it looks like now, Sabo's strength is strong, but his flames shouldn't be as terrifying as monks and Kagaya's rule-based abilities. Yes, the ability of the monk, I have a headache looking at it. As soon as his ability comes out, I can't even imagine what the remaining top 3 will be. That's just too invincible, too pervert, and impossible to deal with. Yeah, but why is Sabo still third in the ability list? Why can he stabilize the monk and Kagaya, and the 5 people of the Invisible Empire? It's all a pervert. 99. The sea is buzzing, although they thought it was no surprise that Sabo was on the list. However, they were still a little suspicious. After all now, Sabo is very strong. As the vice captain of Jingling Court, he killed several people as soon as he appeared. This strength is indeed leveraged, nothing to say. The mysterious Bankai also threw countless people curious about it. But, that's not enough to make him third on the ability list, right? Among naval headquarters, on the execution stand, Sengoku's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Sabo in the field. In fact, Sabo was on the list, and he was a little surprised. Because Sengoku wanted to come, the third in this ability list should be a mysterious powerhouse in Xuye Palace. But now, Sabo is still on the list. Although his flame ability is strong, he is still stronger than Monk and Kagaya's pervert's rule system ability. This confuses Sengoku a bit. But after thinking about it in his mind, Sengoku also thought of something. His face changed slightly, and the look on Sabo's face was full of solemnity and curiosity. Kneeling Ace is also shocked. Advertisement. He looked at Sabo with a smile on his face. Ace is happy. Regardless, he's happy for Sabo to be on the list. And this time, the sea's curiosity about Sabo's abilities has reached a peak. Because everyone gradually reacted. If there is anything that can make Sabo reach the third place in the ability list, able to stabilize the monk and Kagaya and the Invisible Empire 5. Then it must be his mysterious Bankai. This is the ability that everyone has been curious about for so long. Earlier Buggy and Yamato also said that the guy's Bankai presence no one deserves to see. But now, they finally know what the mysterious Bankai is. This must be the reason why Sabo is ranked third in the ability list. Countless people's eyes were bright, and they were staring at the golden list. Inside naval headquarters, Sabo wielded his sword and stood indifferently, as if there was still some annoyance between his brows. He suddenly thought that his terrifying Bankai was too powerful to be used easily. Now on the ability list, being rewarded by the ability list is another blessing. This is so special, he will not be able to use it easily in the future. So, Sabo is far from happy to be on the ability list. Rather annoyed. What he wants in his heart is to be known by others, and he must be scolded as a representative of Versailles. On the Invisible Empire, the atmosphere at this moment is surprisingly solemn. They are also a little curious. How terrifying is the sword that sealed Yhwach 1,000 years ago? A time. Even if they were arrogant, they were silent and watched carefully. However, he also felt the solemnity emanating from Beasta and Stark, so he did not speak. However, Ryujin Jaka and Shikai alone have already had a terrifying high temperature of more than 5,000 degrees. Kazaru was about to say something. Advertisement. The maximum temperature of the magma is less than 2,000 degrees. He was knocked out by Sabo. Just under the spotlight. But looking at it again now, this ability is still so shocking. Sabo ability introduction. Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, the strongest Zanpakuto of the hot type. Sister Hua's smile on the execution platform became more and more intense. In the old Fritters trio, Jinbang did not procrastinate, and soon released an introduction to Sabo's abilities. At the same time, under Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, the moisture in the atmosphere is evaporated, and the surrounding ice and snow system Zanpakuto will not be able to use Bankai. The 3 people who usually talk about flowers are all silent. The residual fire is too big, and the surface of the blade will become scorched because it can't bear the terrifying temperature. But soon, countless people looked at Lee intently. And under the popular science of the great god Buggy. They still remember back then. The eyes under the brim are full of anticipation. Boom. Buggy clutched the captain's hat above his head. Shikai Reiatsu is equivalent to the Bankai of the ordinary captain, and the flame temperature is equivalent to 5,000 degrees Celsius on the surface of the sun. Countless people looked at this ability introduction, and they seemed to see the scene of Sabo dealing with everyone indifferently. The first 3 lines slowly emerged, and countless people looked at them and shrank their eyes. Although they all already knew the horror of Sabo's abilities. The madman who carried Zanpakuto on his shoulder grinned, as if he had a premonition of the shocking image of this sea in his eyes. Shikai, all things are scattered, all are ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Countless people looked intently. At this time, the new paragraph of text was completely clear, and countless people looked at it intently. Subsequently, the text above the ability list continued to be generated. King's good. Watch this scene. Bankai, residual fire sword. Both Beasta and Stark had solemn expressions on their faces. Akainu confidently said that his magma was higher than the flame. 265. What a joke. The core of the sun. 20 million degrees. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Among the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed suddenly. Looking at the brief introduction to her abilities, her heart was filled with boundless storms. At this time, Charlotte Pudding's 3 eyes jumped at the same time. She couldn't help looking at Rui Lang-kun, Kebi in her mind. Charlotte Pudding murmured with shock in her eyes. How can that be? Is it so scary? Shikai's Reiatsu is already equivalent to the normal captain's Bankai. 99. This Bankai can still make the ice and snow ability unusable. Pudding said suspiciously. She was thinking, how could Ryujin Jaka be so strong? Kirby was already strong in her eyes. Even Pudding thinks Kirby is similar to her mother Charlotte Linlin. The two are a level of existence. But, that Sabo's Bankai even made Kirby's Bankai unable to use it. Is this an exaggeration? Pudding was full of disbelief. But when she looked at Kirby, her eyes stubbornly thought that this was not true. Kebi, who was not far away, looked at the ability list with a helpless expression. He and Nami, Hirinmaru and Soda no Shirayuki are still competing for the title of the strongest ice and snow type. But all the time, they're just Ryujin Jaka's background boards. In front of the residual fire sword, the ice and snow type is the strongest. I am afraid it has always been a joke. Kirby smiled helplessly. Looking at Kebi, Nama was full of helpless smiles. Pudding suddenly froze in place. Her body seemed to be struck by thunder, and her mind went blank. Among the beast's pirates. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. There was silence all around. Kaido's heavy breathing was mixed with the heavy breathing of Jin and the others. However, there is another voice here. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. The voice sounded again. Kaido frowned and looked beside him with a bit of annoyance. Jin and the others also looked sullenly. Everyone turned their heads, and then their eyes were dull for a moment. Yamato, who also looked over, looked surprised. Jack, what are you doing? Bang bang bang. At this time, Jack was raising his big fist, hammering it against his head. After listening to everyone's questions, he looked at Yamato and the others in disbelief. Young master, boss, is there something wrong with my head or my eyes? I seem to be seeing visions. The ability list actually says that under Sabo's Bankai, all the ice and snow abilities Zanpakuto's Bankai cannot use. 39. It must be fake. Jack shook his head. Yamato and Kaido immediately covered their faces. Kaido was out of breath. Jack, can you give me a face? Can't stand this. You read that right. This is just an ordinary level suppression. It's just like when some rubbish zone abilities face me, they can't even use their abilities. Really ignorant. Kaido grumbled. Jack thoughtful. Not far away. Aokiji kept shaking his head. Aha lala. It's really surprising. Aokiji's face was solemn. In his opinion, if you face Sabo, if the opponent uses Bankai. Although he did not use Zanpakuto. But his frozen fruit ability, I'm afraid he can't use it, right? At this time, the old fritters were among the trio. Although Kizaru was a little surprised, he calmed down quickly. He always felt that there was something more shocking behind him. So, he frowned at Beasta and Stark. Advertisement. Second place, Ryujin Jaka's Shikai is equivalent to more than 5,000 degrees Celsius on the surface of the sun. So, what about his Bankai? Is there a specific concept? Kizaru said, frowning constantly. He always felt. This Shikai uses the sun as a unit of measurement. Then this Bankai, you have to use it again. Such as several times the surface temperature of the sun or something. Listen to Kizaru's question. Beasta and Stark looked at each other. The two smiled secretly at the same time. You'll find out later. 39. Kizaru felt a little helpless when he heard it. Kai too, don't keep saying this all the time, okay? Really boring. 35. Isn't Bankai several times the temperature of the sun's surface? Even if I can bear it 10 times, you can tell me. Kizaru rolled his eyes. It's not going to be a solar core anyway. 5. Hear this. Beasta and Stark looked at each other suddenly. The smiles on the two of them became weirder. Fortunately, this Kizaru did not see. And then, without letting the sea wait long, the last 2 lines of introduction emerged. The Bankai temperature of Ryujin Jaka is equivalent to 20 million degrees Celsius at the core of the sun, and if left alone, the entire world will be evaporated a little bit of water. Evaluation. the king of the flame all the way, can also be called the god of flames. Above Ryujin Jaka, you won't find any flaws at all. If there is, it's that Bankai is too powerful. Close black lens bracket. 2 lines of introduction appear. Moment. There was silence above the sea. Countless people swallowed what they wanted to say. Kizaru turned to look at Beista and Stark, his mouth kept opening, but there was no sound at all. Beista and Stark's smiles were extremely rich. This Kizaru is really a great prophet. It really made him guess right. However, this is not as Kizaru expected, and it is several times the surface of the sun. Between 20 million degrees Celsius and 5,000 degrees Celsius. Advertisement. This is 40,000 times more. Sun core. Bang bang bang. Shikai is still worried about human beings. Kaido, like Jack just now, banged his head. Go crazy. 20 million degrees Celsius. The stronger the monk, the stronger the Kagaya. And now, no wonder Sabo was able to beat the monk and Kagaya to 3rd place on the ability list. This is really not something they know. How is this possible? He really felt that he must have read it wrong. But they can still understand it, within the cognitive range. Countless people just felt that their heads were about to explode. The whole naval headquarters is one idea with the sea. They are really going crazy. Who can withstand such a large-scale attack? It's 20 million degrees. But that's still a worry they can understand. Bang bang bang. Although known as the surface of the sun more than 5,000 degrees. At this moment, too scary right, all of a sudden. This is something that only God can master. Sabo's Shikai is strong. If I can't destroy you, can't I destroy the world? But so is this Bankai. Countless people's brains were shaken. What can't be burned? Nonsense. And among the beast's pirates. Sabo Bankai won out. Kizaru's brain was down. Suddenly tell them that Bankai is equivalent to the core of the sun, 20 million degrees. 266. That Zanpakuto that once sealed Yhwach. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Watching Sabo's ability introduction, the sea was silent. After a long delay, they were able to speak again. Countless people started discussions with shocking voices. Well, what can I say? I can only sigh. Sabo is really strong. It's so strong. Have you seen the evaluation of him on the ability list? The evaluations given to others by the ability list are all serious, praising the strength of their abilities. 35. But here at Sabo, what's so special? On Ryujin Jaka, you can't find any flaws at all. If there is, it's that Bankai is too powerful. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. This is the first time I heard that too much power is a disadvantage. Really, worthy of the name of the vice captain. Sabo has so many surprises for me. From seriously wounding Akainu with 1 punch, defeating Kong with 1 punch, killing Red Earl with 1 punch, and scorching Hot with 1 punch, my expectations for Sabo have always been full, and he can always surprise me. I've been, always looking forward to his Bankai. But now, I'm not looking forward to it. Because I finally understand why the buggy god said that naval headquarters is not qualified for him to use Bankai. That's not qualified, it's really not qualified. As soon as Sabo Bankai comes out, will the naval headquarters be burned to the ground? I shudder to think of a careful sun rising into the sky. 35. It's so strong, so strong. The sea is full of shock at Sabo's abilities. Everyone didn't know what to say. The sea was shocked at the same time. Among the Knights of the Star Cross, the eyes of ordinary members such as Zombie Boy widened. They were all shocked and couldn't help themselves. Even the 4 members of the Shenshin Guards had a solemn expression on their faces at the moment. Except for miracles. The Captain Ridgebala was constantly thinking about how to deal with Sabo in his heart. His all things run through no matter how powerful it is, but there are limits. After a certain distance, he couldn't activate his ability. Advertisement. Man Sabo is standing directly at you far away and sends you a Bankai. Can you bear it? Ridgebalo's heart sank a little, he probably couldn't stand it. His immortality is not as pervert as a miracle. Ridgebalo looked at the shirtless blonde man, his eyes sank slightly. Fighting later, this Sabo might be their toughest foe. At the same time, everyone was shocked. There was a smile on the corner of the visionary Gremmy's mouth. In his opinion, isn't it high temperature? No matter how high the temperature is, if he imagines a cosmic space for himself, can he still escape? Just garbage. Gremmy was arrogant, feeling more and more confident in his abilities. He is also getting more and more inflated. Feeling the dignified and frightened people around Sabo, Gremmy's face was full of disdain. Looking at Sabo, he couldn't help but speak proudly. Is this the Zanpakuto who once sealed his majesty? Oh, that's just it. Gremmy snorted contemptuously. All of a sudden, the eyes of Liji Barrow and others turned to him with a look of surprise. What is this Grimm talking about? The zombie boy and the others looked at Gremmy in shock. The eyes of the audience at naval headquarters also looked over. The sea exploded with an uproar. F*K. How dare this blonde Kabuto man be so arrogant? F*K. You should pay attention, isn't it what he said? Ryujin Jaka once sealed their majesty. Who is their majesty? Yhwach. 35. Countless people on the sea thought of this, and they suddenly boiled. The news was simply too shocking. Ryujin Jaka, even once sealed Yhwach. Advertisement. That is the Invisible Emperor. Can the Emperor of the Invisible Empire only face the Vice Captain of Jingling Court? Many people were full of question marks. They feel again. In front of the three major forces, the Invisible Empire is really nothing. And the scene. Sabo wasn't angry at Gremmy's taunting. Looking at Grammy, Sabo smiled faintly. Yeah, I haven't been able to unleash the true power of this knife yet. 99. Grammy in midair heard this, and the disdain smile on his face deepened. Seeing his disdainful smile, the sea was startled again. Who is this man? Can't you see that Sabo is being modest? F***K. He actually dares to be disdainful. Countless people on the sea were full of question marks. Among the trio of old fried dough sticks, Kizaru also looked at Beasta and Stark curiously. 2. Who is the Kabuto boy? 0 for flowers. So arrogant. Kizaru wondered in his heart. Judging from Gremmy's outfit and position, it shouldn't be the 4 Shenshui guards. Just an ordinary member, so arrogant. After hearing Kizaru's question, Beasta smiled. Look for the ability list and see which one is the most similar. After hearing this, Kizaru fixed his eyes on the ability list. Hasward was the first to rule out. The 2 members of the God's Forgiveness Guards were definitely not him. There are 2 twin brothers. Then he should be the visionary. Kizaru's eyes lit up. On the square. This reward. Advertisement. Only him. This reward turned out to limit his power. Countless people looked intently. I just don't know how strong this visionary Grammy will be. It's really invincible. If it wasn't for this arrogance, he would have thought of himself dead long ago, so don't worry about it. If you are not careful, you can easily think of yourself to death. Got it. Why is he a visionary? 35. Ha 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 ha. A smile appeared on Kizaru's face. After turning around in his head a few times, Kizaru nodded. Hearing Beasta's words, Kizaru was taken aback. He liked it so much. 0. Kind of looking forward to it. The third in the ability list is hereby rewarded. Benkai's use range can be compressed to around the blade, but the disadvantage is that the power will be greatly reduced. Close black lens bracket. Ha 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 ha. So this visionary must be arrogant. At this time, my god, everyone else is empowering. And the sea looked at the reward that Sabo got, and countless people didn't know what to say. That's what happened. Sabo's eyes lit up when he saw the reward he had obtained. As expected of the vice captain. His Benkai is generally not used at all, because it is so powerful. Sabo has never let me down since his appearance. Chuan. So now the golden list has given a reward, which can limit some power, so that it can be used at will. The rewards for Sabo in the ability list have also been distributed. But before he could ask, Beasta smiled again. Look at Sabo's reward. Although the visionary's ability is strong, it also has great drawbacks. Sabo is amazing. However, he still had some doubts. 267. Second in the ability list, the Silent World, Yhwach is on the list. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sea's shock at Sabo's abilities continued for a long time. But soon, everyone calmed down. Countless people looked up at the ability list again. Today's Sabo, Benkai temperature is equivalent to the core of the sun, 20 million degrees high temperature. So, what about the first and second higher ability list? That Lord, and that Yhwach. How pervert are these two capable? How strong will it be? Countless people were stunned, and their eyes gradually became horrified when they looked at the ability list. Inside naval headquarters, on the execution stand, Sengoku's solemn gaze was withdrawn from Sabo. Garp leaned over at this time, the smile on his face was gone. All that was left was the solemn expression on his face. Garp looked at Sengoku and said solemnly, Sengoku, the remaining 2 positions on the ability list are only Yhwach, right? Zon. 610. Country nodded and said disappointedly. Yes, it's the first and second we are most looking forward to. But at this time, the more nervous we are. I don't know what ability can surpass Ryujin Jaka. Speaking of this, Sengoku frowned slightly. However, it must be very shocking. Sengoku has set his mind on that Yhwach. He wouldn't be shocked no matter how pervert their abilities were. Garp nodded. Yeah, that must have been shocking. Garp said melancholy. The other side. In the old Fritters trio. Kizaru wiped his chin and looked at the 2 vacant positions on the ability list thoughtfully. Suddenly raising his eyebrows, Kizaru looked at Beasta. Beasta, this ability ranks first and second, there is no suspense, right? There was no suspense in Kizaru's mouth, naturally referring to the second friend, the first adult. Advertisement. This is now recognized by the sea. But after hearing Kizaru's question, Beasta frowned and thought. After a long time, he gave an answer cautiously. Don't ask me about it, I don't know. Kizaru's expression changed. How? Is there still suspense in this first and second? Kizaru said in surprise. At this time, Uncle Wolf on the side nodded and said. Actually, if we want to say strong, we all know that adults are very strong and invincible. But when it comes to ability, although your lord is also at the level of heaven defying, compared to Yhwach. Stark thought, and Beasta looked at each other slowly. The two of them were full of thought. Is Chu Xia strong? Strong, strong, strong. As strong as Stark said, only the word invincible can describe it. But speaking of ability, is Kyoka Suigetsu heaven defying? Heaven defying. Very heaven defying. But compared with the omnipotence and omnipotence, the two feel that only Shikai's Kyoka Suigetsu is still strong. In terms of ability alone, it cannot be compared with omniscience and omnipotence. However, if Chu Xia were to use it, it would of course be stronger than omniscience and omnipotence. So this also led to the two unable to determine which of the two abilities, Kyoka Suigetsu and omnipotence, was stronger. Unless, the two raised their eyebrows at the same time. Bankai. Both eyes lit up. Kizaru looked at the two of them looking at each other and shook his head helplessly. You two, what do you want to say and tell me? We are all the same kind of people, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. 35. See, Beasta and Stark still ignore him. Kizaru looked up at the sky helplessly. At this time, Naval Headquarters is full of discussions about the first and second ability list. Above Naval Headquarters, all people think that Yhwach is second, and that adult is first. Advertisement. There is no doubt about that. Recognized by the sea. But, hearing the discussion below gradually boiling, the Star-Crossed Knights and others in midair became dissatisfied. In terms of power, although they have a lofty belief in Yhwach. But I have understood the three major forces for so long. I have known that adult for so long. They're also a little clueless about Yhwach's power. Kansei ability. That omnipotence is definitely number one. This ability is simply bug level. The strongest ability, bar none. This is recognized by everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights today. So listening to everyone below talking about Yhwach number 2, they suddenly became a little reluctant. Miracle lands on Naval Headquarters with a bang. With one foot on the stone, Miracle arrogantly looked at the audience, raised his neck and said, Hey, 35. You guys, give me a straight face, Your Majesty. Who is Your Majesty? He must be number 1 in this ability list. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Miracle said confidently. The other side, Kaido, Whitebeard and other people who are sure of the second friend of how suddenly became suspicious. Point 0. Among the beast's pirates, Kaido frowned at Yamato. Silly son, are you sure that Lord is the first couple? Kaido immediately settled with his daughter. Yamato spread his hands helplessly. Bastard father, how many times have I told you? That Yhwach, despite his ability. But compared with adults, he doesn't deserve to carry shoes at all. That's not a level person, understand? But just when the two were about to start fighting. Advertisement. A line of text slowly appeared above the ability list. The eyebrows that Miracle listened to over there were going to stand up. See this. Look at the other side. The golden ranking in the sky is slowly shaking. Although this miraculous ability has changed, not only immune to death is getting stronger and stronger. Yamato said that he hated iron. Kaido is also proclaiming to the invisible empire the power of their sea. Subsequently, Kaido clutched his stomach and laughed. Miracle rolled up his sleeves and was ready to come up and have a fight with Kaido. Kaido nodded confusedly. The momentum between the two continued to rise. Kaido said disdainfully. Kaido didn't give up much, and the dragon scales on his body rose slightly. The second ability list. Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Holy Text A, Yhwach. Close black lens bracket. At least until the second in the ability list is released, this miracle will definitely not grow to the point where it is stronger than himself. Of course he couldn't say enough about Kaido and Jack alone. Miracle was dumbfounded. In particular, Jack sometimes has a clear brain circuit, and can directly be so miraculous that he can't speak. Jack also echoed his boss. Boom. His eyes widened slowly, his face full of impossibility. What a bunch of arrogant and stupid guys. Miracles have only just begun and have not evolved. Therefore, his aura was extremely weak compared to Kaido, the four emperors. Kaido looked at the arrogant Miracle not far away, and immediately started spraying. The rats of the Invisible Empire, even your broken emperor wants to be number 1. I tell you it's impossible. But after Yamato's confirmation, his heart settled down. Shut your stinky mouth. So taking advantage of this time, he can definitely give this miracle a good beating. But Kaido is confident that with just his fists, he can make this miracle suffer a lot from 4.4. 268. The Shocking Sea, Omniscient and Omnipotent. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Kaido pointed at the stunned wonder and laughed. He knew that his daughter could not cheat him. Have a look. How confident this miracle was in Yhwach just now. It hurts his face now. Although this miracle is an immortal body, it is getting stronger and stronger. But as long as you're a person, you can't stand being slapped in the face. Feeling the mocking eyes of Kaido and the countless people around, Miracle was a little crazy. He stared blankly at the Star-Crossed Knights, trying to find some comfort for himself. But he looked. Everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights was shocked and full of disbelief. This result, they are completely unacceptable for all. Their god, the king of the Quenchers, their emperor. How could it not be the first in the ability list? How could Chu Xia's ability be stronger than omniscient and omnipotent? Everyone looked in disbelief, completely unacceptable. And don't mention them at the moment. In the Invisible Empire, 20 Yhwach himself was completely stunned. The twin brothers watched, not knowing what to say. Just now, Yhwach told him confidently that Chu Xia was so arrogant that he was not afraid of taking revenge on him after he reached the top of the ability list. His friend Yhwach used to worry that Chu Xia came to destroy him before. And now, that guy is going to pay for his arrogance. Yhwach gritted his teeth when he said this. But now, the twin brothers see Yhwach again. Advertisement. I saw a look of astonishment on his face. The look in those eyes gradually changed from disbelief to madness. How is this possible? Yhwach stood up and said insanely. How is this possible? My omnipotence and omnipotence are well-deserved first abilities. How can you beat that guy? How can that be? Yhwach kept talking. He, who has always been very confident in his own abilities, really can't stand such a blow. At a certain moment just now, he almost went into trouble. Confident and obsessed with omniscience and omnipotence, he has always believed that his ability is the best in the world. But now, that gold list, that ability list, blatantly said he was number 2. How can this friend Yhwach take it? Yhwach, who was completely out of his mind, couldn't bear it at all, and it was difficult for him to calm down for a long time. He's a cool coon lord though. But once he was stimulated to the bottom line, he couldn't stand it more than anyone else. At this time, the sea is smiling. Knew it, not what they expected. Yhwach is really only second in the ability list. The first position on the ability list is still reserved for that adult. Thinking of this, the sea laughed. Ha 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 ha. I still remember Miracle's arrogant face just now. I don't know why, but I'm so nervous because of him. 35. Nervous to think that the adult's first position has been shaken. Hee. I really don't know what I was thinking just now. Who can shake that lord's first position? Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach, rubbish. Advertisement. Rubbish, rubbish. The sea was churning, and everyone was laughing at Yhwach. On the Invisible Empire, Yhwach listened to the taunting voices on the sea, and his whole body was about to explode. Although his omniscience and omnipotence are not strong enough to hear no one's words. But the real power of Yhwach can actually be called a god. At this time, some people were talking about him, and it was the most unbearable ridicule at him. How could he not hear? Hearing those voices, Yhwach almost exploded. Yhwach swung a sword. The palaces in the Invisible Empire collapsed. Yhwach was constantly destroying, and at this time it turned out to be like an ordinary person. Even, he let the Lloyd brothers dress up as Chu Xia. Looking at Chu Xia who was trampled under his feet, looking at the contemptuous smile of the other party. Yhwach's eyes were getting redder. Feeling the terrifying danger pointed at Tianling Gai. The two Lloyd brothers suddenly became what they were. The two looked terrified. They were really afraid that Yhwach couldn't hold back and chop them off. Seeing how the two brothers changed again, Yhwach was a little sober. He sat sadly on the throne. After a long time, Yhwach raised his head slightly. As a king, he must calm down at this moment. Gradually, a sneer appeared in Yhwach's eyes. In his eyes, the figure of Chu Xia appeared again. Mixed with hatred, Yhwach thought every word in his heart. Aren't you arrogant? Second in the ability list, that's enough. When I get the reward, I will step on you and kill you. Yhwach thinks about his omnipotence. Don't think too much, this must be the top ability. Therefore, as long as he waits for the ability list to issue rewards, his ability will definitely become the strongest temporarily. Advertisement. And according to the urine sex of Jinbang, those number 1 rankings have not been released yet. So taking advantage of the gap between this release, can he directly destroy the forces under Chu Xia? Maybe when Chu Xia appears, he can't match his power at all. The more you thought about it, the more excited you got, and he slowly raised his expectant eyes to look at the ability list. Naval Headquarters. After a brief burst of laughter, countless people also reacted. They sneer though sneer, but Yhwach is second in the ability list after all. After all, this 610 is the existence they look up to. Therefore, countless people are still very curious about the ability of this invisible emperor. Although certainly not as good as that adult. But the ability beats Sabo, Monk, and Kagaya to win the second place. This friend Habich's ability must not be simple. What ability can be more shocking than Ryujin Jaka's Benkai's 20 million degrees? Countless people's eyes slowly narrowed. Just when the whole sea was thinking about it. Jinbang didn't make everyone wait too long, and announced the ability of Yhwach with a bang. Introduction to Yhwach's abilities. The ancestor of the Quincy, the original starting point of all Quincy, the emperor of the Invisible Empire. Gift of soul. Yhwach can give his soul to others. This ability reaches the peak after adulthood, drips blood into wine, and the person who drinks it will be endowed with the power of holy text by Yhwach. Soul recycling, sanctification, you can use this to take the power that you once distributed and redistribute it completely. Omniscient and almighty. The power that knows all the future, the ability known by Yhwach will no longer be able to cause damage to it, and the ability to activate must open his eyes. Countless people stared at it. When they saw Yhwach's third ability. Boom. The sea was silent. Countless people just feel their brains buzzing. What did they see? Special. Just kidding. 269. The sea that shocked to the extreme. This is the Invisible Emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters. Kizaru pointed at the ability list and said with a look of surprise. Are you kidding, old man? 2. Am I blind? What did I see? Kizaru looked shocked and even wondered if he was blind. In this regard, both Beista and Stark did not respond to him. The two smiled at each other. The ability of Yhwach, Rao, is that both of them are a little scared. Although already known. But when they actually saw it, they were still shocked. After all, the ability of omniscience and omnipotence is really a bug. Today's three major forces, Xiao, Jingling, and Xuye Palace. If it wasn't for that adult to take action, even if they besieged Yhwach together, they would be completely unsure of taking him down. Because that omniscient and omnipotent ability is too buggy. Kaido, Monk, Sabo, the three big guys, with Lunatic, Wajia, Beista, Xiao and others are completely uncertain. It can only be said that it is qualified to fight with one. In the end, even if they can win, they can't kill their friend Yhwach. The most likely option is to reseal Yhwach. But even if successful, they are bound to lose a lot. Beista and Stark stared intently. Although this is not the enemy they should face. When Yhwach appeared, that adult would naturally take action. In front of that adult, everything seemed so powerless. Even omniscient. But this did not prevent them from considering Yhwach as an imaginary enemy. After all, as subordinates, they also want to solve problems for the adult. They didn't want to rely entirely on the grown-up. Kizaru's shocked speech was incoherent. On the other side, on the execution stand, Sengoku even made preparations early. Advertisement. But at this moment, seeing Yhwach's ability, he was still surprised. Garp was beside him with a look of shock and disbelief. They are now awarded the gold list and both have top observation haki. They have also mastered the ability to briefly predict the future. However, they can predict the future, and it is only a short-term prediction of the future. Take a look at Yhwach. Pound. Hearing the name, this is an ability that is invincible to the extreme. Even Sengoku and Garp think so. How can this ability be mastered by one person? This is an ability that should not exist in the legend. Omniscient and omnipotent, all the abilities known by Yhwach will have no effect on him. Is this too buggy? Sengoku and Garp kept gasping for breath. At this moment, even Sister Hwa in front of them put away her smile. Yhwach this ability. Except for the adult, no one dares to say that they can fight against him. Too pervert. Others present at this time. Such as Long, Whitebeard and others. They were all shocked. Even Kaido, who looked down on Yhwach and bickered with Miracle before, fell silent. His face was full of astonishment. He couldn't believe it. Is this really a human ability? Is this too pervert? Take a few deep breaths. Kaido looked at Yamato in shock. He was really unacceptable. Kaido spoke for the first time. Is that Yhwach's ability really so pervert? Omniscient and omnipotent, is this an invincible ability? After Kaido finished speaking, his throat felt dry. Anyone who hears this news will be shocked, right? Advertisement. Seeing Kaido's astonishment at the moment, Yamato smiled slightly. She really rarely sees Kaido like this. Yamato smiled mysteriously. This made Kaido and Jack and others more anxious. Jack patted his head. Young master, please speak quickly, don't hang our appetites. My heart is on fire right now. Jack's big head kept thinking. He once fought against Katakuri, known as the crowning masterpiece of the Charlotte family. He is one of the three plagues, Jack the Drow. And Katakuri is the head of the four desert stars. Both sides are considered to be on the same level. But in the fight with Katakuri, Jack had a hard time playing. He was taught a hard lesson. During the battle, he basically couldn't touch Katakuri, and was led by Katakuri. The most important reason for this is the observation haki of Katakuri. Its master has the ability to foresee this bug in the future. But what Katakuri can foresee is only a short-term future. But even then, Jack at the same level was beaten extremely hard. Now, Yhwach, but what he possesses is omniscience and omnipotence, predicting the future. If you look at it, you will know that it is not predicting the short-term future, right? When the strong fight, 1 second can often decide life and death. And this friend Yhwach, Jack really didn't know what to say. He looked at Yamato with anxiety on his face. Seeing Jack's impatience, Yamato smiled, no longer hanging on to his appetite. Yamato jumped on Jack's shoulder first, patted his head, and signaled peace of mind. Then, Yamato laughed. Don't be so nervous. Quote. No matter how strong that Yhwach is, isn't there an adult? If you say the difference between Yhwach and us, the gap is like the sea and the lake. Is this the emperor of the invisible empire? Advertisement. It's too strong. And naval headquarters shocked at the same time. The shock of the sea also reached the extreme. However, if Yhwach initiates sanctification, miracles will indeed die. What did Yamato say? Kaido was silent. What is the difference between Yhwach and that lord? But he didn't know what to say either. That is to say, now the bottom 5 in the ability list, their abilities are all given by Yhwach. Yamato said lightly. They were all staring at each other. Compared to the other abilities on the ability list, the increase of soul and sanctification are simply bug-like abilities. A miracle is true immortality, but his power is given by Yhwach. Look, he has 2 remaining abilities. 35. In that case, isn't the ability of all the members of the Star-Cross Regiment all the strength given by Yhwach? He looked at the gold list, and looked at the vacant first places on those lists. Kaido couldn't believe it. I finally know why they believe in friend Yhwach so much. Boom. My goodness. The difference between Yhwach and your lord is the difference between clouds and mud. 99. Oh my god. This time, although compared with the omniscient and omnipotent, those 2 abilities Wang Dahao seem a little underwhelming. Also, he is not only omniscient and omnipotent, this ability is very pervert. Too exaggerated. Kaido and the others were like 5 thunders in their hearts. However, this is only compared to omniscience and omnipotence. Countless people heard the words and looked away from omniscience and omnipotence, and looked at the remaining 2 abilities. Almighty, omnipotent, what can I say? Yhwach, too strong. It's so strong. Countless people on the sea are gasping for breath. 270. Did Yhwach visit the battlefield in person, and have you heard the hymn of the Holy Emperor? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The shock on the sea is long-lasting. In the Invisible Empire at the moment. Listening to the shock of the sea for his own ability. Yhwach on the throne was all smiles. The twin brothers stood below, looking at Yhwach with admiration. Your Majesty, the sea today must be worshipping your abilities. Yhwach smiled when he heard the words. His gloomy mood, shrouded in Chu Xia's power, finally improved. Ha 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 ha. Yhwach laughed out loud. These ants on the sea, look to the power of God. 35. After I accept the reward, I will bring peace to this sea. Yhwach thought in his heart, his aggressive eyes were even better. At this time, the shock of countless people on the sea also gradually calmed down. And because of Yhwach's ability to pervert. Nowadays, many people in the whole sea have begun to worship the power of Yhwach. After all, not everyone has the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Some people simply worship power. Now that Yhwach's ability is amazing, they don't care whether Yhwach is good or evil. And the 3 major forces are too powerful, and that lord is too sacred. They had no chance at all if they wanted to lick the grown-up. However, when Yhwach appears at this time, do they have a chance to lick it? If you are happy, give them a gift of soul. So can they also get the heaven-defying 613 ability and enter the Star-Cross Knights. So many people, looking at the name of Yhwach on the ability list, bowed down reverently and recited it in their mouths. More than this, he knelt down directly and called, Your Majesty. Feel the countless sounds of the sea. Yhwach in the Invisible Empire is more and more delighted. And this time the sea. These devout followers of Yhwach also began to look forward to what abilities Yhwach could acquire. Advertisement. What kind of reward will he get, Your Majesty? I'm really looking forward to it. 35. Your Majesty's ability is so strong and invincible, what kind of reward will he get? I don't think there is any way to give a reward, right? Because it is too strong. For the discussion of this group of wallflowers. Chu Xia's die-hard fans are full of contempt. But they won't say anything. Because those who can directly turn to Yhwach worship, they are not people with brains. Anyone with a brain at this time can think that the remaining first place is the adult. In their hearts, no matter what kind of reward Yhwach gets, can he compare to that lord? Impossible. So, the group of people looked at the group of Yhwach believers with contempt. Shortly after, Kai reward distribution for Yhwach. The second in the ability list is hereby rewarded. Strengthening omniscience and omnipotence is the power to know all the future and the past, not only to meet the future, but also to change the past. Close black lens bracket. See this. The group of Yhwach's followers exploded in an instant. One by one, their faces were flushed red, even to the base of their ears. Everyone knelt down again with excitement. His Majesty. Your Majesty. 39. But to this, Chu Xia's die-hard fans still look contemptuous. That makes you kneel. Yhwach is really your father. As the power to change the past and the future strong. As everyone knows, the power of that adult has ebb and flow. It's really hee. The 2 sides were arguing endlessly, and neither would let the other. Invisible Empire. Yhwach laughed while looking at the ability list. He stood up slowly, his figure wrapped in white light. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Yhwach laughed while accepting the reward. That white light is extremely sacred, as if it were a product of origin. Even Yhwach was terrified, but he didn't care. Even if he is a god, he cannot fight against the origin of the world. There's not much to say about it. Soon, the white light dissipated. Yhwach's laughter filled the palace. The twin brothers knelt down immediately, with pious expressions in their 3 eyes. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the strength has been improved again. 35. Yhwach laughed out loud. Lloyd, you have done a lot for me with your abilities over the years, and you should be rewarded. Yhwach said, and suddenly stretched out a hand. The twin brothers kneeling on the ground only felt a huge force enter their bodies. The expressions of the two changed, and they quickly became grateful. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yhwach smiled. This time, I personally went to naval headquarters and destroyed all the 3 major forces there. I want to see if that guy can hold his breath. Yhwach said coldly, hatred in his eyes again. He remembered that the last time he suffered such a big loss was the battle with old Yamamoto 8,000 years ago. At that time, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni had not yet established the Gotei 13th Division. But the old Yamamoto had no scruples, and Ryujin Jaka's Bankai unleashed wantonly. But even then, it's just to seal him. Thousands of years have passed. Yhwach regains power. When Chu Xia came on that day, he was powerless to resist. Even, Yhwach felt a strong threat to his life in Chu Xia. This is unbearable for Yhwach. This is humiliation, he must be ashamed now. But, to speak of shame, what he should do should be to go to the past and directly kill the weak Chu Xia at that time. But don't know why, Yhwach dared not do that. Now he is still a little afraid to face Chu Xia face to face. That man is simply too terrifying. Advertisement. Yhwach's heart froze, and at the same time, he was angry with himself again. The other side. Brother, we just imitated the appearance of that person before, and we are already suffering and our souls have been hurt. If this is 95, Lloyd said decisively, even if it's death, it's worth it. Lloyd asked in horror. He didn't want to either. Ha 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 ha. Lloyd interrupted directly. Our power is bestowed by His Majesty, and now we will do what he tells us to do. Yhwach smiled lightly. Yhwach laughed and broke through the void to leave. Brother Lloyd also understood this, and finally nodded. Seeing that his brother didn't speak, Lloyd continued. Brother, are we really going to do that? Just when everyone was surprised and speculated about Yhwach's identity in their hearts. After he leaves, wearing a crimson cloak, his eyebrows are deep and fierce. Everyone below naval headquarters also looked over at the same time. The twin brothers looked at each other. Have you heard the hymn of the Holy Emperor? Over naval headquarters, a void crack opened, and Yhwach walked out of it. Enough. The expressions of all the members of the Star Cross mission changed. However, in the face of Yhwach's gaze, the two finally nodded. But disobeying Yhwach's command, only sanctification awaits the two of them. Imitate that one, and we'll die. When I came to the two brothers, I didn't know what to say. Yes, Your Majesty. The expressions of the two Lloyd brothers changed, some struggle and hesitation. All of a sudden, Lloyd's face was solemn. The two finally agreed and decided to implement Yhwach's plan. 271. World Earthquake. The first release of the ability list. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A dark space crack appeared. Everyone at naval headquarters stared blankly. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. Their current conqueror's hockey is top-notch. So the two can predict the short-term future. But, however, they could not foresee any future from the dark space crack. It seems that the existence that is about to appear there has far exceeded the perception ability of the two of them. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other deeply. The two took a deep breath and gradually thought of the identity of the person who came. This kind of ability to break open space is rarely seen today. They also saw it from Hasward and Kagaya, seen it. And now the location where this space crack appears is behind the Star-Crossed Knights. This also means that the person who comes is almost certain to be a person from the Invisible Empire. As for Kagaya, that's totally impossible. The kings of the sea have their own arrogance. Existing like Kagaya, even more disdain to attack the Star Cross. So, could it be Hasward, the former head of the Star Cross who was given distinguished heavenly gods by Kagaya? Think of this. The expressions of Sengoku and Garp changed slightly. Before Huswald ventured to break through the void crack and left, although they didn't know where they went. But most likely, it should be back to the Invisible Empire. Could it be that Hasward was relieved of distinguished heavenly gods by Yhwach after returning to the Invisible Empire? The two thought, it's not impossible. Kagaya's distinguished heavenly gods though heaven-defying. But Yhwach's omnipotence is even more heaven-defying. Who knows if he can undo Hasward's distinguished heavenly gods? Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. The two of them were increasingly amazed by Yhwach's omniscient ability. To pervert, even distinguished heavenly gods can be lifted. Advertisement. But just when the two decided that the person who came was Hasward. What came out of the dark crack was a figure in a crimson cloak. With long black hair and two thick beards hanging on his fierce face, the whole person reveals the infinite power of the king. See this. Sengoku and Garp were once again surprised. The two looked at each other, and Garp spoke in surprise. Sengoku, this isn't Hasward. Who is this person? Garp said in surprise. Sengoku also frowned. Who is this fierce man who reveals the power of the king? Sengoku's heart sank suddenly. In the Invisible Empire. Who can have the power of such a king? I'm afraid, it's the Invisible Emperor of the Empire, Yhwach. Sengoku didn't speak, but Garp has figured this out too. In front of the two, Sister Hua stood up silently. The long knife was held in his hand. Sister Hua's eyes were full of killing intent and fighting intent. A terrifying aura suddenly rose. On sight, Sabo, the lunatic, Vista and the others also had a strong killing intent. Others may not know it, but they are very clear about the identity of the person in front of them. King of the Quincy, Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach. The terrifying aura of everyone suddenly rose. This changed the expressions of many people who guessed the identity of Yhwach. The sea is churning even more. Who is this person? My god, this kind of power of kings is not comparable to that of the four emperors. 5. It seems to be a kind of power that swallows the world. It seems that the entire world is in the hands of the master. Who is this man? The sea is wildly guessing. And this time, everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights felt the breath behind them. Advertisement. Everyone turned back quickly and saw Yhwach walking out of it. Ridgeball's expression changed, and he immediately knelt in the air on one knee. Everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights also knelt down. Gremmy was reluctant, but he had to kneel under the power of Yhwach. He still doesn't dare to fight with Yuha in person. After all, he can't stop the saint, so be better. Everyone knelt down and called, Your Majesty. All of a sudden, the whole sea understood the identity of Yhwach. Countless people stared. This is the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yhwach. I should have thought. 55. With the power of such a king, it must be Yhwach. Yes. However, who would have thought that Yhwach would appear on the battlefield now? Is this going to start a decisive battle with the three major forces? I have a hunch that the battle at naval headquarters is about to reach an unprecedented peak. The sea was buzzing, and many people were shocked by the arrival of Yhwach. And this time, on the side of the Star-Crossed Knights. Ridgeballo looked at Yhwach with some worry. Your Majesty, your power. Ridgeballo said hesitantly. Although he believed in Yhwach, he believed that Yhwach was invincible. However, the strength of Yhwach has not fully recovered before. 0 flowers. If you join the war now, it will definitely have an impact. Yhwach smiled faintly, and made a fist with one hand. My strength has been completely restored. Lizzie Barrow's face brightened. The morale of everyone in the surrounding Star-Crossed group was high. Yhwach came to the battlefield. Who can stop them? Yhwach raised his hands and scanned the entire naval headquarters. His hawky eyes looked at each other. Invisible power permeated the audience. Advertisement. Even the four emperors such as Whitebeard, Kaido, Redhead, Charlotte Linlin, etc. sank. The pressure brought by Yhwach is really unimaginable. Afterwards, Yhwach smiled lightly. In this world, have you heard the hymn of the Holy Emperor? Yhwach spoke lightly, and his confident voice resounded throughout the audience. Countless people stared at it. Facing the silence of the audience, Yhwach smiled and glanced at Ridgeball. Lizzie Barrow understood and glanced at naval headquarters, said. That was the king of the sealed Quincy who regained his heartbeat after 900 years, awakened his consciousness after another 90 years, and regained his strength after another 9 years. 95. Finally, take back the world in just 9 days. Boom. Ridgebarrow's voice fell. The eyes of all the strong people present at the scene, such as Sengoku, shrank suddenly. The invisible pressure of terror permeated the audience. At this moment, even the lunatic fell silent. The whole sea was shaken by the power of Yhwach. Looking at the silent naval headquarters, Yhwach was very satisfied. He looked at Sabo, Sister Hua and others. Then the smile grew stronger in his eyes. Today is the first day. I'll let my subordinates play with you first. I hope I can take back this world without letting me do it. 5. Yhwach said with a light smile, very confident. The sea also gave it the dignity it deserved. Everyone didn't speak, and looked at Yhwach deeply. The momentum was indescribable, but it was strong. Today, Sengoku et al. Really can't do anything to refute it. Kaido gritted his teeth. He wanted to arrogantly refute a sentence of Yhwach. But from the friend Yhwach, he felt too strong a threat of life and death. It made him unable to speak at all. However, at this time, the whole world is shrouded in Yoha's terrifying power at this moment. The golden list on the horizon roared. Countless people woke up in an instant, and they looked at the golden list in shock. The first in the ability list will be released. Chuan. 272 Ideographic No. The 3 lists are released together. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The sea roared and trembled. Seeing the unprecedented roar of the golden ranking in the sky, everyone's eyes became more and more shocked. This shock is stronger than the appearance of his friend Yhwach. Midair at naval headquarters, Yhwach's face was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Jinbang with an ugly face. This gold list really doesn't give him face. At the same time, Yhwach's face gradually darkened to the extreme. He also wanted to take advantage of the gap between the first release of the ability list. The 3 people who were present at Xiao, Jingling, and Xuye Palace were directly destroyed, forcing that person to come forward to fight him. But now it seems, I'm afraid his plan was in vain. He didn't expect that the ability list would be released directly this time. It's so fast. In the past, didn't you always press first and didn't publish it at all? Even if it is released, it will take a long time to wait. But, June 17th. Now, what's going on? Yhwach looked shocked. However, he also understands that if he wants to do it now, it is simply impossible. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for him to destroy the people from the three major forces present. Akatsuki's Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, akin, each of which is easy to deal with. Not to mention Jingling Court, Sabo, Sister Wa, that lunatic, Beasta, etc., these are not fuel-efficient lamps. Although only Stark was present in the Void Knight Palace. But he wants to kill all these people in a short time, it is not realistic at all. Yhwach smothered the thought in his heart that he wanted to do it directly. But he wasn't too nervous. In his eyes, that person is no better than himself now. Although a bit shaky, but he is still very confident in his abilities. This is his confidence as a king, and he will never admit that anyone is better than himself. Advertisement. So, looking at that person's ability now, he will be able to deal with it when the time comes. After all, the ability to be known by him will not work for him. Yhwach smiled and looked at Jinbang lightly. Ridgebalo and the others looked at Yhwach's reaction from the corner of their eyes. Everyone was stunned, as expected of their king. In the face of the first announcement of the ability list, he was indifferent and his eyes were light. This is their king. Everyone calmed down, and they all quietly prepared to watch. Everyone on the entire sea also looked at the golden list with scorching eyes. But gradually, everyone realized that something was wrong. This time the golden list shook. Why was it so loud? And, how did it take so long? Is it because this is the number 1 ability list? No, not right. In the old Fritter's trio, he is very sensitive to light, so Kizaru's complexion changed with a good line of sight. Subsequently, the expressions of Sengoku, Kaido Whitebeard and others present also changed. Even Lord Sabo Madara and the others changed their faces, as if something completely unexpected had happened to them. I saw that the vibration of the Jinbang was getting louder and louder that day. The scope of the shock is also getting wider and wider. Gradually, it was not the ability list that began to vibrate. Even with the remaining lists around it, all of them roared and trembled. The ability list and the Jingling Court battle list all shook. Countless people on the sea looked blank. What happened? What did I see? Isn't the ability list released? Why does the Jingling Court battle power list also vibrate? 5. Am I right? Is it going to be released together with the two lists? F*K. Advertisement. When talking about that lord, it's just different. 35. This is too high, too shocking. 99. The sea is endlessly discussed. But it's not over yet. After a while, everyone on the sea was shocked again. Look, what is that? It's not just the ability list and the Jingling Court battle power list that shakes. If I'm not mistaken, that slowly condensed out is the Void Knight Palace battle power list, right? You read that right, what you just condensed is the Void Knight Palace battle power list. Oh my god, could it be that the golden list is not meant to be released together with the two lists this time? Instead, the ability list, the first place in the Jingling Court battle list, and the first place in the Xiao Palace battle list should be released together. My god, is this the power of that lord? Everyone on the sea trembled. And within naval headquarters, the eyes of Sengoku and others were also shocked to the extreme. The huge execution table kept shaking. This is due to the shock of Sengoku and Garp. Don't talk about them. Even Sister Wa, who was standing in front of the two, was shocked. Madara, Hashirama, and Namikaze Minato standing under the execution platform all stood up. The three of them all looked at the gold list with shocking expressions. 0. Sabo, that madman, Buggy, Momosuke, Kebi and others who were present were also completely silent, and looked at the gold list in shock. Among the beast's pirates, Kaido and Jack and others were even more shocked beyond words. Yamato stood on Jack's shoulders, his eyes full of awe looking at the gold medal. In the old Fritter's trio, the smile that always hung on Beasta's face disappeared. The two long swords were returned to their sheaths, and Beasta looked at Jinbang with admiration in his eyes. Stark is no exception. Lilynette reappeared in front of him and looked at her with a shocked expression. And in the Void Knight Palace at this moment, everyone looked at the gold list seriously and shocked. Advertisement. That adult is the only meaningful existence in his nihilistic life. Kizaru also felt the shocking atmosphere, and fell silent with a dignified expression. And in midair, Tsunere Little Leopard Grimjow et al. His face grew gloomier. Thinking of that hateful guy made Yhwach feel gloomy. Little Leopard Grimjow was excited. Subsequently, Yhwach felt the shock of naval headquarters and even the sea. That Chu Xia was to completely subdue him and serve him completely. This scene was something he didn't expect. The ability list will be released as soon as it is released. Is it even released together with two big power lists? In the gap of this post, just under the eyes of the whole world, the rest of the Espada stood up in unison. After the list of adults is released, can we also go to naval headquarters and teach those guys from the Invisible Empire a lesson? 39. Do you really not play cards according to the routine? Recognize that Chu Xia is his king. The huge naval headquarters fell silent, and everyone was staring at the golden list. Great Emperor Baragan's face was 4.4 deep. But no one responded to him at all. But thinking of the upcoming list, he gradually became silent. This is a bit exaggerated. There was a touch of shock in Xiao Wu's eternally calm eyes. Grimjiao was a little angry. Everyone present seemed to have a hunch that what a shocking list would be released by the golden list later. Finally, it's our turn to the battle power list of Xuye Palace. The little leopard said sentence by sentence. To say that Aizen can use strength to make him surrender. The first of the three lists, released together. When the time comes, I will fight those arrogant guys one by one. 273. Number 1 in the 5 lists, Chu Xia, a world that explodes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The whole sea. Anywhere at the moment, everyone raised their heads. Everyone was silent and did not speak. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes. At this moment, they all understood what was about to happen. Everyone is looking forward to this result. Even the Holy Land Mariajoy. Yimu had already stood up from the throne, and his eyes were fixed on the golden list in the sky. Seeing the unprecedented vibration, Yimu's eyes kept trembling. One of the deep shock is hard to hide. Inside naval headquarters. At this moment, no matter who it is, they completely shut their mouths. No one has any lightheartedness. They just felt like they were embracing a historic moment in the world. Even Yhwach and the Invisible Empire. Everyone is watching intently. On the execution stand, feeling the atmosphere of the audience, Sengoku took several deep breaths. But even so, he couldn't calm down his inner excitement. He understands that the list to be released this time will be ranked first in the 2 major power lists of Xuye Palace and Jingling Courts. But more importantly, the remaining ability list. Ability list, which means that the entire sea can understand the ability of that adult. Beyond omniscience, Ryujin Jaka. What a terrifying power that would be. Sengoku's eyes were full of anticipation, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. Garp, like him, wasn't exercising vigorously, but was gasping for breath. The reaction of the two is only a microcosm of this sea. Subsequently, just under the watchful eyes of countless people in this sea. A bang. The dull voice seemed to resound in everyone's mind. Advertisement. The golden list on that side was also shrouded in divine white light. At this time, even Yhwach couldn't look directly at the white light, and slightly blocked his eyes with his arms. The white light continued for a few breaths, and then slowly dissipated. Countless people removed their arms that blocked their sight and looked intently. Boom. Number 1 in Jingling Court's combat power list. The captain of the first team, the captain of the 13th team of the Goading Court, Chu Xia. Close black lens bracket. Number 1 in the Void Knight Palace battle list. The Lord of Espada, the King of Void Knight Palace, Chu Xia. Close black lens bracket. First place on the list of abilities. Leader of Dawn, Captain of Jingling Court, King of Void Knight Palace, God, Chu Xia. Close black lens bracket. Boom. Boom. The sea instantly burst into an uproar. Countless people's eyes widened instantly, and their pupils were shocked. The shock this time was unprecedented for them. Although it was already expected. The first of these 3 lists must be Chu Xia's. But at this moment, everyone is still shocked. They seem to be witnessing a historic moment in the world. This is so divine. On the sea, some people who believed in Chu Xia knelt down directly. Sir Chu Xia was rated as a god by the Jinbang. Sure enough, Lord Chu Xia, he is the only true god. Yes, if it's God, I don't think Kagaya, monks, and Yhwachs are qualified. In front of Lord Chu Xia, no one is qualified to be called a god. 35. If Lord Chu Xia is a true god, then everyone else is a false god. Yep, no one is qualified to compare with Lord Chu Xia. 99. This is us, the one and only adults. The sea almost unanimously believes in Chu Xia's voice. And now over naval headquarters. Everyone in the Star Cross mission was shocked and unbelievable. Yhwach in the center looked gloomy. Those who knew him knew it. Yhwach likes to be in the limelight. But, advertisement. Recently, he has been directly suppressed by Chu Xia's limelight. Regardless of that match with Chu Xia's head on release. Still now, he is friendly with Yhwach, who ranks second in ability. However, since ancient times a few people can remember the second. The most profound thing in everyone's heart is the number 1. He was friends with Yhwach, the arrogant king of Quincy. Now it has completely become Chu Xia's background board. Yhwach looked at the gold list. Look on it. Xiaoji is the first in combat power, Jingling Court is the first in combat power, and Xuye Palace is the first in combat power. There is also the number 1 in the Kendo list, and the number 1 in the current ability list. This is not only the first of the 3 lists at all. This is the first of the 5 list. His friend Yhwach, what can he compare to Chu Xia? Even Yhwach can now imagine how people in this sea view him. His omniscience and omnipotence ability is very evasive, very pervert, right? But, he is so powerful, so invincible and omnipotent, but he is only the first in the ability list. And the first is Chu Xia. It must be what everyone is thinking at the moment. What kind of ability does that adult have that can surpass omniscience and omnipotence? His friend Harbach is already a background board. How can he accept this? But at this time, below naval headquarters, in the old Fritters trio, Kizaru looked at Jinbang, took a few deep breaths, and then calmed down. Looking at Jinbang with shocking eyes, Kizaru pouted again. Hello, two old friends. I'm really curious now. What kind of ability does that lord really have that can surpass Yhwach? 39. You must know that Yhwach's omnipotence is so powerful. 5. That's an almost invincible ability. But that lord, still surpassed, what kind of ability would that be? Listen to Kizaru. Advertisement. Beasta and Stark have yet to answer. But with so many people mocking him, he can't kill them all, can he? The golden list on the horizon trembled as promised. The ability of omniscience and omnipotence is in his hands, and it is not as strong as that adult. Jack patted his head. It's more than strong, for that adult, only the word invincibility can describe it. F*K. The two were stunned for a moment, followed Kizaru's somewhat frightened eyes, and then discovered the reason for the matter. But they also more or less showed the meaning of looking down on Yhwach. Chang, this is all belittling that lord. Yeah, so nervous. 55. It must be very strong, right? In midair, a look full of coercion looked over. Midair, although they are not as arrogant as Jack. There are also many people around. Yhwach's face was extremely gloomy. Beast's pirates over there. That lord's abilities are about to be released. The meaning of everyone's words is that compared with the grown-up Yhwach, Mao is not. Bah, 99. And this time, countless people turned their heads to look, and their expressions were full of anticipation. Kizaru was stunned, and hurriedly hid behind Stark and Beasta. Yhwach kept suffocating in his heart. F*K. That adult is really shy. Jack spoke to himself, ignoring the dangerous gaze that looked at him. The two looked at each other, and 617 suddenly smiled. The ability list trembled slightly, and he was about to release Chu Xia's ability introduction. Yhwach garbage. And this time, at least not for now. Yhwach is so delicious. And this time, Yhwach stared at Kizaru with murderous intent in his eyes. 274. Chu Xia's ability. Yhwach is completely panicked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the same time, the discussion on the sea was buzzing. Yhwach, who was above naval headquarters, also looked up, his eyes full of sneer. He wanted to see what kind of abilities Chu Xia had. He was actually judged by the golden list to surpass his omniscience and omnipotence. What are you kidding? It must be because Chu Xia is too strong. He does remember the ranking rules of the ability list, but according to the ability itself accounted for 30%, the past users of the ability accounted for 20%, and the current users of the ability accounted for 50%. So, it must be because Chu Xia is too strong, so that ability surpasses his omniscience and omnipotence. Otherwise, his omnipotence and omnipotence are the strongest and unparalleled. Yhwach thought confidently, but what he didn't realize was, although he believes that his omniscience and omnipotence are still invincible. But, in Yhwach's heart, unconsciously, Chu Xia's strength is far beyond his comparison. All of this stemmed from the meeting with Chu Xia that day. Yhwach stared at Jinbang, his fists under his robe clenched slightly. Soon after, the vibration of the ability list stopped. Its upper row is formed with golden characters. Yhwach looked intently. When he just saw the introduction on the ability list, Yhwach's eyes slowly widened, and the world at this moment. Everyone also stared at it. Open black lens bracket Chu Xia ability introduction. Reiatsu. The battle between Shinigami is the battle between Reiatsu, and his Reiatsu has transcended certain boundaries. Yhwach's eyes widened, and he almost spit out blood in a mouthful of wow. What did he see? Reiatsu, in Chu Xia, was introduced as an ability. This is as amazing as the introduction of Quincy when they introduced their sacred arrows. Advertisement. When will Reiatsu be introduced as an ability too? And also, Reiatsu has transcended certain boundaries. What does this mean? Beyond Shinigami and Emu. Fusion of Shinigami and Void, a whole new species. Wrong. Yhwach's eyes shrank suddenly. What he thought might be too simple. The other side, everyone at naval headquarters was also shocked. Kizaru pointed to the ability list, and spit out 7 lies in a row. F*K, 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 F*K. Just kidding. Are you kidding the old man? 5. Kizaru said in shock. He glanced slightly, and saw that Beasta and Stark beside him were equally shocked. Everyone present also looked at this first line of ability introduction, and the shock has been difficult to calm down for a long time. On the execution stand, Garp and Sengoku slowly looked at each other. Sengoku complex openings. Garp, am I wrong? If I remember correctly, Reiatsu should be the power of the Shinigami Master. In other words, it's like you say you can make the list with physical skills. It's just sky and night. But what? 35. Sengoku looks at the gold list. Seeing that Chu Xia can already crush the ability list with Reiatsu alone. He really didn't know what to say. So do all the people in the whole sea. Some of them didn't dare to look down at all. After a long delay, about a quarter of an hour passed. Only then did someone continue to look down on the sea. Yhwach is also shocked by the strong pressure. He wanted to see what Chu Xia's remaining abilities were. Advertisement. Then, the second ability came into view. Zanpakuto. Kyoka Suigetsu. Illusionist Zanpakuto. If the enemy sees Kyoka Suigetsu's Shikai once, he will be completely hypnosis from that moment, and every time Kyoka Suigetsu is liberated, he will fall into complete hypnosis. Shikai. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Complete hypnosis. While consuming a huge amount of Reiatsu, it completely controls the enemy's 5 senses. As long as Reiatsu is sufficient, the controlled person will be completely unaware that he is being hypnosis. Seeing this, Yhwach was a little calmer. At least, this illusion should have no effect on his omniscience and omnipotence. A sneer appeared on Yhwach's face. What about Bankai? Thinking, he continued to look down. Seeing the line below, Yhwach was stunned again. And in the naval headquarters below, Kizaru looked at Kyoka Suigetsu's Shikai, and his brain couldn't react at all. If I remember correctly, people normally only have 5 senses, right? 99. That is to say, except observation haki, and that inexplicable strong intuition. 35. That lord can control everything we do as long as Shikai. And with his terrifying Reiatsu, can it even affect our observation haki and intuition? What a joke, Kizaru said in shock. When the people around heard his words, shock was also spread out in waves. Beasta and Stark looked at each other. Beasta's face darkened. Exactly. Boom. Everyone on the sea was stunned. And this time, everyone wants to know Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai like crazy. They looked hurriedly. Everyone saw what Yhwach saw. Bankai. Unknown. Boom. The sea shook again. Kizaru looked surprised. Second bit, why is this Bankai unknown? 35. Advertisement. Hogyoku. You can make a wish on it, and Hogyoku will fulfill all the wishes of the master. Kyoka Suigetsu was not developed into Bankai before adults used it because Shikai was too strong to control everything. 5. Maybe others can't, but for the grown-up. This is not an exception even for that adult, right? But this looks good. Chu Xia has been perfectly fused with Hogyoku to achieve immortality in a complete sense. No ability can kill it, no power can seal it and strip Hogyoku away. Below Bankai, it should be gone. There will be no more powerful abilities. Next, there shouldn't be any more shocking abilities, right? Could it be because that lord's Bankai is too strong, so it wasn't released? But at this moment in him, everyone unexpectedly agrees. Just when everyone thought the ability introduction should end. The sea exploded again. All the people at sea are like him. But at the moment in the hands of adults, Bankai or not, I don't know. Maybe you don't even know about the golden list. Yhwach thought the same as everyone else, and continued to look down. Stark said it seriously. The strongest ability is Bankai. Shinigami. Kizaru was astonished. Boom. But then, Stark answered everyone's questions. If that adult has Bankai, can he hide from the gold list? It's just a joke. Maybe the gold medal, I really don't know if that adult can Bankai. It was nonsense. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look down. The text on the ability list continued to emerge. Sengoku Whitebeard and others also sank their eyes. Even if he does, Jin Bang doesn't know what the ability of Wang Dezhao Bankai is. Kizaru also took a few deep breaths. Everyone was more and more shocked. They dared not think about it any longer. 275. Chu Xia's record, one person fights all under his command. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Countless people in the sea looked at the introduction about Hogyoku's abilities, and they were all stunned. On the execution stand, Sengoku and Garp exclaimed as expected. No wonder, after watching it for so long, they all felt that Chu Xia's ability introduction was a bit weird. However, due to Chu Xia's various abilities, Kyoka Suigetsu is so powerful that he completely controls the 5 senses of others. Combined with Chu Xia's terrifying Reiatsu, who was recognized by the golden list, this ability is close to invincibility. Even that adult's Bankai doesn't even know the gold list. This made Sengoku and Garp ignore the weirdness in their hearts for a while. But now I see an introduction about Hogyoku. The two completely understood. They completely eliminated the source of strangeness in their hearts. This is so special. Isn't that what Sengoku said before? The ability list is equipped with immortality. Today, almost half of the ability list has immortality. Among the top 5, except for Sabo, the remaining 3 have immortality. Among the last 5, almost more than half have immortality. For the ability that is standard on this ability list, Chu Xia doesn't have it. How can that be? So sure enough, Chu Xia really has an immortal body. And his immortality is extremely strong, achieving a full sense of not 620 deaths. It cannot even be sealed and deprived, and it is completely integrated with Hogyoku. This is too shocking. Sengoku's old face trembled involuntarily. Yhwach is immortal, and Kaido is immortal. But both of them, Sengoku remembered, had a precedent for being sealed. Kaido was sealed by his two filial sons and lost to his family. Advertisement. And Yhwach, he was sealed by Ryujin Jaka. This proves that any immortal body has a way to deal with it. But now, Chu Xia, do they have a way to deal with it? Just taking out any of Chu Xia's abilities is an exaggeration, right? I am afraid that with just one Hogyoku, he will be able to sit firmly at the top of the ability list. With Kyoka Suigetsu and the terrifying Reiatsu. Hiss. Sengoku suddenly gasped. That adult, really that adult? Garp said deeply. Really, for that adult, even if we make any psychological preparations, it is not enough to deal with the shock he brings. Sengoku nodded slowly. Yes, the shock of the two is just a microcosm of the sea at the moment. The huge naval headquarters fell silent, and the whole sea was immersed in shock. The midair friend Habich's eyes widened slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Even if Yhwach were not extremely confident in his current strength, he was about to turn around and run away. That Chu Xia is too scary, isn't it? Yhwach's eyes were full of shock, and he really didn't know what to say. Godless looked at Chu Xia's various abilities, and Yhwach was silent. And at the same time when the sea was shaking. Just when the sea thought that Chu Xia's ability introduction was over. The text on the gold list continued to emerge. The last ability that Chu Xia possesses is revealed to the world. As the king of the three major forces of Xiao, Jingling Court, and Xuye Palace, and the only god in the hearts of everyone under his command, Chu Xia has the power of everyone at the same time. Close black lens bracket. Madeline. Grass. Yhwach's eyes widened again. His body was shaking violently, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The people in the Star Cross regiment beside him were shocked. Ridgebalo looked at Yhwach's pale face, and said worriedly. Advertisement. Your Majesty, what's the matter with you? However, Liji Barrow's words did not get any response from Yhwach at all. Ridgeball was puzzled and had to follow Yhwach's gaze. Then, Ridgebalona's closed left eye suddenly widened. F*K. Ridgebarrow's eyes slowly widened, and the left eye of God stared at the ability list, which was full of shock. There was an uproar in the Star Cross mission in midair. Just kidding. How is this possible? Is this too pervert? The uproar of the Star Cross group reached the ears of everyone in the Kai Army headquarters. Everyone watching the live broadcast in the sea also heard their exclamations. Shouldn't the introduction of the adult's abilities be finished? Why haven't you been shocked yet? Subsequently, everyone looked suspiciously along the line of sight of the Star Cross mission. Next moment. F*K. What did I see? 35. That lord actually has one last ability. He actually has the ability of everyone under his command at the same time. F*K it. This is the only sentence left in everyone on the sea. They really don't know what words to use to describe their shock. Chu Xia already had that kind of powerful power. This finally gave them another sentence. Does Chu Xia possess the power that everyone under his command possesses? Are you sure this isn't a joke? In the old Fritters trio. Kizaru didn't know how many words he said. His eyes under the sunglasses had long been shocked to the extreme. Kizaru looked at Beasta and Stark beside him. Advertisement. This must be deceiving the old man, right? Have the abilities of all of you. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Kizaru said in surprise. In his mind, Chu Xia was carrying Zanpakuto on his shoulders, sakura flowers were flying in the sky behind him, cold air swept across his body, withered pines spread along the earth, the sky was gloomy, and above the gloomy clouds, there was a huge meteor rumbling. Rising down, terrifying energy erupted all over his body, with morbid eyes, two bullhorns on his head, and a large black hole in his chest. A pair of Samsara Sharingan stared at the front with a playful, disdainful smile at the corners of his mouth. Bankai, the residual fire soared. As the flames spread, the world was blackened with ink. Under its feet, there is only a piece of ants that have been burned to ashes. Kizaru's eyes suddenly became frightened. And at the same time that the sea was full of shock. Tianbian Jinbang regeneration mutation. Its roar shook, and the screen appeared in countless people's minds again. Just like the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The live screen seems to be regenerated. Many people look suspicious. They don't know what's going on. Could it be that adult and who was fighting? Everyone looked suspicious. Yhwach in midair was even more surprised. In today's world, besides him, who else can let that person do it himself? But isn't it? Yhwach's face suddenly became ugly. Could it be that Jinbang will publish the scene of Chu Xia going to the Invisible Empire? Once this video is released, his friends ha. However, a line of text slowly appeared on the screen. Open black lens bracket Chu Xia's Xiao all members, close black lens bracket. See this. Yhwach breathed a sigh of relief. But he was also nervous. What's going on with this picture? Looking at this scene, the sea is also full of speculation. Gradually, someone can't help but think of an outrageous reason. 276 Ideographic, Chu Xia's Xiao all members. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Could it be that the golden list is showing us the record of that lord? Could it be that we don't agree with that adult's #1 rankings? Hearing this remark, the sea was shocked in an instant. But everyone thought for a while. Most of the people who know now. Except for Luigi, Robin, Khalifa, and Kagaya, the rest are at naval headquarters. If this is a live broadcast of the war, it will not make sense at all. So there is only one answer. This upcoming battle is a battle between Chu Xia and Xiaochuan in the past. And the purpose of the Golden List. It seems that it is really special to show them how powerful Chu Xia is. To prevent them from disapproving of the Gold List. Thinking of this, everyone on the sea is utterly lying. F***K. Don't be like that, aren't you all holy in Jinbang? We believe everything you say. What's more, this is the adult, we all know how strong he is. It doesn't need proof at all. 35. Everyone on the sea suddenly screamed. When did this Golden List become so considerate? Are you still afraid that they will not recognize the strength of that adult? What an international joke. Inside naval headquarters. The resourceful General Sengoku and Whitebeard and others also figured this out. However, it is a rare opportunity to see Chu Xia take action in person. Everyone's eyes narrowed, staring at the picture. Inside the Holy Land, Mariajoy I.M. slowly sat on the throne. Her eyes were full of shock and curiosity. How strong is that one? This is what she is also curious about. Now the Gold List gives them a chance. This is rare. The whole sea also reacted quickly. Everyone applauded, admiring Chu Xia's voice one after another. Advertisement. I can finally see the true face of that adult. Yeah, I just thought that we have always known that the adult is very strong. But until now, we haven't even seen the real face of that adult, which is a pity. 99. Fortunately, we can see it today. Really been waiting. That lord, he must be very handsome. There is a lot of discussion in the sea. Everyone rubbed their hands together and stared at Jin Bang without blinking. As if afraid of missing any details. Right under the spotlight. The screen lights up slowly. It was a battlefield full of white sand. There were 8 people in a row, all wearing red cloud trench coats on a black background. The leader in the middle is Kagaya in a white robe. In this battle, Kagaya is naturally the main force. But others aren't bad either. From their eyes, they can see the strong fighting spirit. Fighting with adults is a very rare opportunity. Across from them, Chu Xia, dressed in white, stood indifferently. The two-handed hammer is in the kabuto, and the green-hilt Kyoka Suigetsu hangs around the waist. The brown hair moved lightly with the wind. With a smile on his face, Chu Xia looked at the group of 9 in front of him. Bring it on, Chu Xia said, but the hands were never taken out of the kabuto. Not even holding a sword. At this time, the sea watching the picture has exploded. Countless beautiful girls covered their faces. Master Chu Xia, he is really handsome. Really so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Too charming, isn't it? That smile. 35. Countless people looked at Chu Xia in shock and admiration. Naval headquarters. Sengoku also gave Momosugi a vague look. Momosugi is still holding kabuto with both hands, his robes are dancing in the wind, and his long legs are straight and slender. Sengoku sighed inwardly. Advertisement. It turned out that the 2 hands in kabuto were learned from that adult. And this time, the other side. Big Mom and Beast's pirates don't know when they got together. Together with Ah Jin and Enel, everyone directly discussed. Most of them, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin watched Enel keep asking questions. Who won your battle? Enel's nose almost popped into the sky. He laughed. This battle, this god played a huge role in it, which made us persist for a few more seconds. As Enel said, Ah Jin burst out laughing. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin stared blankly. Yamato sneered mercilessly at the side. Enel, how do I remember that you were the first to be smashed by the adults? Yamato's voice fell, and Enel was instantly furious. But this time on the screen, Enel, who was wearing a red cloud trench coat with a black background, looked around. There was an excited smile on his face. Sir, here I come. Saying that, Enel directly used his strongest power. The mode of the fusion of Thor and Susa. Enel is rumbling, going fast, coming back faster. In the blink of an eye, the mighty Thor completely dissipated. 0 flowers. Enel sprayed blood and lost his ability to fight. And this, Chu Xia just used a finger. All of a sudden. Everyone in the sea was stunned. Inside naval headquarters. Aunt Kaido and others were even more shocked. The 2 of them were shocked by the waves. How strong is Enel? They all played against each other briefly. Especially the final form of Nasu Sato Thor. That is almost the same as the strongest power of the 2 of them after their second awakening. This is going to be a fight, and there will be no winner or loser for a month. But now, what did they see? Enel was beaten to the point of being incapacitated by that lord. Advertisement. That one only used 1 finger. K. The turbulent waves in the hearts of the 2 were difficult to calm down for a long time. And this time, Yamato couldn't help laughing. Enel looked gloomy. Don't laugh so much. I'll be able to see your fight with your lord later. 35. B. Enel looked disdainful and was about to say something. Yamato waved his hand. Thank you for the praise, I have played a role and persisted longer than you. Enel felt very uncomfortable with the old blood in his throat. Aizen couldn't laugh at the side. But this time, Aizen suddenly became serious. Reminder, that lord who fought with us would never use Kyoka Suigetsu and Hogyoku. 9. Not to use our abilities. He fights with us, and he fights with hard power alone. Aizen's voice fell slowly. Boom. And Kaido and others became more and more alarmed. They just thought you were the power of Hogyoku. But now, this is so special. Knock down Enel with one finger. Why do you tell me this is hard power? The two are like two children at the moment. There are many question marks. And this time, the scene in the screen continued to play. After Enel fell, Akin and Lu Chi looked at each other. Lu Chi's figure rose and instantly turned into a leopard shape more than 3 meters high. The terrifying muscles burst into strength, and Rinnegan shrank even more in Lu Chi's eyes. Akin was not idle either. As soon as his feet stepped on the ground, terrifying energy gushed out from his body. 8 inner gates formation. 8th gate, dead gate. Open. Chuan. 277. Dead night guy. Can't even hurt that Kakuzu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, the steam on Arkin's body was no longer the blue when the 7th gate was shocked. Instead, red steam was bubbling all over his body. Akatsuki's uniform was blown up by the red steam. Powerful energy soars into the sky. Looking at this scene, everyone watching the picture was stunned. If I remember correctly, Ah-Jin hasn't used the 8th gate since he played. 35. Yup, even the battle he fought with Garp Vice Admiral was just a shock to the 7th gate. Is it too exaggerated? The 7th gate was able to severely wound Garp Vice Admiral, but now facing that lord, Arkin directly opened the 8th gate's death gate. He didn't even have time to open the 8 gates in turn. On the execution stand, Garp took several deep breaths. As an existence who had fought with Ah-Jin at the beginning, he knew very well that Ah-Jin's strength was 630. Ah-Jin, who opened the 7th gate, was already able to completely crush him. Now facing that lord, Ah-Jin did not hesitate to open the 8th gate directly. This, Garp, is indeed a little unacceptable. You must know that Ah-Jin is now fighting with Lu Chi. But even so, his shot is the strongest attack. This is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Could it be, when facing that one, they only have a chance to strike? So everyone is doing their best. So they will directly go all out. The previous Enel was. Today's Akin and Lu Chi, too. Garp's eyes slowly widened. He stared intently at the screen. The 8th gate, which he is not qualified to see, has now appeared in front of him. But the opponent is not his Garp. It was the man who could be called a god. Advertisement. Countless people stared at this time, and they were all very nervous. In the screen, Lu Chi took the lead. Rinnegan, Devil Fruit's power was used by him to ultimate. Lu Chi's first-class 6-King Spear blasted towards Chu Xia. The 6-King Spear of the Profound Truth has all of his own power attached to it. However, Chu Xia didn't move. Facing Lu Chi, who was attacking with terrifying power, Chu Xia lightly raised his left hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. Facing the attacking Lu Chi, Chu Xia shook his fist lightly. The speed of his punch was not fast, not like a fight between strong men, but more like a fight between children. Compared with Lu Chi, who carried the terrifying power on the other side, the two formed a sharp contrast. But it was that unremarkable punch. When he came into contact with Lu Chi's 6-King Spear. Ka ka ka. The sound of something shattering sounded. One of Lu Chi's arms cracked. In less than a second, his entire body was also blasted away by Chu Xia. Seeing this scene, everyone in the sea was stunned. My god, am I reading that right? That lord, how did he do it? We didn't see the punch against Enel earlier. 35. But now this punch, we can see it clearly. However, why was that lord able to directly defeat Lu Chi with a single punch? 35. Is this too exaggerated? Lu Chi is the one who has fought against the 5 elders by himself. Is he that weak? Countless people on the sea were full of question marks. The many powerhouses in naval headquarters are also full of shock. Although Lu Chi is not too strong, he can't compare with Madara Hashirama and others, and he is far from Kagaya. However, Lu Chi is not weak. They are on the same level as the Admiral 4 Emperors and others present. But now, facing Lu Chi's full blow, Chu Xia knocked him down with an understated punch. Advertisement. It's kind of hard for them to accept. If that person's hard power is really so terrifying, then they, the 4 Emperors and the Admiral, are not the same in front of that one. Got knocked down like a kid with one punch. Everyone was shocked. And that's when Lu Chi lost his ability to fight. Aizen's condensed power finally ended. Eyes opened suddenly. Aizen's whole body spurted red steam, and his eyes seemed to be swallowed by the tyrannical white light. At this moment, he is like a lunatic who only knows how to fight. Under the spotlight, Aizen growled in a low voice, word by word. Night guy. Terrifying red steam came out from the body, and turned into a dragon to surround Ah-Jin. The earth that was crushed by the mighty aura kept trembling. The surrounding void even has the appearance of being overwhelmed. And within the screen, seeing Ah-Jin's strongest blow, Chu Xia finally showed a smile. Looking at Ah Jin with satisfaction, Chu Xia nodded. Have you finally mastered this trick? Good. Chu Xia spoke lightly and gave Ah Jin an evaluation. Point 0. Ah Jin in the red dragon-shaped steam seemed to be a little excited about it. He couldn't wait to show Chu Xia his blow. Then, Ah Jin didn't hesitate any longer, and his figure moved with a bang. Terrifying energy splashed the surrounding white sand. The red dragon-shaped creature blasted towards Chu Xia. The terrifying aura rose from wave to wave. There was a bang in the sky. The aftermath of the battle subsided slowly. The white sand that covered the eyes slowly dissipated. Everyone watching the screen suddenly narrowed their eyes. Advertisement. How is this possible? Everyone on the sea was shocked. What did they see? Chu Xia carried the half-dead Ajin and stepped out of the big hole that Ajin blasted out. And even the corners of Chu Xia's clothes did not show any signs of damage. He was still so calm and handsome. Throwing Ajin aside, Chu Xia continued to look at the rest of the people in front of her. Watching this scene, the sea shook again. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Akindi 7th gate has seriously injured Garp. Now that the 8th gate is opened, why are you telling me that even that adult Kakuzu can't be hurt? What an international joke. 35. Inside Naval Headquarters. The eyes of Garp Whitebeard and others were also horrified to ultimate. They could have a hunch that Chu Xia would definitely be able to deal with him even against Ah Jin in the 8th gate state. But what they didn't expect was that Chu Xia is not able to deal with this. Instead, 4.4 is intact. Not even a rogue Kakuzu was hurt. Is this too exaggerated? At this time, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but look at Arkin. She had fought with Ah Jin, and she knew very well how powerful Ah Jin was. So let her just accept Akin's 8th gate's strongest strike and perform like this. Charlotte Linlin can't take it anymore. Feeling Charlotte Linlin's gaze, Akin smiled slightly. Don't be too alarmed, that was indeed my strongest blow. And I can tell you, if it wasn't for the battle with that lord, I wouldn't dare to use the 8th gate. The 8th gate, the gate of death, as the name suggests, is a move to overdraw vitality. While possessing great power, you will surely die after using it. As for the battle with the adults, I don't have to have so many scruples. That's because the adults can completely save the lives of all of us. 278. Hashirama, the connotation, has no dead ends. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Listening to Ah Jin's introduction, the huge naval headquarters fell silent again. Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform kept gasping for air. Akin's 8th gate is called the Gate of Death, and it is powerful but also life-threatening. So this door of death is really a door of death. If you use it, you will die. But because in the picture, it was the battle between all members of Xiao and the adult. And that adult has the ability to ensure that all of them will not die. This ability, Sengoku and Garp really didn't know what to say. Whitebeard et al. Are also complicated. The top powerhouses who do not desire the battle between life and death. After experiencing the battle between life and death, it is possible to directly break through the existing power. But, the battle between life and death is not so easy, it is simply impossible to meet. Even Kaido, whose resilience perverts, has rarely experienced true life and death battles. But now they have heard of it. Xiao, that group of guys fought with that adult can let them experience the battle between life and death, and at the same time, 20 can guarantee that they will not die. This terrifying ability. For a while, everyone didn't know what to say. They also gradually understood why all the three major forces were so strong. They, who often fight with that adult, can experience the battle between life and death without any scruples. That kind of insight gained when you are on the verge of death is extremely precious, and at the same time, it also greatly improves a person's strength. As for the three major forces, as long as they fight against that adult, they can experience the battle between life and death. For a while, everyone fell silent. They really don't know what to say. In which force does such an ability not have an extremely deep foundation? But in Chu Xia, it may only be the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. Everyone watched in shock. Sengoku looked envious. Advertisement. If their marines have such abilities, why can't they train Admiral? That's what Sengoku doesn't know. If he knew that Sister Wa, Lord Madara, Senju Hashirama and others were not even from this world. They have died once in the former world. But now, it was resurrected by Chu Xia. Who has the experience of dying once? Who has the real comprehension in death? Only Sister Wa has them. So if Sengoku knew this, he would probably spit out a mouthful of old blood. The screen continues to play. Chu Xia still stood in front of everyone calmly, her white windbreaker moving with the wind. So far, he has only shot 3 times. And 3 times, the 3 top powerhouses who have stood up to the sea lost their fighting ability. Such exaggerated hard power is really shocking. And in the picture at the moment, the rest of the people are also condensed. Keigaya's eyes sank in the center. At this moment, it was an actual combat exercise, and of course Chu Xia would not let them go. They also have to go all out to not let Chu Xia's efforts go to waste. They have to learn something in this battle. But let Keigaya and others go to besiege Chu Xia, that's impossible. Then, the 2 remaining women present suddenly looked at each other. Robin and Khalifa looked at each other and both smiled helplessly. In actual combat with this adult, they really can't play any role. The two royal sisters both looked at Namikaze Minato at the same time. Feeling their gazes, Namikaze Minato gave a wry smile. You two, don't embarrass me. If I want to besiege the adults with you, then I will be miserable. Namikaze Minato said helplessly. Advertisement. Let him attack with these two. There is no doubt that he will become the focus of the adults' care. But Khalifa and Robin just looked at him with smiles. Looking at the expressions on the two's faces, Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes narrowed. The orange-red chakra came out through the body and instantly entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. And it's not over yet. 9 truth-seeking balls slowly appeared behind Namikaze Minato. Amazing. This is another 6 paths level powerhouse. Uzumaki Naruto's father, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's fighting IQ is super high. In his previous life, he was just a civilian genius. There is no pink eye disease and white eye disease, and there is no genetic boundary. But Namikaze Minato has become a golden flash of fear in the ninja world just by virtue of his high IQ and talent. It can be imagined to what extent he would pervert if he had any ability. Today, Namikaze Minato is summoned by Chu Xia. With the full ability of 9 tails, he has developed a lot of moves now. This 6 paths chakra mode is developed by Namikaze Minato himself. Of course, it draws on some ideas from his own son. Robin and Khalifa in the picture smiled faintly. Robin didn't know who to learn from, and clapped his hands in front of him. In an instant, many arms appeared in the surrounding 100 meters. This is her flower fruit ability. But that's not the point. The important thing is that the many arms that Robin condensed started to seal in an instant. Tachi can make a seal with one hand, Senju Hashirama can shout anything with a slap of both hands. But can't you also make a seal at once? Where can you go sooner? Can Robin? Advertisement. She can make hundreds of seals at the same time. This is a bit exaggerated. In an instant, the eyes of Madara, who was watching the battle behind him, changed. Don't look at Robin looking weak. But in practice, this is not easy. Khalifa also smiled slightly, her body showing green energy slightly, clenching her fists and preparing to fight. The cooperation of the three was like rehearsing countless times, and they shot directly at Chu Xia. The 3630 did not keep their hands. Countless detonating talismans blasted towards Chu Xia, filling the sky with white detonating talismans. A short distance from the last of the detonating symbol, there is also Khalifa's supplementary knife. Fist hunting, and various abilities are mixed on it. Armament hockey, chakra, magic, and more. It's no exaggeration to say that Khalifa's punch is no less than Whitebeard's punch. Because she has perfectly integrated all abilities together. The cooperation between the two is very ingenious, and the attack is also very sharp. But the most important of them was Namikaze Minato, who suddenly flashed to Chu Xia's side. Namikaze Minato rubbed Rasengan with his hands, and a wave of powerful force slammed towards Chu Xia. Although the strikes of the three cannot be called perfect. But their individual strengths are outrageously strong. Especially Namikaze Minato's strength, how many people can he stand alone? Therefore, the combined force of the three of them will be a dead end for almost all of them. Senju Hashirama in the picture gave a positive evaluation. Yes, Minato is now on his own. Minato can handle even the toughest situations on this C.35. Khalifa's powers are also perfectly blended. 99. As for Robin. Senju Hashirama didn't know what to say. Then I stretched out my hand and patted it, how could it be so similar to him? 279. Rasengan, 7 attributes of chakra changes, Minato is worthy of you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Within the screen. Lord Madara next to Senju Hashirama nodded. But the arrogant Madara obviously has his own ideas. I saw him smiling faintly. Although the three of them can't dodge this attack for many people, they will even be instantly killed. Even if you and I deal with it, it will be very troublesome and cost a lot. But for adults, it's not enough. Lord Madara shook his head slowly. As if answering Madara's words. Battlefield center. Face to face with the detonating talisman that rushes in overwhelmingly. Chu Xia smiled lightly. Then he lightly stretched out a hand and said lightly to the sky-filled detonating talisman. The 4th of Hado, Bai Lei. The faint voice fell. Terrifying thunder light burst from Chu Xia's fingertips. An ordinary no. For Hado, Chu Xia was abruptly played with Hado's power over no. 90. The detonating symbol in the sky is frozen at this moment. Following these detonating talismans, terrifying thunder light spread instantly. Khalifa, who was behind the countless detonators, was the first to be hit. His entire body was paralyzed by electricity. The lightning continued to spread, and Robin, who kept making detonating symbols behind him, was also directly shocked and unable to move. At this very moment, boom 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 boom, countless detonating talismans exploded instantly, swallowing the two figures. The eyes of countless people on the sea shrank. Some people at naval headquarters also looked to Buggy for the realization. They remember. This trick Buggy used before. Advertisement. Although the power is also very good. However, When used by the adult at the moment, this is more than 1,000 times worse. Sengoku on the execution platform also became heavy breathing. After so long, Sengoku also learned some of the powers used by the Shinigami. Among them, Hado and Bakudo are already familiar to him. And this White Thunder is just the most basic of Hado. Even Buggy doesn't bother to use it at all. He directly becomes a level A for Kaido above the 80th. But now, what is Chu Xia doing? A mere White Thunder blocked all the detonating symbols in front of him. Is this something a human can do? Even if Chu Xia is a god, it's not like that. Sengoku couldn't believe his eyes. It's too late, it's too soon. In the picture, the sky was full of flames, and Robin and Khalifa lost their ability to fight. The countless detonating charms that they used to attack Chu Xia had now become a powerful move to attack them. The threat in front of him was lifted. Chu Xia looked to the side with a slight smile. Namikaze Minato was rubbing Rasengan with his hand and bombarded him. This Namikaze Minato also deserves to be the founder of Rasengan. The level of flair he uses is much stronger than Uzumaki Naruto. No wonder one is lousy and the other is sun. Look at the weird Rasengan in Namikaze Minato's hands. The weirdness is that the color of the Rasengan is very chaotic, as if there are many colors intertwined. Chu Xia's eyes were full of interest. And outside, Senju Hashirama and Madara, who were watching the scene below the execution platform, were surprised at the same time. The two of them narrowed their eyes. They all looked at Namikaze Minato beside him in surprise. That's why you were able to stick to one more move in the first place. At the same time, Lord Madara and Hashirama spoke, and the words were surprisingly consistent. Madara first glanced up at Hashirama, then looked at Minato. Advertisement. Your Rasengan originally used chakra to condense in the palm of your hand to form a powerful destructive force similar to a typhoon. Madara said, and stretched out a hand. A Rasengan in its original form slowly condensed in its palm. Although he did not study. But knowing the principle, with Madara's talent, it is not difficult to use it. Then Madara continued to speak. But what you used that time was not a simple Rasengan. Not an ordinary Rasengan. What is it? Wind-style Rasengan. Big ball Rasengan. Neither. Madara said, the Rasengan in his hand suddenly changed. A touch of blue slowly formed in it. At this time, the property of wind-style chakra changes, which can make Rasengan more cutting ability and more powerful. Afterwards, Madara looked at the Rasengan in Minato's hand in the picture, and was about to continue speaking. But the chakra condensed, and the Rasengan in Madara's hand suddenly exploded. Seeing this scene, Lord Madara shook his head. Minato, you are such a genius. 35. How did you come up with the idea of injecting all the 7 attributes of chakra into Rasengan? 35. You dare to try more than your son. Madara sighed, an expression of admiration gradually appeared on his face. Senju Hashirama was also amazed at the same time. For Madara's praise, Namikaze Minato on the side did not speak. He just smiled faintly. And with Madara's arrogance, she doesn't bother to cover up when she speaks. So his voice went straight out. Perhaps Sengoku and others who were present were dumbfounded. What are the 7 attributes of chakra nature transformation? What does it have to do with that Rasengan? But Sabo, Yamato and others, although they do not use chakra. And you have added 7 attributes of chakra's nature transformation to Rasengan, and there is even magic in it. Seeing Namikaze Minato standing up again not far away, Chu Xia said with a smile. Advertisement. Tailed Beast Bomb is just a combination of yin and yang, Wang Lihao chakra, which can unleash great power. But they could understand Madara's words. If you don't understand anything, just look for Yamato. The above is still intact, but the smile on his face is more and more interesting. It's wonderful. When the palms touched, Namikaze Minato didn't hold on for a moment, and was directly blown away. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces became shocked. In the screen. What the hell? With a light clapping of hands, even with a power strike, the clap is gone. Subsequently. But this time, Yamato didn't explain it to him. The two were in the center of the battlefield, and the detonating talismans around them were still exploding. This time, the situation is finally not one-sided. Kaido looked at his daughter Yamato, and was about to speak again in confusion. Really good. Quote. Even the truth-seeking ball is nothing more than a combination of 7 types of chakra. Namikaze Minato's powerful strikes, to that one. However, everyone watching the picture at the moment heard a clear message. Chu Xia said, clapping her hands slowly. The Rasengan between the palms of the two was directly shot by Chu Xia. Look at the blonde man sitting quietly under the execution platform. Therefore, Kagaya and others who were watching the battle from the outside did not hear Chu Xia's words. And a short time passed. Look at the embarrassed smile on Namikaze Minato's face in the picture. Chu Xia lightly stretched out a palm and patted the Rasengan. Namikaze Minato, so talented. For this weird Rasengan in Namikaze Minato's hands. But, the whole sea was shaken. But it was only a brief moment of stalemate. Chu Xia lightly retracted his palm. 280. 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone on the sea is a crying trough. They just feel that everything they see is very dreamy. First, Namikaze Minato, Robin, and Khalifa made a dead-end attack. Anyone who comes from this sea is a surefire blow. But in front of that lord, instead it highlights the strength of that lord. And Namikaze Minato also showed his genius in heaven-defying at the right time. That terrifying Rasengan. But, the more talented Namikaze Minato, the more heaven-defying. They feel that Chu Xia is more terrifying. Because of what? In the eyes of ordinary people, even in the eyes of the arrogant Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato's blow was already pretty good. But in the face of that blow, what did the adult do? Tap lightly. Even with people, shoot directly. And it's unscathed. Special. They really don't know what words to use to describe the power of that adult. Is it really only invincible is worthy to describe that adult? Everyone looked at with question marks on their faces, and continued to watch with a dull look on their faces. And in the screen, being praised by Chu Xia, Namikaze Minato is not proud. Ignore his own arm that has been immobile. All around him chakra rose again. This time, he will use his strongest form. It was also developed by him stepping on the shoulders of his son. Sage Art, 6 Paths Kurama Mode. 9 Tails growled. Namikaze Minato's figure rose from the ground. Advertisement. The terrifying 9 Tails are hundreds of meters high and stand between the sky and the earth. 9 Tails slapped the ground recklessly, splashing white sand in the sky. Countless people watching the picture couldn't help but look up. The screen played by Jinbang is more similar to a holographic projection. Very real and very shocking. So they all raised their heads and looked at the tall 9 Tails. Look at Namikaze Minato, who is full of violence at the moment. Everyone was shocked. This kind of terrifying power is almost catching up with Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo, right? Even a little bit beyond in some respects. Everyone on the sea was shocked. But just when they were looking forward to what Namikaze Minato would do next. Minato, who was under the execution platform, couldn't help covering his face. Because of the next scene, he really didn't see it. Only in the screen, facing the incomparably large and powerful 9 Tails. Chu Xia didn't even look up. A terrifying shadow enveloped him. In front of 9 Tails, Chu Xia is like an ant. But this Kai turned around slowly in the face of this terrifying 9 Tails monster. The detonating talisman that filled the sky had dissipated, and Chu Xia turned around to face the rest of Kagaya and the others. He watched Kagaya and others, and 9 Tails roared and attacked from behind. This moment, countless people raised tension in their throats. Stronger than that lord, if he suffered a real blow from 9 Tails, he would be injured too, right? But it turns out that their worries are completely unnecessary. Feeling the powerful and terrifying power behind him, Chu Xia's mouth twitched. From his mouth, he said a few words lightly. The 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. The words fall. The roar of the monster behind Chu Xia stopped immediately. The eyes of countless people all over the world suddenly became shocked. I saw that behind Chu Xia, it was supposed to be the terrifying figure of 9 Tails. But at the moment, advertisement. Yes, but only a mouthful of Black Coffin. Black Coffin directly devoured the 9 Tails monster that had ravaged the world. Next moment, just under the shocked gaze of countless people, that mouthful of Black Coffin suddenly collapsed. On the edge of its collapse, even dark space cracks emerged. The most striking, it was the 9 Tails who broke away from the Black Coffin and fell straight to the side. At this moment, 9 Tails is full of scars and blood. Namikaze Minato, incapacitated. In an instant, the sea shook violently. Everyone in naval headquarters widened their eyes. What did they see? F*K. 33. F*K. One after another marine soldiers and pirates pointed at the picture, and they were shocked to the extreme. The Lord just turned around indifferently and said a word. Then the terrifying 9 Tails monster was directly defeated. My God, who can tell me, is this true? That Lord, how could he be so strong? Everyone was shocked and incoherent, and the naval headquarters almost exploded. At this moment, even the members of the Star-Cross Regiment in midair did not know what to say. They look at me and I look at you, but they don't know what to say. Yhwach in the center trembled slightly, and his eyes slowly tightened. Is that Chu Xia really so strong? Next moment. Yhwach smiled suddenly. How is that possible? It must be that this group of people is too weak. Let me go to fight with them, and I can do such a crush. So, this group of people must be too weak. Yhwach said, his mind calmed down again. But at the moment, the sea is completely unsettled. Everyone couldn't accept what they saw just now. Madara and Hashirama, who were standing together, looked at each other. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha, Madara really shocked me. Madara folded his arms, and even at this time, he was unwilling to let go of his arrogance. It's obvious that he doesn't care, but he actually cares about Hashirama very much. 35. Hearing this, many people turned to look. Only in this way will they have the opportunity to persist for a while and realize more things. Hearing Madara's words, Senju Hashirama smiled helplessly. The two understood each other's meaning at the same time. You are left and I am right. This is not that I want to join forces with you, I am just to prove myself. 5. Seeing this scene, everyone on the sea laughed. But the face appears, they are not enough to see. Why do I feel that Lord Madara is like an arrogant little woman in front of Senju Hashirama? That was simply too shocking. Madara, still the arrogant Madara. The shock on the sea was difficult to subside for a long time. He really can't let go of his arrogance all the time. Madara had a gloomy face and pushed Hashirama away from her in disgust. Then, don't say it anymore, didn't you see how dark Madara's face was under the execution stand? Only in the screen. Then they saw below the execution platform. It was a new change in the picture that diverted their attention. Nod. Although the two of them are casually taken out, one of them is extremely strong. Ha 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 ha, only Kagaya, Madara and Hashirama were left in front of Chu Xia. Okay, as you say. The only way they can choose is to work together. When Chu Xia walks, the gesture of solving all enemies with ease and freehand brushwork is simply too shocking and too charming. People. Ha 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 ha, so I want to stick with Chu Xia for a longer time. Madara looked at Hashirama first and said proudly. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was the most shocking scene they had ever seen. This moment. 281. The Shocking World, one-shot defeat Madara and Senju Hashirama. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The episode under the execution stand quickly passed. Everyone looked at the screen played by the Jinbang again. At this point, Madara and Hashirama were fully prepared. Knowing that fighting Chu Xia is only one shot. So the two did not hesitate. Hashirama took the lead with both hands, and the lines on his face representing Sage Mode appeared directly. And the red cloud windbreaker with a black background on his body gradually turned into a six-paths white robe. Madara is also not showing weakness. Rinnegan in his eyes shrank, holding the truth-seeking ball scepter and entering the six-paths mode. The two looked at each other, and then released their full strength without hesitation. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands again and shouted with a big mouth. Six paths sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. The two of them rose from the ground. A huge Senju Avalokitesfera is generated. The two are standing on the head of Guanyin. The sea watching the picture could not help but be full of shock. I'm coming. That's Senju Hashirama's six paths true several thousand hands, which we've seen before in his battle with Madara. Now, I finally see it again. And this time, Madara seems to be going to join forces with Hashirama. Really looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to how the grown-up will respond. 95. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes. And in the screen, Madara glanced sideways at Hashirama with interest in her eyes. Not bad. 55. Madara commented. Hashirama smiled. Bring it on. Advertisement. Madara nodded earnestly. Then, his hands formed a seal in front of him, and Rinnegan in his eyes suddenly shrank. The gigantic true several thousand hands were instantly encased in Madara's Rinnegan chakra. A terrifying aura suddenly rises. And Madara and Hashirama, these two are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. So there is an inexplicable bond between the two, which makes them work together seamlessly. The terrifying mighty chakra surrounds the massive true several thousand hands. Amazing. Lord Madara is using the complete Susanoo to bless Hashirama's true several thousand hands. What a bold idea. Beneath the execution stand, Namikaze Minato also had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At the beginning of this battle, he lost consciousness after losing his strength. So I don't know the battle at all. Now seeing the combination of Madara and Hashirama, even Namikaze Minato is looking forward to it. He couldn't help looking at Hashirama and Madara beside him, and smiled. Lord Madara, Lord Hashirama, you must be very strong this time. 35. Remember when Madara-sama fought against Hashirama-sama, they used Susanoo to bless Nine Tails. And now, Lord Hashirama, your true several thousand hands cooperate with Lord Madara's Susanoo, this power. Namikaze Minato is somewhat unimaginable. These two terrorist forces are already incredibly strong separated by themselves. It is now used in combination with Madara and Hashirama. One can imagine how exaggerated the power would be. The whole world is also slightly silent, and everyone is watching solemnly. But below the execution stand, Hashirama smiled slightly. But Madara's face was a little unnatural. This is Madara's own arrogance, otherwise he would have to cover his face like Namikaze Minato before. Because this next scene, in the screen, the power of the full Susanoo is integrated into true several thousand hands. It was originally just wood, and even with the power of six paths, Senju Guanyin turned slightly white. At this moment, it has become golden and lifelike under the power of Madara's Susanoo. Advertisement. The huge Senju Avalokitesfera seemed to come to life, like a real Avalokitesfera came into the world. Seeing this scene, Sengoku on the execution platform was shocked. His ability is the form of the great Buddha of the human fruit. Therefore, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the Senju Avalokitesfera at the moment. Countless people around the world are also slightly suffocated. In their eyes, this move was not as good as the black coffin used by the talented Chu Xia. But this move has also been extremely shocking. Who can stop that Senju Guanyin's punch? Not even an island. And if this Senju Guanyin made a full effort, the large island would be directly destroyed. This is already stronger than the ancient weapon Pluton. Pluton shot, but can destroy a small island. But the true several thousand hands used by Madara and Hashirama jointly, each punch can destroy a small island. And the large islands are only destroyed in front of them. Seeing this scene, countless people are excited. This may be the strongest force they have ever seen, except for the adult to do it himself. Then, under the nervous gaze of everyone, 0 flowers. The Senju Guanyin in that picture moved. Facing the Lord, Senju Guanyin did not hold back at all. Madara and Hashirama shouted at the same time. 6 paths, turn into a Buddha on the top. The huge golden Senju Guanyin suddenly punched. Countless fists turned into afterimages in the sky. Each punch has the power to destroy the island. The terrifying strikes continued to move towards Chu Xia. In the face of the fist that descended from the sky, Chu Xia's face was still so calm. It is that the shadow of the fist that fills the sky disintegrates. The terrifying attack in front of him seemed to be stopped by Changxin. They got compliments from Chu Xia. As expected of you. Advertisement. The sea froze. And when Chu Xia held the sword. It's as if time has been stopped around. The terrifying shadow of the fist attacked Chu Xia. Watch this scene. Are they solved by Chu Xia? The eyes of Madara and Hashirama in the picture are condensed. Chu Xia said with a smile. Then, there was a shocking shock of the whole sea. Chuan. The huge Senju Avalokitesfera is divided into 2 halves from the middle. Everything around it collapsed. The Senju Hashirama duo, who was on top of Senju Guanyin's head, spit out a mouthful of blood. The boxing shadows shot by true several thousand hands are frozen. So what should they do now? He even smiled faintly at the golden fist that came. The eyes of the two were dull. The eyes of the two were scattered, and they slowly fell into the white sand. Madara and Hashirama are getting more and more skilled. What kind of golden wheel is reborn, etc. In front of this blow, it is really pediatric. Head to head, the two of them can't even cause any damage to Chu Xia. Subsequently, with this in mind, Chu Xia held the sword hilt at his waist with one hand. Of course, to improve their own power, let Chu Xia take a look at their peak power. Then countless people watching the screen saw it. This is just Chu Xia's knife to the extreme. The world seemed to be silent. But, the terrifying power on the two of them all poured out, and all the power was concentrated in this blow. The terrifying attack of the two has almost approached Kagaya's Naruhiko truth-seeking ball. If it hits, I'm afraid the moon in the sky can't bear it, right? 282. The battle power list of the virtual night palace is released, and the sea shakes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. F*K. 99. F*K. 35. F*K. How can that be? Just kidding. What did I see? This strong is too outrageous. My god, that lord never drew his knife from beginning to end, which made us even forget that he still had a knife on his waist. 5. But just like that, more than half of Xiao's powerhouses have all been defeated. And now, that lord drew his sword, and with just one sword, defeated Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's strongest attack. Just kidding. How is this possible? 55. F*K. I hadn't thought about the gold content of that lord's kendo list before. 5. I always thought that no matter how strong the kendo is, how strong can it be? Even if that lord is number 1 in the kendo list, his kendo strength will not be too outrageous. 39. But now, are you kidding me? 6, 5, 7, 9. That lord, this is too strong. The sea is amazing. All the sword-wielding powerhouses were shocked by their doubtful lives. Within naval headquarters, the former world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk's body trembled. His eagle-like pupils shrank to the extreme. The sword just now. That sword just now. Hawkeye's body gradually became excited. If you can compete with that adult in kendo, even if he only has a chance with a sword, even if he hits him, he will die. But, that's enough. Aside. Advertisement. The Empress of the 7 Warlords of the Sea trembled. Looking at the indifferent Chu Xia in the picture. Boa Hancock's eyes are simply adored to the extreme. As expected of that adult. As expected of a concubine's fiancé. 99. My lord is really, really strong. 5. The black coffin before was so handsome. 55. Now this sword has also made me admire to the extreme. I really want to marry an adult. Empress Boa Hancock said, her face blushing a little. But right now, the Empress who looked at the picture suddenly felt a heartbreak. In the picture, Ben defeated Madara and Hashirama, and Chu Xia should have a fight with Kagaya. But, Chu Xia in the picture seems to have no intention of fighting Kagaya at all. Instead, he looked at Kagaya and stretched out his arms with a slight smile. Kagaya also smiled sweetly, and the whole person ran over. Throwing into Chu Xia's arms, Kagaya is like a little white rabbit, and the bird is snuggled in Chu Xia's arms. Seeing this scene, the queen's heart was almost broken. And everyone on the sea was full of surprises. My god, what did I see? Is this something you can watch without paying? By the way, what is the relationship between that Sama and Kagaya? 35. A lover. Watching Kagaya plunge into Chu Xia's arms, hockey and the coldness between the eyebrows dissipated early, leaving only the obedient. Everyone on the sea was a little speechless. And the thousands of young girls watching this scene were just like the Empress, their hearts were all broken. The relationship between that adult and Kagaya is definitely not ordinary. Both sides, this is already an obvious lover, right? Naval headquarters. Sengoku and others were suddenly given a mouthful of dog food, and they felt a lot of discomfort all over their bodies. Afterwards, Sengoku and the others looked away slightly and stopped staring at the screen. Advertisement. Kizaru Aokiji and others coughed slightly to hide their embarrassment. However, everyone felt a little pity in their hearts. They failed to see Chu Xia's battle with Kagaya. As Akatsuki's second strongest, Kagaya must be extremely powerful. But they didn't see the battle between the two, which is really a pity. The screen slowly dissipated, but the shock of the whole sea was still difficult to calm down for a long time. Countless people recalled the scene they just saw. That shocking black coffin, that terrifying knife. Even the Invisible Empire and the others in midair were all dumbfounded. Yhwach's pupils trembled slightly, no matter how reluctant he was to admit it. However, Yhwach was still a little afraid of Chu Xia's power. Is that kind of power really something that humans can possess? Yhwach couldn't believe it, and this time, the Tianbian Golden ranking was slowly shaken again. Countless people turned their eyes and saw that the battle power ranking of the Void Knight Palace, which was released not long ago, was shaking slightly. The mood of countless people was pulled back. The Void Knight Palace battle power list is shaking. Could it be that the Void Knight Palace battle power list is about to be released? Apart from the one who is number 1, are the rest of the Espadas also on the list? I'm really looking forward to it. There must be a lot of strong people in that mysterious Void Knight Palace, right? There is a lot of discussion on the sea. Point 0. Sengoku and the others also shrank their eyes and looked at them solemnly. And at this time in the Palace of Virtual Night, Little Leopard Grimjow stood up, his face full of excitement. Ha 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 ha, finally it's our turn to be on the list. Everyone, can we go to Naval Headquarters and destroy the Star Cross group? I really haven't shot for a long time. Advertisement. Except for Xiao Wu, even the great Emperor Baragan moved his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of interest. And at this time, Xiao Wu stood up calmly, and his dark green eyes glanced at everyone. Instant, follow me to Naval Headquarters. Xiao Wu spoke lightly, and the words were full of orders. Although Baragan, Little Leopard and others were somewhat dissatisfied. But although Xiao Wu is only the 4th Espada now, his fighting power has spread among the crowd. Therefore, Xiao Wu's is the well-deserved first combat power among them. Stark can't compare. So be ordered, be ordered. Not to mention that it was going to Naval Headquarters, something they all looked forward to. Think of this. The crowd broke through the void with Ulquiorra and came directly to Naval Headquarters. Above Naval Headquarters, a void crack broke open, but his position seemed to be opposed to the Star Cross mission and others. Xiao Wu was the first to step out of it with Kabuto inserted. Beside him is the great Emperor Baragan sitting on the throne, and 3 subordinate officials are around him. The arrogant laughter of the Little Leopard also spread throughout the audience. 4.4 inches ha 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 ha. Let me, Lord Leopard, come to eradicate you scumbags of the Star Cross. The Little Leopard laughed, also at this time. The battle power list of the Void Knight Palace on the horizon was shocked, and many words appeared on it. In addition to the first Chu Xia, everyone else has also been on the list. Second in the Void Knight Palace battle power list, 4th Espada, Nothingness, Black Winged Demon, Ulquiorra. Close black lens bracket. The third place in the Void Knight Palace battle power list, 1st Espada, Lonely, Pack of Wolves, Coyote Stark. Close black lens bracket. The 4th place in the Void Knight Palace's battle strength list, 2nd Espada, Aging, Skeleton Emperor, Baragan Lusenbairn. Close black lens bracket. 5th in the Void Knight Palace battle power list, 3rd Espada, Sacrifice, Queen Shark, Tyr Harabel. Close black lens bracket. 6th Knight Palace battle power list, 6th Espada, Destruction, Leopard King, Grimjow. Close black lens bracket. 7th in the battle power list of the Void Knight Palace. 283. The Espada Corps, come to the sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Void Knight Palace battle power list was released one by one, which can shake the sea a lot. Originally, a group of people dressed in white appeared just now, and they were a little curious about the identities of these people. As soon as the Little Leopard appeared, he threatened to destroy the Star Cross mission. Obviously, this new group of people is not the Invisible Empire. Rather, it stands on the opposite side of the Invisible Empire. Looking at the clothes on everyone's body, the sea also has a lot of guesses about it. Because these people are wearing something similar to Uncle Wolf Stark. Especially some of them have numbers on them. It has already made many people think that this may be a person from the Void Knight Palace, but they are not sure. Now, I saw the release of the Void Knight Palace battle power list. In an instant, everyone almost confirmed the identity of this group of people. It must be the Espada, which is still extremely mysterious. Looking at the numbers on everyone's body, many people are shocked. Look, the royal sister with the number 3 on her right chest should be the third Espada, Hannibal. That's right, look at that guy with a wicked smile and 5 written on his tongue. He should be the 20th blade, Enenwatra. Yeah, the one sitting on the throne and wearing the crown should be Baragan the Skeleton King. 95. Look, that green-eyed boy with a calm and indifferent face in the center of the crowd. He must be the 4th Espada, Ulquiorra. 99. The charm of this Ulquiorra is too strong. That indifferent breath, like that adult. That's right, it was said on the top of the gold list. Although Ulquiorra is only the 4th Espada, his strength is the first under that lord. Beyond the first Espada Stark, this is the first force in Espada. 35. My god, these Espadas are full of grim aura. Look at Baragan the Great, look at Ulquiorra. That lord can make them surrender and be willing to be his subordinates. 35. Advertisement. I really want to meet that old man. At the same time, the sea is full of discussions about knowing people. Among the Espada, little leopard Grimjow couldn't take it anymore. He looked at the arrogant star-crossed group on the opposite side, and he had the urge to rush up. Then, the little leopard squirted ruthlessly in his mouth. It was the first to point to Yhwach with a look of contempt. Hey, are you the emperor of the Invisible Empire? Yhwach, I don't think adults need to take action at all, we can kill you here. The little leopard said arrogantly. It doesn't matter if he can do it or not, but the little leopard will never be weaker in terms of momentum. For his words, Yhwach did not respond. He is a king after all, how can he be easily provoked and angry? But the people around him were different. Hearing Grimjow's provocation, each of them couldn't take it anymore. Miracle clenched his fists and prepared to step forward to teach this little leopard who was even more arrogant than them. Ridgebalo slowly raised his sniper rifle. He may not be able to kill Baragan, Ulquiorra and others with one shot. But this Grimjow. But at this time, seeing the 2 big brothers, they are about to start. Also a member of the Divine Forgiveness Guards, Askin said suddenly. Let him leave it to me to deal with it. Hearing Yaskin's words, Lidirbaro slowly put down his sniper rifle, and Miracle smiled disdainfully. Then he gave it to you. Play him out for me. Advertisement. Yaskin nodded and rushed towards Grimjow. The little leopard immediately became excited when he saw that someone took the initiative to rush towards him. Ha 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 ha. I have endured the urge to kill you for a long time. Today, you should be the first. Is it a lethal dose? Isn't it better if you don't understand your abilities? Crack it, Leopard King. Grimjow growled in a low voice, and his figure suddenly changed in an uproar. Then, the handsome Grimjow appeared in everyone's eyes. Grimjow sneered at the lethal force rushing in. Claws of the Panther King. Grimjow growled. Now that he symbolizes destruction, he can use his trick as a level A at will. Against the lethal amount of Askin, Grimjow claws out. In the air, 2 blue paw prints formed, and a terrifying momentum blasted towards Askin. Askin did not expect that Grimjow's 2 claws of the Panther King suddenly approached him. Today's Grimjow's strength has been greatly improved, not only in the past. Therefore, Askin was caught by his claws of the Leopard King, and instantly fell from the air. Yaskin was in a bloody figure and slammed on the naval headquarters, not standing up for a while. Looking at this scene, Ridgebalo, Miracle, and the others all turned a little gloomy. The eyes of everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights also turned to the little leopard. Facing the eyes of everyone, the little leopard was even more excited. But the little bird emperor and others behind him had no intention of letting him bear the pressure at all. Xiao Wu's eyes full of nothingness glanced at the people of the Star-Crossed mission, and his eyes were full of indifference. The great Emperor Baragan looked contemptuous, as if he didn't care about the people of the Star-Cross at all. Just when the situation was extremely tense. Advertisement. In the sky in the distance, a few figures slowly approached. Among them, there is a man in a red cloud windbreaker with a black background. There are also people who wear Captain Haori. A group of 4. 3 of them belong to Akatsuki, Lucci, Khalifa and Robin. The last person is naturally Nami. With Sota no Shirayuki on his waist, Nami 657's long snow-white legs slowly moved. Countless eyes in naval headquarters suddenly turned to Nami. Of course, Khalifa's black silk fishnet socks and Robin's over-the-knee boots are also very eye-catching. But Hinai's black bottom and red cloud windbreaker covered most of it, and others couldn't see it at all. Looking at the 4 people coming, some people in the Star-Crossed group couldn't help but move slightly. At this time, Nami also looked at Kirby and the others with a smile. You're all here, how could we not be there? Now, almost all 3 of our forces have come out together, right? Then the rest is just to destroy the Invisible Empire. Nami said lightly, as if the Invisible Empire was scum in front of their 3 major forces. Listening to Nami's words, Sabo, Sister Wa and others all smiled slightly. The faces of the people in the Star-Crossed mission were even more ugly. Who do these 3 major forces think they are? Invincible. Their emperor, friend Yhwach, is truly invincible. Everyone thought about this, and then the fear of Chu Xia in their minds was also dispelled. Then, the momentum slowly became extremely tense and dignified. A full-scale war between the two sides is imminent. The 300 chapters are over, it has been written, and it is not unfinished. One chapter a day, the update is slow, you can read it after you have fattened up, thank you for your understanding. 284. The charming Ulquiorra, the second stage return to the Edge show turned the audience. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the execution stand. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. The two have been keenly aware of the storm that is about to set off here. The three major forces are basically all together. Except for the old man. Akatsuki has all members of the dojo except Kagaya. Except for Team Zero, all the other captains of Jingling Court were present. Not a single one of the Espada legions of the Void Knight Palace fell, and all members came. What this means is already clear. The three major forces are about to initiate a clearing of the Invisible Empire. At this time, Sengoku couldn't help but feel fortunate about his previous decision. Fortunately, I did not hesitate to stand on the side of the three major forces before. Today, almost all of the three major forces have rushed to naval headquarters. In front of the Star Cross group, what other waves can be turned up? Even that Yhwach is difficult to deal with. But in front of that grown-up, Yhwach is nothing. The outcome of this battle is clear. No matter how strong the Invisible Empire is, it will not be the opponent of the three major forces. No matter how strong Yhwach is, he will not be the opponent of that lord. Then, Sengoku and Garp rolled up their sleeves. Now that you stand in line, stand to the end. The two stood side by side, as if they had been many years ago. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Redhead, Dragon and others on the scene are also an idea. Everyone is more or less related to the three major forces. And they have nothing to do with the Invisible Empire. So is it still a choice? Let's go. Today, the Invisible Empire is destroyed. In an instant, Marine and the four emperors stood on the side of the three major forces with one heart apart from the Ming army. Looking at the power that was gradually twisting into a rope in front of him, Yhwach's complexion completely darkened. Advertisement. He sneered at the group of people in front of him, and then grinned. Give them to me and kill them all. The one who loses will die on his own. Yhwach said coldly. If these cloths are useless, then he will do it himself. Listening to Yhwach's words, everyone in the Star Cross group gradually understood something. What Yhwach meant was, of course, that if they lost, there was only one outcome for them. That is sanctification. Think of this. Everyone couldn't help but keep silent. The visionary Gremmy looked gloomy. Now that he has been strengthened, he has been a little dissatisfied with the rule of Yhwach. But sanctification is his lifeblood. There is no way for him to escape sanctification yet. Thinking of this, the visionary Gremmy stepped forward first. Seeing the Kabuto Hatboy Gremmy step forward, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. After the introduction of some people such as Kebi and Luo, they already have a certain understanding of the people of the Star Cross. This Gremmy is the visionary on the list of abilities. Countless people looked condensed, not knowing what this visionary Gremmy was going to do. Then in front of everyone, Gremmy sneered. Next to him appeared again a boy with an identical Kabuto hat. And it's not over yet. Gremmy continued to think. Then more and more Kabuto hat teenagers appeared. There were almost 100 people. This can be imagined as a blessing to his imagination. In an instant, someone's complexion changed slightly. And Gremmy smiled and waved his hand down suddenly. Above naval headquarters, pieces of clouds began to be shrouded in shadows, and a terrifying breath enveloped the earth. Countless people looked up, and then saw a scene they would never forget. Advertisement. There are countless meteorites big and small. The scale covers the entire naval headquarters. The largest of them were even bigger than the meteorites that Madara had summoned. Seeing this scene, countless soldiers and pirates in naval headquarters were a little terrified. This visionary Gremmy obviously wants to destroy the naval headquarters together. This is not giving them a way to live. Thinking of this, countless soldiers and pirates could not help but feel anger in their hearts. This invisible empire really gives a bad impression. But it didn't take long for Gremmy to be arrogant. In the old Fritters trio, Uncle Wolf Stark is just a little impatient. I do not know when he has completed the return to the blade. But it's not over. Stark looked at the meteorite in the sky and spoke lightly again. The pack of wolves, the second stage of liberation. Then, just when everyone was confused, the guns in Stark's hands disappeared. Instead, it was Reiatsu, who was soaring all over Stark, and the grenade condensed in his hand. Looking at the meteorites in the sky, Stark smiled slightly. Beasta's expression froze, and his cousin who looked at the monster looked at Stark. Unlimited reload Sero, are you going to make a nuclear draw this time? Beasta said in surprise. Then I saw Stark throw the grenade into the sky. The grenade flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, there was a loud bang. The earth is shaking. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose from the sky. Infinite energy is released in it. The countless meteorites that Gremmy imagined were completely blown to ashes by Uncle Wolf this time, and there was almost no residue left. Mid-air, Gremmy looked up at the sky in shock. He couldn't believe it. Advertisement. The meteorite that he condensed with his own efforts was solved by someone like this. Not scientific. Tell a joke. He had already used the ability of fantasy, but Gremmy was still calculating science here. If I say it, I am afraid that I will be laughed at by others. And this time, seeing that Gremmy's shot failed, Yhwach couldn't sit still. If it goes on like this, the Invisible Empire is afraid that it will be crushed to death by the limelight of the three major forces. Stop fighting this battle. Afterwards, Yhwach looked ahead to Ridgebalo and others. That obviously means, hands on. Ridgebalo, Miracle and the others nodded. Ordinary members such as Zombie Boy rushed out anxiously. They are just ordinary members. Now, all the people facing him are captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian. This strength is far from matching Wang Li Jiao. However, under Yhwach's power, they still had to bite the bullet and rush out. All-out war broke out suddenly. On the Invisible Empire side, there are indeed a few tricky guys. For example, the three remaining members of the Shenshin Guards. Captain Ridgebalo, M. Miracle, and Spirit King's left-hand advance, this is not something ordinary people can deal with. The special one is the Miracle. This guy is really the existence of immune to death, and he can still evolve his body all the time. As long as it doesn't exceed the upper limit of Yhwach's power, he can evolve forever. But for him, the three major forces have been eyeing him early on. Xiao Wu's eyes were full of calm, looking at the Miracle and said lightly. Block it, Black Wing Demon. Quote. Boom. The terrifying green Reiatsu suddenly rose from Xiao Wu. All eyes were drawn to the past. And Xiao Wu didn't hesitate, he directly opened the second stage of returning to the sword. 285. The evolution speed that miracles can't keep up with, Xiao Wu's three-stage return to the blade, bursting the sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. All of a sudden. Originally dressed in white, Xiao Wu, who was dry and quiet, had undergone extremely significant changes. He had jet black wings on his back, sharp claws like bats, and apathy on his morbid face. Now that he was redeemed by the adult, what Xiao Wu has to do is to destroy this invisible empire. So no hesitation. As soon as Xiao Wu made his move, he exploded the second stage return blade in the audience. Miracle stood in front of him so frightened that his calf was soft. Although he was beaten, he became stronger. But it will also hurt. This Ulquiorra directly released the second stage return blade, revealing the strongest form. I'm afraid it's not necessary to beat him from day to night before he can evolve to the same level. Miracle's face is not so good looking. But as one of the best generals under Yhwach, he must stand at attention when he is beaten. Thinking of this, an arrogant smile appeared on Miracle's face again. But before he could speak, the green Thor's spear in Xiao Wu's hand pierced him directly. Miracle's mouth spewed blood, and his eyes slowly widened. How is it possible, so fast? His heart was full of surprise. He knew he wouldn't be a match for Ulquiorra now. But not to be crushed like this, right? 657 After all, he is also a member of the 4 members of the Shenshin Guards. Even, if conditions permit, his combat power can be ranked first in the Star-Cross Regiment. Lizzie Barrow can't compare, because he can evolve infinitely. Seeing the shocking miracle in front of him, Xiao Wu had no expression. Evolve me and let me see if you can keep up with my evolution. 9. Xiao Wu said lightly. Miracle calmed down again, with an arrogant smile on his face. Evolution, you must be better than me. I am a miracle. Miracle said, not only next to Xiao Wu's mad beating. Advertisement. But whether he was pierced in the head, cut in half, or smashed into scum, he could recover directly and evolve stronger. Many people in the sea looked at the miracle that was getting stronger and stronger, and they all looked envious. It's a miracle. Everything on the ability list is actually true. Ulquiorra's blow to Sero was extremely powerful, but it smashed him into slag, and it could be resurrected and stronger. 35. My god, there is something, this miracle. Yep. You see, it's been a waste for a long time. I feel that this miracle has evolved to the point where it can compete with Ulquiorra. I wonder if he will be stronger than Ulquiorra next. Should be. While many people are speculating. The two of them in the battle gradually tended to be tied. Miracle grins. How is it, seeing how powerful you are, my uncle? My name is a miracle, and this is a miracle. Hey, just wait for the uncle to rub you on the ground after I become stronger. Miracle laughed, but when he punched Xiao Wu's chest with a punch. Xiao Wu's eyes looked at him in surprise. What are you saying? If this forward does not match the afterward, Miracle didn't feel anything unusual for the first time. But then, Xiao Wu said again, what are you saying? Evolution. 35. Is your evolution stronger than mine? It sounded as if talking to himself. Afterwards, Xiao Wu erupted again with green energy. You mean, stronger than my evolution, right? I heard that right, right. Xiao Wu's calm voice is in Miracle's ears at the moment, like a female ghost whispering in his ear, creepy. Subsequently, advertisement. Not waiting for the miracle to withdraw his hand. Xiao Wu in front of him suddenly said, this is the power that the Lord has given me. This is also the only meaning in my nihilistic life. 3-stage return to the blade, Black Winged Demon. Xiao Wu's voice fell lightly. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body. Like an ancient terrifying devil descended into the world. First, horn-shaped black flames formed on both sides of the forehead, and the black feathers on the lower body turned into a skirt-like pattern, and a black kai color bead was placed in the original hollow hole. The original 2 bat wings on the back also turned into 2 black wings. The wings stretched, and Xiao Wu's figure slowly lifted into the air. At this moment, he is like the legendary fallen angel. All of a sudden, almost the entire audience looked over. Yhwach said with a surprised look on his face. Is that Hogyoku? Yhwach looked at the black beads in the virtual hole in front of Xiao Wu, and the whole person was shocked to the extreme. When everyone in the sea heard the words, there was an uproar. What? Hogyoku? Isn't Hogyoku something of that lord? Yes, the lord has been perfectly integrated with Hogyoku, and it is impossible for Hogyoku to appear in Ulquiorra. 39. What about the black beads on Ulquiorra? I think Yhwach is the king of the invisible empire. No matter what, he should be able to recognize Hogyoku, right? Yes, what exactly is going on in this scene? Countless people were suspicious. And for Yhwach's surprise, Xiao Wu just glanced at him lightly. It can't be called Hogyoku, it can only be said that this is the power given to me by adults. Among the Espada, the only power. 99. When the words fell, Xiao Wu turned to look at the miracle. Advertisement. Isn't your evolution faster than mine? Then let's compare, whose evolution is faster. The moment Xiao Wu's words fell, Miracle's figure was suddenly hit. When it was still in the air, the whole person had already fallen apart and turned into a blood mist. On the contrary, Xiao Wu. He still stood there, motionless. But the next moment, Xiao Wu's figure appeared in the place where the bombing miracle occurred. Impressively, Xiao Wu's current speed can no longer be described as a fast afterimage. His speed can hardly catch the light. Or, Xiao Wu's current power has already been able to influence other people's brains. Although the information is captured by their eyes, it has entered the brain. But because of the speed, the brain simply cannot process this information for a while. It also caused Xiao Wu to smash the miracle into slag first, and they only saw the reason why Xiao Wu's figure reappeared in the next moment. Subsequently, Naval Headquarters staged a relentless crush. The power of miracles is constantly increasing. But because of the fake Hogyoku, Xiao Wu's strength increased faster. Miracle is simply unable to compete with the speed of evolution of Xiao Wu at this moment. He was completely suppressed by Xiao Wu and had no power to fight back. Often recondensed body, the next moment will be broken up by Xiao Wu. It is common to die hundreds of times in an instant. During this battle, Miracle almost cried. But he was completely pinched by Xiao Wu and had no chance to fight back at all. Looking at this scene, the sea was completely shocked. Fourth Espada, Ulquiorra, really worthy of Espada's first battle force. 286. The Invisible Empire of Comprehensive Inferiority, Yhwach can't sit still. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Xiao Wu is still suppressing miracles. And the improvement of miracles has not seen the upper limit so far. But when he got to the back, the speed of evolution started to slow down. Xiao Wu suppressed the miracle with ease. Everyone in the sea remembered the ruthless Ulquiorra. His eyes are full of nothingness, but his hands are more ruthless than anyone else. The battle on Xiao Wu's side would be impossible to distinguish for a while. These two have evolved to play until next year. The eyes of everyone in the battlefield also turned back. At this time, the Star Cross group had completely dispersed. What they want to do is to kill everyone here. This is the order Yhwach gave them. Therefore, they did not hesitate, and with their powerful strength, they began to strike indiscriminately. Looking at this scene, Marine and the pirates were even more angry. But it didn't take long for the Star Cross group to be arrogant. Kabuto had boy, there is a person in front of the visionary Gremi. The man carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and he looked like a demon. Looking at the visionary, Zoro's face was full of interest. He smiled lowly. Ha ha ha, you don't know yet. In that world, you ended up fighting with me to die. 5. And your ability makes me feel very interesting. Come on, fight with me again, and I will give you death. The madman's voice growled from the bottom of his heart. Gremi was stunned when he heard it. But gradually, he also felt as if he had been offended. Gremi's face suddenly sank, and his mood was full of displeasure. But just before he could do it, a figure on the execution platform moved. That's Miss Hwa. A ghostly figure appeared in the field. Sister Hwa looked at Gremi with a smile, and slowly drew out her long knife. I'm also very interested in you. Then, she looked at Zoro, who was displeased. Do you mind joining me in hacking him to death? 5. Advertisement. Miss Hwa smiled. For the first time, the madman put away his morbid smile, his face as if he had eaten. He was about to say no. How could the opponent he picked be willing to fight with others? He can also enjoy the fun of fighting. But before he refused, Sister Hwa had already started. Zoro's expression froze for a moment, then he swung out his knife and slashed at Gremi angrily. To be treated by 2 generations of Kenpachi at the same time, your life is not wrong. 39. Zoro laughed again, speaking lightly. This Sister Hwa is immoral and robbed him of people. Then, he must cut a few more knives. Then, under Gremmy's angry face, the two big Kenpachi started to take care of him like crazy. The other side, in the old Fritters trio, Kizaru looked at Beasta and Stark curiously. Hey, two, who are we going to fight now? Tell you two, I, Kizaru, will lay hands on you to attract firepower. Today, Kizaru is well aware that he simply cannot protect himself. So all he can do is stay with Beasta and Stark. And he also wanted to stay with the two of them. It's hard to find one of my own. Kizaru cherishes it very much. But the next sentence from Beasta made Kizaru regret it directly. Beasta turned his eyes to Ridgebalo. Our opponent is him. Beasta said. In that world he couldn't fight Victory Zebalo and almost died. If it wasn't for the 8-mirror sword in the end, he would have directly explained it there. Therefore, he still really wants to fight with Ridgeball again. And at this moment, there are still Stark and Kizaru beside him. Together, the three of them will definitely be able to take down this Lizzie Barrow. Thinking of this, Beasta turned around and rushed out without hesitation. Stark, who was left behind, looked at Kizaru with a smirk on his face. Advertisement. The smile on Kizaru's face stopped abruptly. Don't tell me, you are going to deal with the captain of the God-forgiving guard, Ridgebalo. Looking at Beasta who had already rushed out, Kizaru said helplessly. Hey, don't do this to the old man. There are so many people on this battlefield, who can't we find a fight? Shouldn't this kind of pervert be left to Lord Sabo Madara? But he didn't wait for Kizaru to finish speaking. Stark dashed with Beasta as soon as he was in shape. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Kizaru was helpless. Can he be coward? Cannot. If you are cowardly, how can you raise your head in front of Beasta and Stark in the future? He cherished these two friends dearly. In the future, we will have to drink tea and play cards together. Thinking of how the three of them looked when they were fighting landlords, Kizaru wanted to laugh. Then, a golden light flashed. Kizaru's speed actually surpassed the two of Beasta, and he came first behind Ridgebalo. Have you ever been kicked by the light? Kizaru's increasingly obscene voice sounded, and he kicked out. 0 flowers. But his opponents were not the supernovas who had been kicked by him back then. Ridgebalo's strength is not something that Kizaru can challenge. Ridgebalo turned his head and gave Kizaru a disdainful look. His left eye slowly opened, and the sniper rifle in his hand was aimed at him at some point. Kizaru's eyes widened, but when he was hit, a faint voice sounded. Bankai, Kaden Kyokutsu, Withered Pine Heart. A paragraph, hesitant to share the trauma. Beasta's voice sounded faintly. Subsequently, when Ridgebalo hits Kizaru with one shot, the same blood hole appeared in Ridgebalo's body. Uncle Wolf Stark arrived, and the three of them gradually hit the sky. Advertisement. Baragan sat in front of him. Go ahead. But then, let you taste the power of aging. Under the watchful eyes of countless people on the sea. And the other side, the rotten power of the great emperor spreads away. At this time, show you the power of aging. Subsequently, the old man said slowly. He also evolves fast and can evolve according to the strength of his enemies. The flesh and blood of Baragan, who looked like an old man, disappeared and gradually turned into a bone skeleton. If this evolves, he is afraid that he will not be able to play himself to death. The white crown on the head turned golden. Wearing a purple royal robe. This aging, how does he evolve? There was no one around him who could deal with him. The power to move forward continues to expand. For example, if the enemy's destructive power is strong, after he absorbs it, the destructive power will also become stronger. But at this moment, he was a little stunned. Baragan the Great, sitting on the throne, smiled contemptuously. Everything around the old man changed instantly. He is the left hand of the Spirit King, and his ability is also closely related to evolution. How did he meet Baragan the Great? Subsequently. For a moment, the forward was a little speechless, and even more wanted to cry without tears. How could he meet such a monster? He was staring at the left hand of the incarnation of the Spirit King on the battlefield, and his eyes kept showing extreme disgust. Moving forward is also a bit confusing. Now, the 4 members of the Shenshin Guards, also the left hand of King Spirit, are still single when they advance. Corrupt, Skull Emperor. Is this too restraining him? Chuan. Advance and aging, the two are at a stalemate for a while. 287. The stagnant battlefield, the Void Throne is coming. The Lord appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The battlefield at Naval Headquarters is almost in full bloom. The power of the Invisible Empire is all over. Only Yhwach stood in the air, his eyes gloomy looking at the situation below. Today's Invisible Empire can be said to be at an extreme disadvantage. All 4 of the Shenshin Guards were dragged and suppressed one by one. On the other hand, those ordinary members were completely overwhelmed in the face of a group of captains. They also wanted to eliminate the enemy for Yhwach. But they are still just ordinary members. This makes them face the captain-level existence, and they are really more than enough. Looking at this scene, Yhwach's face became completely gloomy. Then Sabo, Madara, Senju Hashirama and others haven't started yet. The Kagaya and the monk have not yet come to the battlefield. In this battle, their invisible empire has fallen into an extremely serious disadvantage. Go on like this. He, 660, Yhwach and will soon be a polished commander. Looking at this scene, Yhwach felt that he could no longer sit still. He's going to do it himself. Now is not the time to be embarrassed. Only by taking action himself can he dare to eradicate the forces under his command before Chu Xia arrives. Otherwise, when Chu Xia appears, it will be too late. Thinking of this, Yhwach no longer hesitated, and was ready to do it himself. Although Xiao Wu and others are strong, in his eyes, they are still not enough. But just when Yhwach wanted to make a move to reverse the situation on the battlefield. He. 99. In the battlefield, a voice of laughter sounded. Hearing this laughter, the whole sea was stunned. Whose laugh is this? Yhwach's face also sank, and then he looked up. And all the three forces present, they all stopped the battle in their hands when they heard the laughter. They looked up in surprise and shock, looking up into the sky. Subsequently, advertisement. A scene that shocked the whole sea appeared. Directly above the battlefield, a void crack opened. A figure sitting on a throne slowly descended. And the figure on the throne, impressively, is the Chu Xia they have already seen. Boom. Everyone on the sea was shocked and surprised. Among Mariajoy, I.M. abruptly stood up, and the whole person's pupils trembled. Seen in the video screen, and at the moment Chu Xia appeared in person. It's two completely different things. Seeing Chu Xia's figure, everyone in the audience was shocked. This lord, why did he come to the battlefield now? At this time, it is obvious that it is not the time for this adult to appear. But, when everyone thought about it, they calmed down slightly. When the lord will come, who can guess? Who can guess what the grown-up thinks? In case, he is simply tired of watching the Star-Crossed Knights and Yhwach. So you want to come out and kill them directly. This is not impossible. As for doubting the identity of this adult, that's impossible. In this world, who can imitate that adult? Even the twin brother of that holy text they absolutely cannot imitate. This is what everyone has in mind. Even the hearts of all the three major forces at this moment are the same. Although they were a little surprised, they wondered why Chu Xia would come now. And how did Kaido not appear with Chu Xia? But they were just a little curious. As for doubting Chu Xia's identity, none of them have. Advertisement. A time. Everyone from the three major forces looked at Chu Xia with admiration. Then, everyone knelt down on one knee. Including Sabo, Sister Hua, Xiao Wu and everyone else. Even Madara, who was sitting under the execution stand, stood up and slowly knelt down on one knee. Subsequently, everyone said in unison, grown-ups. On the void throne, Chu Xia waved his hand with a faint smile. Everyone slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, Yhwach was completely uneasy. He is even a little suspicious now. The Chu Xia he saw in front of him was really the Chu Xia, or the Chu Xia he let his twin brother pretend to be. According to Yhwach, this should be wise impersonation. But since watching the battle between Chu Xia and Xiao, Yhwach has always had no bottom in his heart. How many pounds and how many taels Y weighs, does he still not know? It is impossible to imitate him, let alone to imitate Chu Xia. Therefore, whether this is Y or not, even he was not sure for a while. Yhwach looked at Chu Xia deeply. If it is Y, Chu Xia should give him news at this time. But this Chu Xia didn't even look at him, as if she didn't care about him at all. Point 0. Even the lofty aura on his body was the same as the real Chu Xia that Yhwach had met back then. Thinking of this, Yhwach's eyes sank. Why did he come out so early? Shouldn't this class of people disdain him and let his subordinates fight him first? Why are you playing your cards out of the ordinary here? Yhwach's face was gloomy, and this time, Chu Xia in midair suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and glanced at the star-crossed group. Then his eyes were fixed on Yhwach. Those eyes were full of indifference, contempt and indifference. Advertisement. All of a sudden, Yhwach was shocked. This is exactly the same as the Chu Xia he saw at the beginning. The other party looked at him like this at the beginning, as if he was an ant in front of him. Yhwach couldn't help but scream in his heart. Sure enough, he had no end in letting Y imitate Chu Xia in the first place. It seems now, it must be that when Y was imitating, it directly collapsed. Such power is not something they can bear. For a time, Yhwach couldn't care less about Y. In his heart, he was thinking about how to deal with today's Chu Xia. His heart was flustered, but Yhwach's face was not at all confused. He even smiled slightly, looking at Chu Xia as if the situation was under control. You came here so early, are you afraid that all the people under your command will be killed by me? 39. Yhwach sneered. 4.4 Just now, he used his omniscient and omnipotent ability to sense Chu Xia. This Chu Xia was the same as the one he had seen back then. Even the high-density Reiatsu bodyguard around him 100 meters away has not changed at all. So, this is the real Chu Xia. And for the question of Yhwach, Chu Xia didn't even look at him anymore. He looked away and looked at the three major forces and others. His eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and then Chu Xia smiled faintly. I am very dissatisfied with the efficiency of your work this time. Chu Xia's faint words sounded. Although he still smiled. But all of a sudden, the pupils of all the three major forces trembled at the same time. Everyone's body trembled slightly, and repentance began to appear in their eyes. Chu Xia, this time on their efficiency. Very dissatisfied. 288. The shocking world. Why did you want to do something to your subordinates? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The huge naval headquarters was silent. Everyone's pupils are wrinkled. Chu Xia didn't release any substantial reiatsu to shock them. But this simple sentence was even said with a smile. But let them feel unimaginable pressure. Xiao Wu looked at Chu Xia with an expression on his face for the first time. That is repentance. Only when he faced Chu Xia did he act like a normal person with human emotions. T lambda. Xiao Wu was about to explain. But Chu Xia's eyes looked directly at him. To shut up. A light word. Xiao Wu's voice stopped abruptly, and he lowered his head and dared not speak again. Looking at this scene, the whole sea is full of disbelief. My goodness. The incredible Xiao Wu, who was still powerful just now, didn't dare to make a fool of himself in front of that lord. Too shocked. And what happened to that old man? Why are you dissatisfied with the work of your subordinates as soon as you appear? The joys, sorrows of big men are really elusive. Especially such an adult, he is really a god. There was a lot of discussion on the sea. The scene at naval headquarters. The eyes of Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard 20 and others were intertwined in midair, and they were all constantly communicating. Beasts pirates. Kaido looked at Yamato and scratched his head to ask a question. Jack couldn't hold back either, patted his head, and was about to open his mouth in doubt. But Yamato looked directly at the two of them. Now. Yamato's eyes were extremely serious. There is no joke in it. There was a warning in those eyes. Advertisement. This is saving Kaido and Jack. At this time, no one can touch the brow of that adult. Although she doesn't know either. Why did the usually amiable and gentle adult become like this? However, all Yamato could do was obey. The whole place was silent. And Chu Xia turned her head and looked at Yhwach again. There was a sense of oppression in the eyes full of smiles. Rao Yhwach's breathing increased slightly. But he still managed to calm down. And this time, without waiting for him to speak, Chu Xia said. My subordinates are not doing well, and this group of rubbish like your invisible empire has existed for so long. So, I'm here to remind them. Don't tell me you want me to deal with it. Chu Xia's face was full of surprise. As if, in his cognition, Yhwach should let his subordinates solve it. Rather than for now. Yhwach's eyes widened slightly, and his anger surged. Yhwach stared at Chu Xia. How arrogant. Then directly, let me see your power. 55. Today, let the battle between our two kings determine the ownership of this world. As Yhwach said, the fighting spirit rose from his body. To be provoked like this. Even if that person was Chu Xia, he couldn't stand it. But, listening to his words, Chu Xia smiled and shook her head. The faint voice sounded again. Make no mistake. I said, you're not worthy of letting me deal with it. Chu Xia said. Yhwach was even more angry. But the next moment, Chu Xia's voice changed on the throne. But before you are annihilated, I'm going to clean up some waste. 35. Advertisement. When Chu Xia's voice fell, its figure has already appeared directly on the execution platform. Standing behind Ace, Chu Xia's expression was full of icy coldness. Is it just you who caused this war, and it hasn't ended yet? 35. Why does a small person cause this war? The words fell, and a knife was brushed. Ace's head flew into the air, and its headless body fell on the ground below the execution platform. Watch this scene. In an instant, the entire sea was stunned. Sengoku and Garp's eyes slowly widened. Especially Garp. Armament hockey covered his fist involuntarily. Garp's body trembled visibly. How is this possible? How is it possible? 9. Garp's heart was full of disbelief. The grandson he wanted to rescue was the grandson he thought was safe. Now, he was directly killed by Chu Xia. How can this Garp stand it? Aside, Sengoku hurried forward and hugged Garp. Anger and heartache crossed Garp's face at the same time. Garp burst into tears and screamed in anger. You killed Ace. I'm going to kill you and avenge Ace. Now, never mind who Chu Xia is. Garp is just an old man who wants to avenge his grandson. Seeing this, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. He instantly turned into a big Buddha, and slapped Garp out with one palm. But Garp came back faster and was about to take a shot at Chu Xia. Seeing this, Sengoku burst out with all his strength. In the form of the great Buddha of human fruit, it can overdraw its vitality at critical moments, thereby gaining stronger power. Sengoku directly overdrawn his vitality, and instantly suppressed the angry Garp. Sengoku looked at Garp, shaking his head constantly. Garp, calm me down. I can't watch you die. But Sengoku said. Advertisement. Garp didn't listen at all. And this time. Everyone at naval headquarters also gradually reacted. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard roared angrily, staring at Chu Xia's eyes with split canthus. As God. 35. I will slaughter a god today. The fists condensed the power of shock. Whitebeard jumped off the boat, and was about to rush over. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was also angry. In the old Fritters trio, Beasta's face was full of astonishment, looking at the execution platform full of disbelief. But looking at Chu Xia, a sense of unreality gradually appeared in his heart. Is this grown-up really the grown-up they know? Beasta froze in place. But little Oz was not as smart as he was. Seeing that Dad and the others were about to rush to the execution platform, they attacked Chu Xia. Little Oz immediately ran to Whitebeard and the others. Dad, don't do it. It must be reasonable for adults to do this. Let me ask my lord, he must be able to resurrect Ace. 35. Little Oz kept talking, but the anger of Whitebeard and others was hard to contain. But they still gave their own family face. Marco and the others looked at Chu Xia angrily, suppressing their anger. Little Oz hurriedly turned his head, about to look at Chu Xia and ask a question. However, he just turned his head and just asked 2 words in his mouth. T lambda. Subsequently, Chu Xia came directly to Little Oz. Look at the huge Little Oz. Chu Xia smiled lightly and started singing. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talents are surging, negating, paralyzing, and momentarily hindering long sleep. A crawling iron princess, a clay puppet that keeps mutilating herself. Combined, bounced, extended to the ground, know your own powerlessness. The 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. 289. Longing is the furthest distance from understanding. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The terrifying dark coffin directly enveloped Little Oz. Under the surprised look on Little Oz's face, the black coffin closed and then collapsed. When the black coffin dissipated, Little Oz was covered in blood and was dying. The huge body fell to the ground. Little Oz looked at Chu Xia with his last eyes, full of disbelief. T lambda. He stretched out his hand. At the limit of dying, he didn't want to understand. Why do adults shoot Ace? Isn't that what the adults acquiesced in to save them? That's his and Beasta's family. An adult who treats them so well, why would he do something to him? But Little Oz had no chance to figure it out. He closed his eyes heavily, unable to open them again. Watch this scene. All of a sudden, Whitebeard was completely outraged. He looked at Chu Xia, his eyes widened. I'm going to kill you. 5. Marco and others were also full of anger. The sea was even more shocked. What kind of power did Little Oz join? This Chu Xia, how can such a person be? He actually attacked his subordinates and killed Little Oz directly. 55. I am not wrong, right? Is it true? Why would he do something to his subordinates? It's just the scum of the world. I think he's not even as good as Yhwach. Everyone was talking, and they were all angry. Yhwach, who was in the air, was also a little stunned, and didn't understand what Chu Xia was doing. All the 3 major forces on the scene were also shocked. Advertisement. Beasta's eyes widened as he looked at Little Oz's body in disbelief. He can still accept the action against Ace. But Chu Xia did not hesitate to kill Oz. That's a bit. At this moment, even the eyes of Momosuke, Sabo, Sister Wa and others changed. Is this really the adult they know? Still, the adults inherited the template of Aizen, and now it has really become Aizen. You can attack your subordinates and kill them directly with iron and blood. Even Aizen can't do it, can it? Lord, he won't go into trouble, will he? A time. The sea was full of surprise, and everyone couldn't believe it at the same time. All the 3 major forces, they couldn't believe what happened in front of them. Everyone is full of disbelief. Looking at the adult, they all couldn't believe it. Ben looked arrogant, and the extremely happy little leopard put away his smile. Espada looked at this scene solemnly with a deep expression on his face. Even the great Emperor Baragan, who was turned into a skeleton after returning to the blade, was full of surprise on the face of the bones at this moment. This scene is very similar to Brook on the Moby Dick. The madman put away his morbid smile, slowly put down Zanpakuto, and looked at Chu Xia with deep eyes. Sister Wa, Sabo, Madara and others also fell silent one by one. And this time, some people can't take it anymore. Kirby looked in disbelief. He looked at Chu Xia, directly Bankai. Bankai, Daiguren Hirenmaru. 5. Kirby jumped up. At this moment, he is in the form of an adult body. You are not the adult I know. Who are you? I'm going to kill you. Kirby yelled and attacked Chu Xia. But he didn't wait for him to get close. Chu Xia dodged directly behind him. Advertisement. What a beautiful scenery. Even though the season is not right, it's nice to see snow and ice now. The words fall. Knives out. Kirby shot a blood line in midair. Life was passing by slowly, and Kirby's eyes trembled, and he felt it. Within 100 meters, the terrifying Reiatsu beside Chu Xia. So, this is the grown-up they know well. Yes, why? Why did the adult take action against them? Sir, why are you? Kirby asked with the last of his strength. Kirby's figure has not yet hit the ground. Chu Xia looked at him and shook his head. Isn't the Lord Chu Xia you know? Unfortunately, that's your illusion. The Lord Chu Xia you know didn't exist from the beginning. 99. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. Kirby's body fell to the ground. At the last moment of his life, his face was still full of disbelief. And watching Kirby's death, Momoshiki, Nami and others couldn't stand it. They were all in a trance. No physical damage was taken. But their hearts were hit by 10,000 critical hits. Glancing at everyone in the audience, Chu Xia saw the disbelief on their faces and suddenly smiled. Can't you understand? Of course, because the gap between you and God is too great. You know, longing is the furthest distance from understanding. 99. Chu Xia looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The full moon hangs high in the sky. The faint moonlight shines on his charming face. Looking at Chu Xia like this, the sea was startled. Am I really reading that right? Isn't this the Lord's Kyoka Suigetsu? How could this be Kyoka Suigetsu? 35. Even if you use Kyoka Suigetsu, is there any reason to slaughter your subordinates? 35. Advertisement. Because this is killing his subordinates. Yhwach smiled lightly. He said he was a god and we couldn't understand what he was thinking. But Chu Xia mercilessly killed them. The sea howled. Poor little Ozzy and Kirby. And Kyoka Suigetsu Shikai also needs Shikai language. Yhwach's stunned eyes gradually returned to clarity. But this Chu Xia is simply beyond. At this moment. They believe in Chu Xia so much, but in the end, why is he such a person? 35. Lord Chu Xia, he is slaughtering his subordinates. This Chu Xia is just like their king, Yhwach. Therefore, the Chu Xia in front of him is undoubtedly its body. Not to mention whether Y can play Chu Xia of the king. Kirby Oz and others are still useful. Everyone in the Invisible Empire also looked at Chu Xia in a complicated way. It is Y's own temperament alone, and he can never imitate it to this extent. This is simply what he wants to see the most. Why is this happening? He smiled faintly. Yhwach at least loves talents, and will not give up easily to those who are capable. He has become more and more certain that this is Chu Xia's body. This is simply too cold-blooded. Yhwach is notoriously tyrannical, killing his subordinates when they are useless. Yhwach suddenly felt happy that this Chu Xia was the body. Thankfully Yhwach isn't that kind of person. Yes, my lord Chu Xia, where is my lord Chu Xia? So this isn't Kyoka Suigetsu at all, it's what we actually saw. 55. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little happy at the moment. Because it can't be Y. Over naval headquarters. But this Chu Xia, 290. The invincible Chu Xia, the three major forces were slaughtered. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Over the battlefield. The faint brilliance of the moonlight fell on Chu Xia, illuminating him in a white trench coat like a god. And gods are often ruthless. Looking at Chu Xia, the people below were completely restless. Momoshiki, Nami, Luo and the others looked at each other. Although they believe in Chu Xia, they regard Chu Xia as a god. Even their lives belong to Chu Xia. Chu Xia let them die, they all deserved. But at the moment, Chu Xia always gave them a strange feeling. Everyone thinks, Chu Xia really can't be crazy, right? So, all of a sudden, everyone joined Bankai. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. Bankai, Baixia punishment. Momoshiki took out his hands in Kabuto and used his hands to control Senbon Sakura. Luo took Reiatsu to the extreme, and even used the toxins in Bankai Kamishini no Yari. Nami turned into a white goddess of ice and snow, freezing the space around Chu Xia. The three of them were about to launch a lure against Chu Xia in an instant. The sky is full of sakura flowers, the terrifying Kamishini no Yari, the low temperature of ultimate. All three hit Chu Xia at the same time. This kind of terrifying combination strike, even if Sabo is to deal with it, it will take a lot of effort, right? Everyone looked closely at 660. Then they will meet. The three hits that hit Chu Xia directly turned Chu Xia into a blood fog. The blood mist was frozen by the extremely cold low temperature in midair. Only blood was left in the sky. That lord was killed. No. That lord is so strong, shouldn't he just die like this? If Sabo, Sister Wa, and that lunatic take action together, I still have some confidence. But Nami, Momoshiki, and Luo will do it, I don't think it's possible. Yes, everyone watched nervously. Subsequently. Advertisement. When no one responded, Chu Xia's figure appeared in front of the three of Nami. Cut out. The three of them suddenly bleed. Looking at the three people who fell to the ground. In an instant, everyone's eyes narrowed. How is this possible? How did he do it? 39. What exactly happened? Yeah, what exactly happened? Then, everyone looked around the battlefield. It turns out that one person is gone. That is Cavendish. He was standing aside before, looking at Chu Xia in shock. At this moment, the whole person disappeared. What happened in this instant, Kai? Buggy's eyes slowly widened. Kyoka Suigetsu. It's Kyoka Suigetsu. Buggy said loudly, and then his face gradually shocked. My lord, he has already replaced Cavendish with himself. 35. So what Nami and the other three killed was Cavendish. After Buggy finished speaking, the whole person gradually fell silent. And this time, Chu Xia looked at the three people lying in front of him. Nami, Momosuke, Luo. Looking at the three dying, but their eyes were full of stubbornness. Chu Xia smiled lightly. Have I told you, stepping on an ant without crushing him, this power is very difficult to master. Boom. Hearing Chu Xia's words, the sea was startled again. What kind of words are these tigers and wolves? Chu Xia, what the hell is he talking about? Killing his subordinates, does he think he is so shy? My god, such a person can actually give him such a powerful power. This is just scum. Advertisement. He really isn't even better than Yhwach. It's really bad luck, I've liked him for so long and believed in him for so long. In the end, it turned out to be such a person. The sea cursed at Chu Xia. Everyone is berating Chu Xia, although he is very high at the moment. But things like this sit. They really can't worship Chu Xia anymore. Look at the disbelief in everyone's eyes. Looking at the three Nami lying on the ground, looking at the stubbornness in their eyes. Looking at Buggy and others who were standing not far away, hesitating what to do. Chu Xia smiled again. I didn't mean to lie, just any of you. Never knew my true colors. Now, this is me, the Chu Xia you know, but it's just a fake. Chu Xia looked at everyone and spoke slowly. Inside Beast's pirates. Kaido, Jack and others kept their eyes on Yamato. They really don't know what's going on in front of them. What happened was a little too bizarre. They really couldn't figure out why Chu Xia would act on his own. But at this moment, Yamato himself did not understand why Chu Xia did this. It's just some guesswork in her eyes. Standing not far away, Sabo, Sister Wa and the others also flickered slightly in their eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Without Yamato's response, Kaido silently stood in front of Yamato. Never mind what Chu Xia will do next. As a father, he must protect his daughter. He, Kaido of the beasts, is a man of the sky. To attack Yamato, first step on his Kaido. The battlefield was silent. Everyone simply did not understand why Chu Xia did this. At this time, Yhwach looked more and more surprised, and the more he looked, the more he didn't understand. This Chu Xia really can't give him a hole. He looked at Chu Xia and couldn't help but ask. Are you Chu Xia? Even Yhwach at this moment began to doubt Chu Xia's identity. Because everything he did was simply too abnormal. Unusually, Yhwach thought that the person in front of him was played by the twin brothers. Advertisement. However, Chu Xia still smiled faintly towards Yhwach's words. At this moment, Yhwach was even more puzzled. But doubts didn't stop him from talking. Yhwach smiled. Ha 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 ha, let's join forces in the future to rule the world. Yhwach said, looking at Chu Xia's reaction with some anticipation. And Chu Xia's response was no response. Yhwach thought that Chu Xia had acquiesced and was about to continue laughing. But this moment, in the battlefield, several terrifying Reiatsu rose into the sky. These few Reiatsu can be called massive existences. That's Sabo, Sister Wa, that lunatic, Beasta, and Buggy. The other side, below the execution table, Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Namikaze Minato looked at each other. The three stood up together, and the six paths white robe suddenly appeared on their bodies. The other side, there is also the voice of Arkin breaking out 8 inner gates. Espada direction. Stark, Xiao and others are also decisive outbreak forces. At this moment, they finally saw it. This Chu Xia is not the Chu Xia they know at all. Not the adults in their hearts at all. It's just an imposter who plays Chu Xia's appearance. So, they did it without hesitation. Since the start. They were a little suspicious of Chu Xia's identity. Because Chu Xia will not be sitting on the throne, so high-profile appearances. Chu Xia's style never needs other things to set off. He just stood there. A casual sentence, a casual expression, is the highest force. So this is just fake Chu Xia. All of a sudden, everyone moved. But they haven't waited for them to actually do it. Clap clap clap. 291. Have you had enough? Crushed Chu Xia. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Clap clap clap. Crisp applause sounded in the field. The entire naval headquarters seemed to be paused. Clap clap clap. Another round of applause fell. The eyes of everyone present changed completely. Then, the scene fell silent again. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and no one knew what was going on. And when the applause fell, the faces of Sabo, Sister Wa and others also showed smiles directly. One by one, they put away their violent Reiatsu. Slightly tense, the body that was about to make a full effort was also relaxed again. Mid-air, Yhwach frowned suddenly. His mighty gaze swept the audience, but he didn't notice anything unusual. The Chu Xia in front of him also stood there intact. A disdainful smile just appeared on his face. Chu Xia was about to speak. But the next moment, everyone seemed to be looking in one direction. There is the seat of Admiral below the execution stand. There were originally 4 positions of Admiral. Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Namikaze Minato sat one each. However, the 3 of them had already stood up at the moment, and the 6 paths white robes appeared on their bodies, and they were ready to start. But at this moment, the three of them were suddenly stunned. They turned their heads slowly. The eyes of everyone in naval headquarters also turned to the admiral's seat on the farthest side. I see. On the seat that should have been empty, a man in a white trench coat was sitting right now. Advertisement. The man smiled lightly, leaning on the armrest and resting his chin on his hand. With a playful smile, he looked at Chu Xia not far away. The man nodded with admiration in his eyes. Its other hand waved gently, as if interested. Go on, let me see how far you can get. Chu Xia's words resounded throughout the audience. Those words were filled with 3-point indifference, 3-point playfulness, and 3-point success. The last point is a kind of force that they can't explain clearly. It seems that as long as he sits there, no matter where he sits, it will attract everyone's attention. Looking at this scene, the whole sea was stunned. What am I? I am not wrong, right? What is this doing? Another Chu Xia. What the hell is this? The sea is full of surprises. Naval headquarters. Jack slapped his thigh, his brain circuit was running extremely fast, and he suddenly realized. F*K. The two adults, Kaido and Yamato, looked at them with contempt. It's so special to listen to Kun's words are worth a word. Everyone knows this, there are two Chu Xia present. Need you to look like this, suddenly realized. What a fool. But after Jack's name, the whole sea fully reacted. Yup, why is there another Chu Xia? So who is the original Chu Xia? Could it be that one of the two is fake? All of a sudden, Sengoku's eyes lit up with doom on the execution stand holding Garp. Advertisement. The anger in Garp's eyes also dissipated a little. Although he was carried away by anger. But he is definitely not a fool. In front of this scene, everyone can see that there is something strange. The Chu Xia who is sitting under the execution platform now gives people a feeling of being approachable but aloof. Moreover, he did not deliberately release any momentum. But their eyes looked at him, and they all lowered their heads unconsciously. As if this person was born with a superior grade. Sengoku's eyes grew brighter. He finally figured it out. He looked at Garp and hurriedly told his guess. Garp, maybe the Chu Xia who killed Ace before, is not himself at all. Have you forgotten? Ability list. Hearing this, Garp shrank his eyes and looked at the ability list. The 10th ability list. Invisible Empire, Star-Crossed Knights, Holy Text Y, Lloyd. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability introduction, L. Looking at the names of the twin brothers, Garp froze in place. Sengoku's voice continued to sound. The twin brother's ability is to imitate others, and he has also been rewarded by the ability list, and his ability has improved. And we always thought that the adult could not be imitated, but now it seems that everything is not what we imagined. I don't know why of the Invisible Empire, successfully played the adult. And did the things in front of me. As Sengoku spoke, his voice gradually fell silent. Even now the truth is out. Even now Chu Xia killed the fake Y0 seeking flowers. But Ace, Garp's grandson, will never return. Little Ozzy, Kirby, and Cavendish from the 13th Division of the Gote Division were also unable to return. Nami, Momosuke, and Luo were still lying on the ground, seriously injured and dying. So maybe the one who is more angry now is that adult, right? Sengoku thought about this, and his mind fell silent. Garp gritted his teeth, looked at the fake Chu Xia, and squeezed a few words out of his teeth. Advertisement. Eye for eye. No matter what, the old man will kill you today. Garp roared, his terrifying power rattled. The other side. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates who reacted was also full of anger. Marco, Joes, and others all looked at the fake Chu Xia, and they all looked extremely angry. Point 0. Whitebeard mentioned Kong Yunchi, and walked towards Y step by step with a gloomy face. Seeing this scene, Chu Xia, who was sitting under the execution platform, smiled again. Ignore Garp and Whitebeard et al. Chu Xia looked at Y and continued to say lightly. I told you to continue, didn't you hear me? The voice was still faint, but it was like an undeniable order. Hearing Chu Xia's words, Y's body trembled. In fact, the moment Chu Xia appeared, he found that his body was completely unable to move. Not what Chu Xia did to him. But it came from the fear in the bottom of my heart, so that Y did not dare to move. Now imitating Chu Xia, he can feel his violent power. So that's why he didn't reveal his identity to Yhwach. He felt that such a self had the strength to destroy Yhwach and rule the world. But it is also because of this terrifying strength and memory. Only then did Y realize how much difference there was between him and the real Chu Xia. So when Chu Xia appeared, the fear from his soul made him unable to move. The power of this body is completely useless. Turning his head slowly, Y's eyes turned to Chu Xia a little bit. However, it has not waited for Chu Xia's figure to appear in Y's sight. Y's body began to crumble inch by inch. Like ashes scattered, Y's body dissipated little by little in the air. In the end, he couldn't see Chu Xia's figure, and his body completely dissipated in place. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. The sea is also shocked. Chuan. 292. When did you start thinking that I didn't use Kyoka Suigetsu? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. My god, What the hell is going on? That Chu Xia, why did it dissipate? No, that Chu Xia should be why in disguise. But, why is it that the Lord didn't even move his hand, and that why just disappeared as if he couldn't bear it? What the hell is going on here? The sea was surprised. Everyone present at naval headquarters couldn't believe the scene in front of them. What exactly happened? They know that Chu Xia is strong. It can be seen from who pretends to be Chu Xia, how terrifying the strength is. Facing the many captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian, he was simply a child. This kind of strength is invincible in the hearts of everyone. And as a real Chu Xia, that strength is boundless. But it's not so much that, out of thin air, who is still playing Chu Xia, is turned into ashes, 660, embers, right? It's kind of scary. The people of the Star Cross group present also froze. Yhwach's eyes were low, watching this scene full of silence. But until now, he still didn't understand. How did play the role of Chu Xia? As I thought before, if I hadn't seen the battle between Chu Xia and Xiaochuan, Yhwach thought that might still play Chu Xia. But after watching that battle, Yhwach directly dismissed that thought. Because really has a few pounds and a few tails, his heart is very clear. Playing yourself is not enough, you need to use omniscience and omnipotence to empower it. Also playing Chu Xia, just kidding. Yhwach stared at the figure below the execution platform, his eyes full of solemnity. And this time, watching scattered into ashes. Chu Xia, leaning on her chin, sat up slightly. A white trench coat flutters in the wind. Advertisement. Chu Xia looked at where was standing, and slowly shook his head. With a look of regret on his face, Chu Xia's indifferent voice sounded as if he didn't care at all. What a pity. Give you power, but you can't use it at all. Is it imitating me and making you unable to accept those in your memory? Also let you fear my power. It's really boring. Chu Xia shook her head, her face full of regret. Looking at his expression that seemed to be really sad, everyone present was stunned. The sea is also surging. I'm going, what did the Lord just say? I wondered before that although Y's ability is pervert, he is only 10th in the ability list. He doesn't deserve to imitate that Lord at all. But he succeeded in imitating it, and there must be something strange about it. Now it seems that it was the power that the Lord gave so he could imitate it successfully. After imitating, learned some memories of that Lord, and also had some of that Lord's power. So, he was terrified of that Lord's power and died of fear in the end. My God, is this really true? It's too shocking. The sea trembled in an instant. Everyone was shocked by what they thought. But, alas, I don't feel bad for this 35. It's just that Ace, Little Oz, and Kirby died in vain. It's a pity, even that Lord couldn't bring them back to life, right? No, what if that adult really has that ability? It's not impossible. That Lord and other characters, even if they want to play everything is definitely under control. So in my opinion, that Lord must have something behind. Can't you? Is that Lord really that divine? Hehe, if you don't believe it, let's wait and see. 35. There is a lot of discussion in the sea. Advertisement. And the scene. Yhwach's eyes widened slightly, and his eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. Knew it. He was not mistaken. Really has no qualifications to imitate Chu Xia. The reason why was able to imitate successfully was the power that Chu Xia gave him. Yhwach's eyes widened. No wonder he didn't think of this idea. A normal person, who would think that Chu Xia would give the power to imitate himself and slaughter the people on his side? This is simply impossible, unless Chu Xia is insane. But how is this possible? Yhwach doesn't believe the idea at all. In the end, there is only one fact. Chu Xia has left behind. Chu Xia is a character on the same level as himself. And Yhwach asked himself if he wanted to play a game like this. Then he must have prepared everything in advance and controlled everything in his hands. Because characters like them will never tolerate the existence of any factors beyond their control. So Chu Xia, there must be something behind. Point 0. And what is this backhand? Yhwach's eyes sank slightly, and his mind kept thinking. At this time, the presence of people such as Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard and others also gradually reacted. The enemy who killed Ace is dead. But they were not happy at all. Can anger be turned on Chu Xia? Not to mention if you can beat it. Garp and Whitebeard, who are now in a state of rage, dare to go directly to Chu Xia. How is this possible? 35. How is this possible? It has been said that the gods are unfair. Advertisement. Yhwach's pupils widened, and even some words were incoherent. But since when did you think I didn't use Kyoka Suigetsu? Meet again, the king of the invisible empire. Raising her eyebrows slightly, Chu Xia smiled. Therefore, the two of them only felt a deep sense of grievance in their hearts. Yuha's eyes suddenly widened in midair. And this time. Finally, he looked away from the three of Namikaze Minato beside him. But at this time, he scanned the audience and looked at Sabo, Sister Wa and others one by one. The damage caused by this to Jingling Court is also not small. However, they cannot do so. And at this time, no. For the first time, Chu Xia turned her attention to Yhwach. Everything is done by why should they take anger at Chu Xia? They have fire and can't send it to Chu Xia yet. What's more, Kirby, Oz, and Cavendish were killed, and Nami was seriously injured. If I were a god, this would not be the case. I would give 4.4 rewards to those who swear allegiance to me, at least to prove that their allegiance is correct. Everyone in the sea looked at Yhwach and became more puzzled. Everyone present listened to his words and was a little confused. When, seeing the silence in the audience, Chu Xia, who was sitting on the seat, smiled. Chu Xia spoke lightly, as if talking to herself. He looked at Chu Xia, and there was a deep inconceivable in his eyes. What's wrong with this? Those who swear allegiance to the death may end up being regarded as traitors, while those who are treacherous and insidious may endure forever. 55. Is there anything wrong with Chu Xia in this matter? Chu Xia smiled lightly, raised her head slightly, and said with a sense of loss. Kyoka Suigetsu. 9. Although the two are angry, they also have brains. 293. The sky is actually colorless. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When did you start thinking I didn't use Kyoka Suigetsu? Boom. Ka ka ka. Chu Xia's indifferent voice fell. The surrounding world shattered like a mirror. The moonlight dissipated. The sun is high in the sky again. Countless people closed their eyes slightly by the dazzling sunlight. When they readapted to the light, they slowly opened their eyes. Seeing the naval headquarters at the moment, everything has changed drastically. The only thing that didn't change was Chu Xia, who was sitting on the chair with a faint smile between his eyebrows. Yhwach's eyes widened to the extreme in midair. He said incoherently, impossible, and so on. But Chu Xia didn't care what he meant at all. As for the people around them, they looked around the battlefield at the moment, and they were all shocked to the extreme. On the execution stand, Ace was still kneeling there, looking at everyone present in surprise. Kebi's eyes widened, and she stared at Chu Xia sitting under the execution stand with trembling soul. Little Oz was standing not far away, and his body like a mountain shook violently. Looking at Chu Xia, 20 tears flowed from Oz's eyes little by little. Who can know how desperate he was when he was wrapped by black coffin just now? Killed by the god he believed in, he didn't want to resist, and his heart died first. But now, seeing this great change in the world, little Oz's eyes were moist. Cavendish stood on the ground and looked at his intact body in surprise. He remembered that he should have been smashed into scum by Nami, Momoshiki, and Luo. What's going on here? But when Cavendish saw Chu Xia sitting, he froze in place, and he understood everything in his heart. Nami, Momoshiki, and Luo stood together. Advertisement. 3 people are surprised, you look at me, I look at you. The 3 of them looked at Chu Xia again, and then one by one, their bodies shook violently. And this time, looking at the intact Ace, and the reappearance of the captains of the Gote 13th Division. The entire naval headquarters was stunned. Garp and Whitebeard stared wide-eyed, looking at Ace on the execution platform in disbelief. At this moment, even Sabo, Sister Wa and others were a little surprised. After the sea was silent for a moment, the whole sea burst with a bang. F*K. F*K. 39. Damn it. What the hell is going on here? 35. Am I blind? It was obviously night just now, how come it's daytime now? Also, the dead Sabo and others, why did they all come back? Could it be that the Lord resurrected them? But isn't it? What do those words from that Lord just now mean? What the hell is going on here? The sea was full of uproar, and everyone was completely unable to react for a while. The shock this brought was too great. After a long delay, someone concluded the truth. All of this could be the Lord's Kyoka Suigetsu. No. 35. I understand what you mean that the Lord has been using Kyoka Suigetsu before, so Sabo, Nami and others are back, what we saw before was illusion. But, who can explain it to me? I watched the live broadcast in the yard, and the sky before me was also a dark night with a full moon. But now it's daytime even for me. How could this be Kyoka Suigetsu? When he said this, some people hesitated. But after a while, there is humanity again. How impossible. Advertisement. Who said that Lord's Kyoka Suigetsu only works on naval headquarters? Can't that Lord's Kyoka Suigetsu affect our entire world? That Lord deceived our whole world. 35. Hear this. The sea shook violently. Everyone was shocked. The news was so shocking. Chu Xia's Kyoka Suigetsu was able to deceive them the whole world. The scene at the moment. In the old Fritters trio. Kizaru looked around in surprise. He couldn't believe it. Beasta, Stark, what the hell is going on? As the old man dazzled. But no matter how dazzled the old man is, it won't be like this. Kizaru said in surprise. Beasta and Stark looked at each other. Both of them were breathing heavily. After a long time, the two spoke in unison. Kizaru, until now, we haven't seen Kyoka Suigetsu of that lord. This is the first time. 59. After the two finished speaking, they gradually fell silent. Because even they are already shocked at this moment. A storm surged inside Kizaru. After a long delay, he was able to look elsewhere. Kizaru looked around to see what else had changed. Scanning the audience, looking at the scene in front of him, Kizaru's eyes widened. How is that possible? 99. Beasta and Stark heard the words and followed Kizaru's gaze. Kyoka Suigetsu, though strong, cannot make an otherwise stationary object move, nor can a moving object stand still. 99. Why, that Lord's Kyoka Suigetsu can't even see through Yhwach's omniscience and omnipotence. Then there was an uproar. Advertisement. How can that be? That's right, I see. Seeing this, Buggy said suddenly. So, the previous Y, he killed 4 Sabo and Kirby, and seriously injured 3 Nami. The 3 of them were shocked. Then these people. Really, it shouldn't be. That head belongs to the visionary Gremmy. The rest are like the 4 members of the 660 guards and the visionary Gremmy. The audience also gradually reacted. Then, the eyes of the 2 were full of surprises. One by one, they either fell to the ground with serious injuries, or they have long since disappeared. How could your Kyoka Suigetsu work on my omnipotence? 95. And this. Yhwach's eyes slowly widened. And Ridgebalo, Gerald of Saint M. Panita of Saint C. The sky is actually colorless, it doesn't deceive you, you just deceive yourself with your own eyes. Listening to Yuha's words, everyone in the audience became suspicious. Yhwach in midair was directly stimulated and unacceptable. Yhwach in midair also discovered all this. My ability, why didn't I sense anything strange? He looked at the Star-Cross members who were missing a few people on the battlefield. When Sengoku said this, he didn't know what to say anymore. Saying that, Buggy looked at the corpses and the seriously injured Star-Cross members. Sengoku looked at the audience, and his eyes were shocked. He looked at Yhwach nonchalantly, and smiled lightly. All the members of the Star-Cross regiment present, except for those who cannot be named. Chu Xia, who was sitting in the chair, remained calm. He looked at Chu Xia and said hoarsely. 294. Yhwach is completely crazy, the monk appears, and the large ink splash scene. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You are too arrogant and self-righteous, Yhwach. It also relies too much on your omniscient and omnipotent ability. 99. That's why you fail. 35. Your omnipotence, in my opinion. It's indistinguishable from ants. Chu Xia's faint voice fell. Boom. Yhwach's figure was stunned, and his pupils were shocked to the extreme. Then, there was a deep suspicion. Yhwach couldn't accept what Chu Xia said. Because it seemed completely impossible to him. How is this possible? He doesn't believe it. You can look at Chu Xia who was smiling. Yhwach gradually fell silent, and everyone in the audience was shocked. They looked at the people of the Star-Cross regiment lying on the ground, and they all swallowed deeply. That lord, he is really strong. Yeah, I remember the previous Y also used Kyoka Suigetsu, right? Right, under the slaying attack of the previous combination of Nami, Momoshiki, and Luo, that Y used Kyoka Suigetsu to replace himself and Cavendish's position, allowing Cavendish to be beheaded. 99. But now it seems that the person who was beheaded was a member of the Star Cross. Yeah, it's really shocking. I really don't know what to say. Is this the Bankai of Kyoka Suigetsu? Probably, I think Shikai shouldn't be so pervert. But have you thought about it? If this is Shikai, then Bankai. The speaker is silent. The sea is silent. They all thought of the shocking picture. Look at the surprised expression on Yhwach's face. Ha ha ha, is he about to be played with doubts by that adult? Advertisement. Yeah, Yoha is so miserable. 35. I thought Chu Xia went crazy and slaughtered his subordinates. The real situation now is that he was put together. Basically, all of the Star Cross regiments under him have lost their combat power. That Ridgeball and Miracle are pretty strong. But in front of Y who imitated that adult, it's not enough to look at. Yeah, ha 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 ha, others can't deal with their undead power, but the power of that lord might not be able to deal with it. 5. Ha ha ha. 39. I really think Yhwach can't lose money. He must have ordered Y to play Chu Xia before. 99. Now that's the end result. Yuha's bowels are going to regret it, right? Ha 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 ha. The sea was full of voices mocking Yhwach. These voices entered Yhwach's ears and almost drove him crazy. Looking at Chu Xia, Yhwach forced himself to calm down. My subordinate is dead, what can I do? As long as his friend Harbach is still around, nothing matters. Looking at Chu Xia, Yhwach forcibly calmed down and suddenly laughed. Since you have done it for this sake, then I will no longer keep it. Come on, let's fight between us, the king. Yhwach said, and suddenly stretched out a hand. The hand clenched into a fist. In an instant, below naval headquarters, a wailing sound rang out. The souls of everyone in the Star Cross cluster were taken away by him. Either dead or not, all were taken back to the soul by Yhwach. Sister Sabo Wa and the others sank. Holy. Looking at this scene in the sea is also suddenly. I have seen this ability on the ability list. This is the sanctification of Yhwach. He wants to take back everyone's soul and strength, and fight that lord with all his strength. That's right, I think that's what he's going to do. Advertisement. But his subordinates are so miserable. Some were not dead, but were killed by their own king. Single quote. What do you think so much about? I declare that Yhwach is the MVP of the team to destroy the Invisible Empire. Ha 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 ha, you made me laugh so hard. Yhwach looked at Chu Xia, and his strength continued to skyrocket. Come on, let the battle between us determine the ownership of this world. Everyone in the audience was nervous. The battle between king and king is rare in the world. Not to mention the level of battle between Yhwach and Chu Xia. Everyone stared at Chu Xia with anticipation in their eyes. However, Chu Xia shook his head lightly in response to Yhwach's fighting intent. Looking at Yhwach, Chu Xia smiled lightly. Did you do something wrong? If you need me to kill you, I will do it last time. 99. Will you stay with me until now? Chu Xia's voice fell. Yhwach's mind suffered a 100,000 critical hit. He pointed at Chu Xia and kept trying to say something, but couldn't say anything. The sea was surprised again when he saw this scene. Only then did they remember. Before Chu Xia looked at Yhwach's first sentence, but, meet again, the king of the Invisible Empire. Why did we meet again? These two have met before. And don't know why, Chu Xia didn't do anything to Yhwach. Shit. The sea was startled again in an instant. Just when they were stunned, Chu Xia waved his hand lightly. In front of him, 5 people suddenly appeared. The man in the middle is a huge monk with a string of Buddha beads hanging on it. The large-scale ink splash scene will be staged soon. Advertisement. Within 3 steps this time, you will definitely turn into scum. The monk spoke word by word. Everyone on the sea looked at this scene, and they all felt a little blood boiling. His omniscience and omnipotence are also the abilities that are highly anticipated in the sea. Yhwach's face was extremely angry. The monk stepped on Reiatsu and walked towards Yhwach step by step. But that was Chu Xia. What does Chu Xia say? But Ichibei Hyasube, the captain of the Zero Division, was a comrade in arms Yhwach, which was enough to look forward to. Opportunity to practice. Chu Xia waved his hand. But I have never seen a real shot, who knows how shocking that ability will be. In the spotlight. This is Jingling Court, Team 0. There are not many opportunities to practice, so cherish it. 39. Around the monk, there are 2 men and 2 women. Yhwach too, although not Chu Xia personally shot. If you can't solve it, I'll take another shot. Everyone at the scene was also shocked, and their eyes were fixed on the 2 actors. Grown-ups. Quote. Yhwach was completely angry, Wang Wanghao, and became angry. Although facing Chu Xia seems to be a bit underwhelming. Seeing these 5 people coming, everyone in the field shrank their eyes. The monk looked at him with a faint smile. The monk at the head is naturally Ichibei Hyasube. The monk held a writing brush and gave Chu Xia a respectful look first. Looking at these 5 people, you don't need to think about it. Grass. Chu Xia's voice fell. He'll leave it to you. 35. Although they all knew the ability of the monk in advance. Meet again, Yhwach. 295 Ideographic, Sabo. Bankai, the residual fire sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The monk stood in midair, confronting Yhwach from a distance. Looking at Yhwach, Ichibei Hyasube smiled. Long time no see, Yhwach. Listening to his words, Yhwach did not intend to respond at all. His face gradually darkened. Yhwach turned his head and glanced at Chu Xia, who was sitting there lightly. And Chu Xia, at the moment, is looking at Yhwach and the monk with great interest. Feeling that Chu Xia didn't care about him, Yhwach's face was gloomy. Suddenly, Yhwach smiled lightly. Hehehehe. 95. In that case, then I will step on your clothed corpses, and finally trample you under my feet. Chu Xia, wait for me. Yhwach said in a low voice. Chu Xia looked down on him, which made him very angry. So, Yhwach raised his head slightly and looked at the monk in front of him lightly. He wanted to kill. Seeing Yhwach, the king's aura exuding from the sea, all of them are full of anticipation. And at this time, the monk felt that Yhwach didn't care about him, and of course was very angry. Boom. Without hesitation, the monk roared. 1,000-mile palms. Reiatsu condenses into palm prints. Monk's Reiatsu isn't quite as scary as Chu Xia though. But it still made the atmosphere of Marine's 663 part stagnate. The air ripples, and the terrifying ripples spread in circles. A giant palm that lifts the sky towards Yhwach is bombarded away. Under everyone's attention, Yhwach was slapped flying. Looking at this scene, many people in the sea took a deep breath. Advertisement. This Ichibei Hyasube is worthy of being the captain of Team 0. The shot is extraordinary. Such a terrifying giant. Which 4 emperors admiral on the ocean can handle now? Countless people stared at it. But what happened next made them a little surprised. The monk's palm sent Yhwach flying. However, when the palm print dissipated, Yhwach's figure was still there, and was not blasted away at all. Looking at this scene, everyone was a little puzzled. What's going on here? Don't tell them, Yhwach, like Chu Xia, will also be Kyoka Suigetsu. But that's simply not possible. That Yhwach's ability, is that magical omnipotence and omnipotence. Looking at the gloomy Yhwach, the monk smiled lightly. He, Yhwach, sure enough, a strike like this won't hurt you at all. 35. The monk smiled lightly, and then rushed forward with the huge brush. Dye it black, one word. Without hesitation. Although the monk is confident in his own strength. But in the world before him, he also fought against Yhwach. In that battle, he lost terribly. The Yhwach facing him now is still Yhwach after his abilities have been improved. So he didn't dare to be careless at all, and used Shikai as soon as he came up. Looking at the monk rushing up, Yhwach took out his saber. Ding! The two swords collided in midair, and the invisible aftermath spread away. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage, the monk smiled when he saw this knife. Knowing my abilities, how dare you stop me? Your sword has been deprived of its ability by me. 5. The monk said with a smile. After that, he didn't hesitate at all. Looking at Yhwach, the monk began to spit out a wonderful spell. A low and depressed voice resounded throughout the audience. The terrifying and mysterious power seems to be reviving. Advertisement. Xiao and Chang'an, come here. 99. The monk's words sounded. Everyone in naval headquarters felt only tingling in their scalps. The monks were generally murmuring, and generally drinking the ink that they had poured out. Meet everyone and drink it. Drink it and your life will flow by. The road to the yellow spring is also in full bloom. Where is the food and drink? It was dyed pitch black, split into 8 parts, and baked into pitch black with pitch black flames. 99. It was eaten up quickly, and what was left was the white bones, and a monument was erected for him and mourned for him. In order not to let him be reborn again, in order not to let him become our sacrifice again. The scalp becomes numb gradually. The whole sea is immersed in the mysterious and terrifying power of the monk. The monk chanted and drank the ink. Everything around it and Yhwach is blackened. A dark palace forms behind it. Something seemed to be crawling beneath the horrific tombstone. Like ants walking, like locusts buzzing. It was as if some terrifying existence was about to crawl out from under the tombstone. The terrifying atmosphere rose from wave to wave. Some ordinary people are so frightened that they don't dare to look at it anymore. And when the monk stopped singing, his eyes were only the whites of his eyes, and he looked at Yhwach. The power of terror exploded completely. Don't turn to killing mausoleum. The black on Yhwach was sucked away. The surrounding dark world is turning into nothingness, and then collapses. In this crumbling world, the monk Bankai became. He didn't dare to be careless. He had experienced a battle with Yhwach before, and he knew how pervert that omniscient omnipotence was. Therefore, he must not stop at all times, and directly kill Yhwach. The monk looked at Yhwach resolutely and roared in his mouth. Now I name you, Yhwach. But this you is not who you are now. Instead, the young you. The monk shouted, naming Yhwach the black ant, it doesn't work at all, and it will be counteracted by the ability of omniscience and omnipotence. But, to Yoham and Yohaba, advertisement. But it was the young, immobile Yhwach. That way, it might work. Looking at the youth in front of the naked eye, he eventually turned into a young man who could not speak or even move. The monk smiled. He finally just waved lightly. The terrifying Reiatsu swept away. The Yhwach in front of him was crushed directly. Boom. Yhwach burst into the air. Everyone on the sea was suddenly shocked. But at this time, do you really think that your ability that I know can hurt me? Yhwach's voice sounded faintly from behind the monk. The monk's eyes widened suddenly. Yhwach didn't know when, he had already come behind him and stabbed his back with a sword. At the last moment, the monk closed his eyes slightly. I still lost. Yhwach, your ability is really tricky. 35. The monk laughed while talking, and finally turned his head decisively, holding one of Yhwach's arms. Then you and I will sink into the void together. The monk shouted. Chu Xia gave him an order to destroy Yhwach. Then he absolutely has to fulfill the order. Yhwach isn't omniscient and omnipotent, isn't he immortal? Then he will bring Yhwach into the rift of the void, and let him live there forever. The monk's eyes only had the whites of his eyes, and at this moment, he was a terrifying lunatic. Being grabbed by the monk's arm, Yhwach was a little flustered for the first time. He hurriedly shook off the monk's arm. But at the moment the monk was using so much strength that he couldn't shake it off at all. Seeing that the monk was about to explode himself, and displayed some terrifying abilities. Yhwach's heart is getting more and more anxious. But right now. Below, a terrifying high temperature suddenly rose. Bankai, the residual fire sword. 296. The world's attention, Yhwach was killed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this voice, the whole sea was startled. They all looked in surprise. I saw Sabo who was standing on the ground, watching the battle indifferently. He was holding the scorched long knife at the moment, and he stepped into the air step by step. The temperature in naval headquarters rose suddenly. The residual fire of 20 million degrees, the sword, directly evaporates the surrounding sea. In Sabo's eyes, there is a strong power. Looking at this scene, Kirby and Nami looked at each other and couldn't help taking a deep breath. No, it shouldn't be cold at the moment. Because this naval headquarters has been filled with extremely terrifying high temperature. 20 million degrees, that's no joke. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Hirinmaru and Soda no Shirayuki can't be used anymore. Kirby sighed. Nami smiled helplessly. Aokiji watched the conversation between the two and tried to use the frozen fruit ability. Sure enough, it doesn't work anymore. Aokiji spread out his hands with a look of helplessness. In the old Fritters trio, the three Kizaru looked strangely the same at the moment. All looked up at Sabo, blocking the sun with one hand. Among them, Kizaru kept saying, so scary. But this time it wasn't a joke. It's so scary. In midair, the monk holding Yhwach's arm was also surprised. He looked at Sabo and cursed. You bastard. But he didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Sabo looked at the two of them from a distance, his eyes full of might without any hesitation. Remnant fire sword, east, rising sun blade. Slowly slashed across. Advertisement. Countless people were suffocated by it. Although they didn't know why Sabo suddenly shot. However, they didn't have time to think so much. They only know that the remnant fire sword, which was full of anticipation, has now been seen. A knife across. There is no flame, no explosion. This knife. Just focus all the heat on the tip of the knife, and wipe away everything it touches. The half-empty Yhwach and the monk were directly vaporized by Sabo's knife. Looking at this scene, the sea was completely shocked. F***K. Why is this Sabo like a convulsion? Does he not care about the monk's life? This has been wiped out with the monk. Although Yhwach is gone, but this is too cruel, right? 35. Don't you care about your companions at all? Sabo can't be led astray by the fake adult from before, right? The sea is full of surprises. Everyone was shocked when they saw the two who were obliterated by Sabo. On the sea, a young man pointed to the sky over naval headquarters. At this moment, the clouds above the sky swiped by Sabo's knife completely dissipated. The power of this knife can be imagined. But at this time, cough, 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 cough. Many people's expressions changed, and they turned their attention to the place where the sound came from. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. I saw Yhwach in a dark red robe standing there, looking at Sabo with a gloomy face. Really? You almost succeeded. Sabo's eyebrows sank, and he looked at Yhwach. Of course I know that this sword can't kill you, and I'm not going to kill you. Yhwach frowned. Advertisement. Then who are you? Sabo looked at Yuha and smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Hyasube, Ikibe. Behind Sabo, the monk's figure reunited. He looked at Sabo with a constipated expression. What's wrong with you, kid? But before he could finish speaking, Sabo interrupted him. My lord just let you deal with him, but he didn't let you die with him. We can't solve it, just leave it to the adults. What are you doing here? 5. Also, if you are dead, do you want me to be the captain of the Zero Division? Years. Soul Society Strength 3rd Shinigami. Sabo's words rang out one after another. The monk who said it was silent. Sabo's words directly emo him. Looking at Chu Xia sitting under the execution platform, the monk coughed. Then you can't do that either. Sabo glanced at the monk. I haven't used Bankai for a long time, so let me play with him. 55. Sabo looked at Yhwach. The monk stared at him and finally nodded. And Yhwach was almost not mad at the words of the two at this moment. What's so special that we can't beat it? Isn't there an adult? Feelings. Chu Xia asked you to practice with me, how come you really practiced? 0 flowers. Grass. Yhwach cursed in his heart. But didn't wait for him to say anything. Sabo looked at him, his power rising again. Remnant fire sword, west, remnant sun prison clothes. The terrifying high temperature surged from Sabo's body, like a piece of clothing, draped over Sabo's body. After doing this, Sabo flew towards Yhwach. Yhwach only felt a terrifying high temperature rushing towards him. Advertisement. So, with a smile on Chu Xia's face, she looked at Chuan with a light smile. Seeing this scene, Sabo smiled. His eyes were fixed on Yhwach, who was cut in half by Sabo. Someone was killed by old man Yamamoto. The office building was wiped out directly, as if it was wiped out by the hand of God. Is it really impossible for Sabo to face Yhwach like this? Sabo waved the long knife in his hand again. With this knife, everything will turn to ashes. Because the height is not very high. They didn't want to kill Yua, just to hold him back. Not dead yet. The sound of mourning sounded everywhere, and countless skeletons around attacked Yuha, grabbing Yuha's body one by one. He finally said, Remnant fire sword, north, heaven and earth ashes. Everyone stared at it. Among them, there are even more subordinates of Yhwach thousands of years ago. It has been chopped in half, so what happened to this Yhwach? Chu Xia sat in the chair and watched this scene with great interest. Sweep across. Sabo swiped with the knife. Turning his head to look at this scene, Sengoku didn't have time to heartache. At this moment, Sabo has won the gold list reward, Reiatsu, Ryujin Jaka's ability has been improved, and so on. Those are the souls who died under this sword. Yoha was first divided into 2 halves. Sabo's strength no longer belongs to the old man Yamamoto, and even faintly exceeds it. He also beheaded. Remnant fire sword, Nan, huo great burial array of 10 trillion dead. 39. A terrifying force erupted from Ryujin Jaka. In the surrounding void, bursts of mourning sounded. His complexion changed, and he did not dare to stand up to him. Next up is the sprawling office building of naval headquarters. Watching him escape, Sabo smiled lightly. Looking at Yhwach, who was close at hand, dragged by a large black skeleton. 297. No Moon. Yhwach, who has traveled through the past, is an omniscient and omnipotent terrorist force. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The world fell silent for a moment. Then under the solemn eyes of everyone, Yhwach reappeared in front of everyone. But at this moment, he was visibly weak. Obviously, Sabo's attack just now, although he didn't wait to kill him. The ability of omniscience and omnipotence is too pervert. But Bankai's residual fire sword still caused him a lot of damage. Looking at this scene, everyone's expression changed slightly. And Sabo also smiled helplessly. Sure enough, neither can I. So, he turned to look at Chu Xia. My lord, that Yhwach, I'll leave it to you. Sabo spoke lightly, as if he had a very good relationship with Chu Xia, like an old friend. Listening to Sabo's words, Chu Xia, who was sitting in the chair, nodded lightly. Watching the scene of 663, Yhwach's face turned gloomy to the extreme. He watched as Sabo turned and walked towards the back, holding out a hand. Yhwach's palm was empty, and the void around Sabo was frozen. Sabo raised an eyebrow. How? Yhwach, you're still so angry, why are you trying to seek revenge from me? The adults are here, can you make a fool of yourself? 95. Sabo said with a light smile. Looking at this scene, Chu Xia smiled. Okay. Don't provoke me, I'll deal with him myself later. 35. But before that, Yhwach, who do you think I am that you can make a fool of me? Chu Xia's voice fell lightly. Immediately. Advertisement. Boom. A terrifying black figure stopped directly between Yhwach and Sabo. The void around Sabo was instantly restored. He smiled lightly, turned and walked back to the ground. As for Yhwach, he was looking in front of him with a look of surprise. The sea was also directly shocked. Because in front of everyone was a man with long black hair dragging the floor and half of his body wrapped in bandages. In the man's right hand, he held a long black knife. There was a swastika on the gauntlet of the jet black sword. The man's face was covered by a black cloth and could not be seen clearly. However, the violent power of his body caused a huge change in the expressions of everyone present. Because they could see that this man had extremely terrifying power. But they just need to feel it to find out. They couldn't feel the power of this man at all. And this kind of situation, they only felt in Chu Xia and Yhwach, or Kagaya before. But now, who is this? Everyone in the sea was shocked. But they weren't the most shocked. The most shocking was Yamato among the beast's pirates. Yamato looked at the man in midair, and the whole person was shocked to the extreme. Then, she couldn't help but look at Chu Xia. Grown-ups. Yamato hesitated. Chu Xia waved his hand. Look well, it's only once. 99. Hearing this, Yamato nodded deeply. Thank you, sir. Looking at this scene, Sabo and others present were also surprised. How could they not recognize the figure in the air? Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo. Advertisement. Are Kurosaki Ichigo in a moonless state? This is arguably Kurosaki Ichigo's strongest state. But Kurosaki Ichigo, I never heard of being summoned by Chu Xia. And Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto is still in Yamato's hands. How could he still have Zangetsu? What the hell is going on here? However, everyone then thought of a possibility. This Kurosaki Ichigo can't be fake, can it? Made by Chu Xia using Kyoka Suigetsu. As for the purpose, I can also hear a thing or two from his conversation with Yamato just now. Chu Xia is teaching Yamato. F*K. Sabo and the others were suddenly shocked. Then, everyone looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with burning eyes. Everyone on the sea was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. The power around the man in black is really too violent and too powerful. This made them once thought that if Chu Xia didn't need to take action, Yhwach was about to die. Died at the hands of this black man. And seeing Kurosaki Ichigo appear, Yhwach was completely angry. He knew very well that the man in front of him was definitely not real. That is, they are in the midst of Chu Xia's Kyoka Suigetsu. Chu Xia, how arrogant this person is. Want to solve him with Kyoka Suigetsu alone. Yhwach looked angry, but I didn't talk to him too much. The man in black in the moonless state raised his hand lightly. The long knife in his hand waved slowly. The last crescent moon. A terrifying force swept out. This knife, which almost destroyed everything in front of him, slashed towards Yhwach. Yhwach's eyes slowly widened. Advertisement. He knew it was illusion. However, he dared not stop. Because although this is illusion, it is more like real power. For a time, Yhwach was full of unknown reasons. Next moment. He was hit by the last crescent moon, and the whole world fell silent. The world slowly collapsed and then reunited. Yamato's eyes widened, looking at Chu Xia with a happy face. Thank you, sir. Yamato said with a smile. Through the personal guidance of Chu Xia, she has successfully touched the threshold of no moon. As long as you go back and think about it, you will definitely be able to use it. Looking at Yamato, Chu Xia smiled and nodded. And Yhwach. He was standing in midair at the moment, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Although all that 4.4 just now is illusion. However, he was really hurt. He was attacked by monks, Sabo, and Ichigo without the moon one after another. Yhwach is really unbearable. Omniscient and Almighty also don't have such a fight. But looking at Chu Xia, the pale Yhwach suddenly smiled. Do you think this will consume me? You are wrong. Until now, I just used the power to influence the future. In the past, I haven't used it yet. Yhwach's voice falls. Its pale complexion was visibly restored. Looking at Chu Xia, Yhwach smiled faintly. This is me, the true omniscient and omnipotent. No matter what kind of injury I am, as long as I have a little thought, I can travel through it. 298. Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai, the world shakes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The world was once again shocked to see Yhwach, who was completely intact again. My god, who can tell me what to do with a Yhwach like this? As the monk's large-scale ink splash seemed shocking. Shocking, but it's useless in the face of Yhwach's omnipotence and omnipotence. Sabo's residual fire is too powerful. Crazy. But in the face of omniscience and omnipotence, it's so useless, it only caused a little damage to Yhwach. Then the Lord himself used the power. Although we couldn't understand it a little, it was also a heavy blow to Yhwach, and he vomited blood. But now, he was able to travel through the past and directly recover to the top. 39. I just wanted to ask, how is this going to be fought? I feel like the 20-year-old thinks it's a little tricky, right? Really, how do you fight? Everyone in the sea is troubled by Yhwach's ability to pervert. It's really tough. They really can't imagine how to kill this friend Yhwach. Still, the sea feels tricky. Even Yhwach, who was completely helpless with Sabo and the others present. Chu Xia looked at him with admiration. This omnipotent ability is really good. Affecting the past and the future, if you add a present, you can compare with Hogyoku. Chu Xia said firmly. But Yhwach doesn't think it's a compliment. Advertisement. What do you mean by adding a present, you can compare with Hogyoku? So disrespectful. Yhwach really felt that his anger was soaring to the sky, and he was about to spit blood. Chu Xia's mouth really did more damage than the previous hits. Looking at Chu Xia, Yhwach's expression gradually became serious. Your men have all been defeated. Next, it's our first battle. You know, the ability of Kyoka Suigetsu is already known to me, so I can't let him work on me anymore. Then, let me see your full strength. As Yhwach said, his fighting spirit slowly rose. It is really not easy to have an opponent that is evenly matched with him. Yhwach looked at Chu Xia with a burning gaze, and adjusted his state to the most advanced state. But this time, Chu Xia looked at him and shook his head. To meet you, I have no intention of doing anything. Because that would be so boring. So, I thought of a better way to kill your king. Then guess what it is? Chu Xia suddenly said, the faint words resounded throughout the audience. Yhwach frowned. What did you say? The anger that had just been suppressed in his heart was almost uncontrollable, and he was about to drill into his head again. This Chu Xia even threatened to kill him if he didn't do anything. What arrogance this is. Advertisement. If Chu Xia fights against him, he will eventually lose and die at the hands of Chu Xia. Well, that's not much to say. Chu Xia, a person recognized by his friend Yhwach, died at the hands of Chu Xia, he has no regrets. But, this Chu Xia can't humiliate himself like this, can he? Yhwach was furious and was about to strike again. But he still had to force himself to calm down. It has only been a few days since the Invisible Empire came to this world. And the former Invisible Empire was so powerful that without him it would have been able to reach the 4th place on the power list. But now, he was left alone. Men, all dead. Yhwach looked at Chu Xia, and his expression gradually became complicated. They gradually realized something, looking at the golden list that was gradually crumbling in front of him. Chu Xia said, and his eyes couldn't help looking at the golden list on the horizon. Boom. This knife is Kyoka Suigetsu. The eyes of countless people on the sea widened to the extreme. What would he rely on to kill himself? Ka ka ka. Everyone looked at the jinbang, only to hear Chu Xia's voice continue to sound. Could it be Bankai from Kyoka Suigetsu? Advertisement. Or Hogyoku? The gold list collapsed directly. So he stared closely at Chu Xia. The hilt of the long sword is green. The shock was unprecedented. Don't the sea want to meet Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai? Number 663, what does Chu Xia look at Jinbang mean? What did he mean by what he just said? Yhwach couldn't understand. Even the previous 3 lists have not been released together. Chu Xia's magnetic voice fell lightly. In the end, there was only a long sword left standing on the edge of the sky. Okay, it's time for you to see what it really looks like. Following Chu Xia's gaze, Yhwach turned to look. Sacred, magnificent, like the supreme heaven. Boom. What is this one left for himself? At this time, Chu Xia also looked at him and suddenly smiled. Everyone on the sea also turned to look. The gold list is in their eyes. What is its true face? The golden list rumbled, and then suddenly collapsed under everyone's attention. The golden ranking in the sky suddenly shook violently. Then, this is it. 299. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Previous chapter. Advertisement. The sea shook to the extreme. The huge naval headquarters was silent. Sengoku, Whitebeard, Garp, and others trembled. Everyone's heart is full of impossible 3 words. If the gold list is Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai, what is the explanation for the rewards they get? Could it be that Chu Xia did all of this? Is Chu Xia really a god? In the eyes of this sea, the golden list is really supreme. If the gold list is Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai, then Chu Xia is really a god. Don't talk about the sea right now. Even all the 3 major forces were shocked to the extreme. Everyone's faces were full of disbelief, and they looked at Chu Xia in disbelief. Suddenly, the silent naval headquarters suddenly sounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 35. Advertisement. Yhwach turned to look at Chu Xia. The whole person seemed like a madman. You're saying that Jinbang is Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai, which is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing Yhwach as a madman, Chu Xia felt a little sympathetic. So he opened his mouth. I once said that the sky is actually colorless. In a precise sense, the golden list is not the result of Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai. 5. But Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai, I can tell you. 35. Single quote. Chu Xia opened her mouth lightly, and the voice only reached Yhwach's ears. After Yhwach heard it, he was stunned on the spot. His eyes were full of disbelief. However, he opened his mouth, but his voice was too shocked to make it. Everyone on the sea looked at this scene and was a little anxious. What did that adult say to Yhwach? Yes. 39. He should be talking about Kyoka Suigetsu's Bankai. It's a pity that Lord doesn't want us to know. Oh, I'm so curious. The sea is sad. Advertisement. And Yhwach, who learned the truth. His figure slowly disintegrated. Looking at Yhwach in the lightly dissipated ashes, Chu Xia smiled. Although it is not difficult to kill him. But it destroyed his heart. The world of a person who is proud and confident to his bones has been completely turned upside down. In this way, it is the best destination for Yhwach. Omniscience and omnipotence do nothing. Chu Xia smiled. Sitting under the execution platform, he slowly got up. The smile on his face disappeared. Chu Xia slowly stepped up and stepped into the air. There seemed to be invisible steps in the air, being stepped on by Chu Xia. He stepped up slowly. The white trench coat was blown by the wind, and Kyoka Suigetsu was slung around his waist. Countless people stared at him. Chu Xia is like this, step by step, to the sky. Watching this scene, the world suffocated. Master, what is he doing? How do I feel that what happens next will surely shake the world? 39. Advertisement. That adult is so charming. I'm really overwhelmed. It's too shocking, isn't it? That lord, is he really a god? It seems that I joined the 3 major forces, and I really want to see that adult with my own eyes. 95. The sea was tense and shocking. Everyone held their breath and felt the coming scene, which must be extremely shocking. And the people from the 3 major forces at the scene watched this scene. They all got down on one knee. Kirby, Little Oz and others, Wang Wangjiao, flushed, and they were too excited. Chu Xia rose to the sky step by step. His calm, confident, charismatic voice sounded again. No one stands in the sky from the beginning. It doesn't matter you, me, or even God. But the unbearable window of the throne of the day is coming to an end. The figure stands on the top of the sky, like a real god. Chu Xia glanced at the world lightly. From now on, I will stand in the sky. 99.